that
no intergenerational trauma.
I'd like to say that Bima's advice of getting genetic testing. I'd like.
The article.
Hello?
We can't hear you. John, your phone's messed up.
Shut the fuck.
Yes, or turn the volume down if you worry that the noise is interrupting your reading. You can't concentrate.
That is true.
Well, I mean, how could you listen?
Or you can just leave the app and go read it and then come
You
back.
keep saying no one has the proof.
Click on the link.
You read the article.
Click on the link. Then close the Clubhouse app.
Okay.
Go read
So
it.
this is how it works. When a person experiences intense stress or trauma, certain genes related to stress response can be chemically modified. For example, through DNA, methylation. These modifications to a child, especially during pregnancy. For example, if a mother experiences severe trauma or chronic stress while pregnant, the developing baby can inherit changes and maybe go read. Not that fucking.
What are you reading from there? What were you reading from?
Oh, now you want it?
No, you want the link? Reading from?
Oh, you want to listen now? Okay, I'll post the link.
No, I didn't say I wanted to listen. I said, what are you reading? Do you speak English?
No, obviously not your English. Not your English at all.
Pockets never ask Norman if he knows it.
Tell me when you get a word that you don't understand. What words
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
reading from? If you
An article. Words.
what article?
I'm gonna post in the chat for you, so you don't have to.
You don't know what article it
I'm not gonna spell it out for you, brother.
Why don't you just say it in words?
No, because I want you to read it yourself.
What? Because you can't say what the
Because
article
I'm
is.
not your slave, baby.
I didn't say you were my slave. I said, what article are you reading?
I'm gonna post it in the chat for you. I'm gonna post it in the chat.
You don't know.
Okay, so while you guys are arguing something,
There's nothing to argue.
Norman, this is why you're a two-time Pulitzer nominee and not a winner. So I posted
anybody in this room, right?
I posted a second link.
Anybody in the room?
I posted a second link which also discusses transgenerational epigenetic inheritance. This is a perspective article that comes from the University of Edinburgh that discusses these issues.
People would like to say that it does because then they like to blame people for their sad situation, but there's no evidence.
No, it's not. It's not.
I just posted two articles.
And I also think that's very disrespectful because the Holocaust was a very serious thing, and Jews need to be protected. And so I really don't appreciate that.
Two most emotional women on this app defending it.
Research suggests
for example, a key gene.
Adequacy and exposure to environmental toxicants, especially in utero in early life, epigenetic changes that last throughout the lifespan. Nothing to do with trauma.
You gotta keep reading, brother. You gotta keep reading. Keep reading is important. Keep reading when it's important, you know.
So the bottom line is
Pockets, he asked ChatGPT to summarize it for him.
Oh, no way. You asked So, for example, a key gene often studied is the NR3, which controls how the body responds to cortisol. Trauma can increase methylation on this gene, which can make the stress response more reactive. Babies exposed to these changes may be born with a heightened sensitivity to stress, anxiety, or mood disorders. That's an NR3C1. NR3C1. Again, that is an NR3C1. In case you want.
You're saying numbers, but you don't know what
I'm saying the gene, stupid. NR3 if you wanted the actual gene.
Yeah. So you're saying that the gene is changed by stress? That is.
I said the you don't listen.
Not
the gene often studied is NR3C1, which controls how the body responds to cortisol. Trauma can increase methylation on this gene. This is what we call epigenetics, right? Which can make the stress response more reactive. That sentence is the epigenetics of the gene, the NR3C1. I really think we're critically thinking here, right? We're breaking it just a little bit, right? Like you got where the process of the epigenetics was happening, the sentence.
Hundreds of sad articles.
Please transgenerational impact. None. And it's right there in black and white. Just read the article you posted. No
evidence of what?
Transgenerational impact. Huh? Read it. There's no evidence of transgenerational impact. So you can read
What does it say? What does it say?
Read your your article. There's no evidence of transgenerational impact.
A recent meta-analysis of many worldwide studies reveals that 1 in every 20 children is diagnosed with ADHD, which is a psychological and physical impairment in most NDs, and that also has to do with the epigenetics. The genetic etiology for most NDs is still not clear, although some disorders have been linked to specific mutations in a single or multiple genes. There are many causes.
What does that have to do with
They are many caused by various factors such as genetics, epigenetics,
Not
and in utero. And
genetics.
it says it. I'm looking at it. It says genetics and epigenetics. I'm looking at it right now. Don't play with me.
So once
I'm reading it. And in utero
trauma can be inherited.
when genomic variations such as listen, I'm about to get when genomic variations such as chromosomal deletions, duplications, and recycling. How is it passed down to the next generation in fucking utero, you stupid ass? In utero, dumbass.
Incorrect.
Oh god, you're so stupid. I can't.
No, I'm not, honey.
No, you gaslighting with that big ass nose of yours.
I want you to
You're gaslighting with that big ass nose, man.
While the baby is possible.
In view of the fact that epigenetic factors contribute to fetal development, it is crucial.
Will affect the baby.
It is crucial that
It's not going to be permanent. Once again, there's no evidence that trauma.
I really found two pieces of evidence that showing me right now.
No, you didn't.
Maternal factors contributing to neurodevelopment disorders also. You're not reading the article I posted. You're not reading my article. And you know the fact that epigenetic factors. Listen, if I can talk, G, go to McKinney, go pick it up. And you know the fact that epigenetic factors contribute to fetal development. It is crucial to elucidate the underlying epigenetic mechanisms playing a part in the pathophysiology of these NDs. Furthermore, the epigenetic mechanisms have been shown to be altered by factors such as lifestyle, infection, genetic, and metabolism alterations, as well as other maternal factors contributing to neurological disorders in the offspring. This review will bring forth a comprehensive analysis of the recent findings regarding
As I said from the beginning,
unconscious
trauma of the parent is not passed on to
It
the
literally
generationally. However,
What does this have to do with
it doesn't, it's completely unrelated. However, if the person
Subjects like
is
babies and kids.
stress or trauma while she's carrying the baby, yes, that can have an effect.
fetal development is not to be infected with pregnant those various factors such as malnutrition, obesity, smoking, alcohol consumption.
Carrying the baby, yes, it'll affect the baby. Not just like on the girl's voice, by the way, but
Doesn't make any sense.
to the environment in the uterus.
He's so stupid.
However, again,
Someone that looks as
You're
much
really-
like a
you're
tree
really-
of
you're
not
really-
even
you're
know
really-
it
you're
is.
really-
as a kid is not
Maternal lifestyle factors such as smoking,
yes,
alcoholism, and psychological issues
while they
are reported to critically associated with, maternal lifestyle factors such as smoking, alcoholism,
yes, while they're carrying the baby.
literally syndrome in childhood smoking and alcohol consumption during gestation are two. What's
Yes,
gestation?
while during
What is that?
gestation, exactly.
So how is it passed down?
It's passed down by what happens when the woman is carrying the baby, as I said at the beginning.
That's what we're saying, Norm. No one's arguing that. We're saying
DNA, trauma that the mother experiences.
yes, and she passes it to the child.
Not while she's carrying the baby. Has some.
No, I never said it. I said it was while she was pregnant. Stupid, it was not my utero.
This is what we've been talking about the whole time, but you don't know what we're talking about. We're
I-
talking about intergenerational trauma, which is
We're talking about passing it down to the children, bro.
yes, that's correct. So if the
Your genes.
parents experienced trauma and they weren't pregnant or they weren't even together, that's not going to give them
That's not the claim, stupid. That's the argument.
That's what they mean by intergenerational trauma, stupid. Yeah.
People are talking about in utero. We're talking about the fetus.
Utero.
Yeah.
Demon, were you talking about in utero? Because I swear to God, you're talking about in utero. You're talking about the baby.
I was talking about if the woman
I asked Demon.
Yes.
prenatal exposure.
Thank you, Demon, because that's the only
Yeah, you added that after the fact.
that's the only common sense reason it can
No, that's what you
That's not epigenetic.
I'm not saying that in fact. That's what the study.
Mila, I'm not responding to you. I'm not engaging with you. I don't expect you. Shut up.
common sense reason
Thank
for
God.
epigenetics to be
So
passed
what the
down.
mother eats, what the mother drinks, of course affects the baby. If she undergoes
We've been
trauma,
agreeing with each other this whole fucking time. I hate you,
No,
bro.
not at all.
I
You
hate
know
you,
what
bro.
we were discussing. You were
I
talking about something
hate
that we
you.
weren't discussing.
I really do.
You
People was talking about the
completely
baby.
reviewed it. You didn't
No
understand
one's
what we were
talking about the
talking about.
baby. Bima was talking about the fetus.
No, Bima was talking about intergenerational
No,
trauma.
Bima
She was talking about being in the Holocaust affecting the next generation. I didn't know if it's
Yes, how would it affect the next generation,
Yeah,
Marco?
That's right.
But how?
Not gonna change
you're talking about, I don't know about
Studies were done because the women were pregnant. And that's exactly the repeated. Yes, and that's exactly the repeated study that I'm talking about. The Syrian families.
The baby, of course,
Right.
affects the baby.
Well, that's they were studying, though. They were just studying the people who had been pregnant during the violence.
You guys want to take my let me get my take my Norman, shut the fuck up, huh?
We've had
Let me get my take
babies.
Since Norman, shut the fuck up.
The mother takes heroin, the baby's growing heroin. If the mother's an alcoholic, that affects the baby. Nobody argues about that. No.
And we are
Nobody
lift off.
argues.
Can you hear me? We are lift off. Can you hear me? So Bima was literally talking about the women who were pregnant
No,
during
you
the
was not.
Holocaust. And how they,
Absolutely,
what do you
you
mean, no,
was
she was not? You don't listen. You
I don't understand.
You keep talking. You don't even breathe.
She's
You don't even
talking
breathe.
about
You have to
intergenerational
breathe.
trauma, which is a
Like, you want to talk about it?
I'm reading
For
this.
everybody?
I know
I'm going to talk over you.
She's talking about intergenerational trauma, which is a myth.
You couldn't get
It's
away.
nonsense. And moreover, people try to talk about it going from generation to generation to generation. That's another myth.
I couldn't get away. You know what's also a myth? You know what's also a myth? Hitler did okay. I heard that man was a good painter. I heard he could paint. I heard that man was a stick guy. Maybe that's a myth.
What are you talking about?
I also heard that Columbus was worse than Hitler.
You shut the fuck up. Take a walk. Go back to where you come from. You're annoying. Go back to where you come from. Your time is up. Please.
Honestly, you should go back to where you came from.
Fly away, Mike. Fly away, Mike. Fly away, Mike. Get it while I eat. Fly away, Mike.
Are you saying what? So, okay, intergenerational trauma through pregnancy is a real phenomenon, and epigenetics helps explain how it can happen. When pregnant person experiences severe stress, intergenerational trauma through pregnancy is a real phenomenon. Intergenerational trauma through pregnancy is a real phenomenon. Intergenerational trauma, because you literally just said, Norm, that it's not intergenerational. You just said it's a myth, correct?
Yes, it's a complete myth.
But intergenerational trauma through pregnancy is a phenomenon. Literally, and epigenetics helps explain how it can happen. When a pregnant person experiences severe stress, trauma, or chronic adversity, it affects the in-utero environment.
People don't even drink
Fetus
coffee
development.
while they're pregnant.
Stress hormones like cortisol can cross the placenta and influence how the baby's genes are expressed. This can lead to epigenetic modifications.
You're talking about
For
something else.
instance, genes that control stress and emotional regulation,
Right.
or even
None of
metabolism,
that is
can
intergenerational
prime to
trauma.
react strongly. So that is considered intergenerational trauma.
You're reading the wrong study.
No, I'm reading the exact study that I'm
You don't know what you're talking
You don't know what you're reading. Post your stats. Post your links.
I will tell you.
Where's your links? Post your links right now. You got to
Intergenerational trauma is a theory that when something bad happens to somebody, they pass it on to their kid. Not when they're pregnant. And
It's a multifaceted fucking term, you dumbass. It can mean multiple things. So intergenerational trauma or transgenerational trauma, right? It could be survival, environmental factors. It could be biological, epigenetic changes. Literally listen to the definition. It's in the definition of transgender. I'm looking up the definition. You want to go to Webster's? That's your people's book. Your people wrote that book. You don't go check your people, honestly.
Alright, let's go at the top.
Who was Webster?
Thank you. So can we go with the definition of what transgenerational trauma is, please? Okay. Thank you.
What's that?
So I have now posted 4 articles, including the one from Nature, which is one of the premier magazines, Science Digest. They also provide definitions, so you now have 4 articles.
Yes.
Why are you saying yes? You're not even listening.
Well, I am listening. I speak to him all the time. I'm excellent at listening.
No,
I
you're not.
actually listen to what you're saying. I'm excellent at it.
Stick your nose
So
in your
what are
mouth.
the conclusions of the articles? Tell us. Tell us. I'll tell you what the conclusion is. There's no evidence of that trauma can be passed to another generation.
Okay, so what's transgenerational trauma? And what are the forms of it?
Transgenerational trauma.
What are the forms of it? Label them all.
I'll tell you. Transgenerational trauma has to do with suffering from one generation.
And how are they passed down?
I haven't finished. Being passed on to the next generation. It's sort of self-explanatory. If
How are
you
they passed down?
You wouldn't have to ask.
How are they passed down?
By an alteration
In what
in the
forms?
genes.
In what forms?
By an alteration in the
That's
genes.
it?
That's
That's
what
the
it
only
means.
forms? Communication patterns
That's
isn't
what
one?
it means.
Behavioral environmental patterns isn't one? Biological
Well,
epigenetic
I'm
changes
only
isn't one?
speaking about epigenetic. Behavioral patterns, yes, could be affected for sure. And I
Okay, so the
that was one of
epigenetic
the
portion.
that was one of the early
You
things
just
that
said
I
that
said.
transgenerational trauma can be passed down through epigenetics. You just said that, right?
No, I didn't say that. No.
Yo,
I'm
I'm
saying
telling you
that
right
it
now,
isn't.
bro. Oh, you're saying it isn't? So it's
I'm
not part
saying
of the
that it is.
definition at
It's
all.
a myth.
It's not part of the definition at all, right?
It's a part of the definition that's been refuted. There's no
And where
scientific
is it been refuted? And what can you send me the
It's
link?
on the articles that you posted.
I'm reading them right now from November 8th, 2025.
Yeah.
At
So
literally
find it where it says that trauma alters your
the
genes.
National Institute of Health, actually, is what I'm reading it from.
Yes,
Incredible.
find the part where it says that trauma alters your genes, which then affects your child. Find that part.
Literally through that's epigenetics, bro.
Find
That's
the
literally
part where
within the definition of epigenetics.
don't run away. Find the
I
part
didn't
where
run away.
it
I had my
says-
stats. Where's yours?
Find the part.
Where's
You
yours?
don't have
Where's
to
the
do
links?
it.
You haven't
just
just
Find
said
the
that
part.
semantics and
All
everything.
your question is no.
Find the part where it says
No one
trauma
likes you.
alters your genes, which then
There's only
affects your
15
offspring.
million of you. The world will be
When
over.
the child is not
I've
in
posted
vitro.
multiple links and you still don't find it. You still don't believe it. You don't care.
Yes, I looked at the link. It doesn't say what you think it says. Yes.
Oh, bro. Okay. You know what? I feel like you
Very
should post your
knowledgeable
links.
that you don't understand.
Post your links. Post your links.
I'll use your link.
Post your
It's
facts.
not what you say. They
But
refer
if you don't have any links of your own to prove what you're saying, you was just going all the fucking head with shit.
The one you posted you're also posted.
You're honestly, this is honestly embarrassing.
Pick one at random. Pick what
In
you're
my country can be free.
This is well known by anybody.
Can I ask you a moment? Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
If okay, your mom, your mom
Yeah.
was inside of her grandmother, okay, while she was inside her mom, your great grandma, and your great grandma experienced war, okay, does it not make sense that the germline would be affected by stress and
My grandmother is pregnant with my mother.
so your mom,
Correct?
so your
I'm asking you a question. My grandmother's pregnant with my mother, correct? Is that
no,
what you're saying?
no.
Okay, then what are you saying?
What I'm saying is your mom
Yes.
was inside of your great grandmother. Did you know that?
My mother was not inside my great grandmother.
Yes, that's the whole point. Yes.
Okay,
Can I explain why?
I'm at an age to form somebody.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
Elmer, if you talk
Yeah.
less, I
And by
can
the way,
explain.
eggs are not passed from generation to generation.
Oh
Now
my
you're just
God.
talking nonsense.
Did you know that eggs
are
are
not
not
passed
passed
down?
down? This is exactly what I'm talking about. The
You
oxides.
have no idea about women's health. You have no idea
No,
about
I have no idea.
the woman, the
You're
woman,
factually,
My grandmother,
factually,
my
your
mother was
mom,
inside her great
your
grandmother.
mom
has
was
my mother's
inside
eggs
your
inside me right now.
great grandma. Yes, she
That is
was.
I have my great grandmother's
Yes,
I don't,
eggs inside me right now.
I don't mean to explain
That's just so
high school
stupid,
bio
man.
to you, but a
What's that?
zygote is composed of a male component of sperm.
You know what I'm talking about.
He's
A
not-
part
he's not
of her, half of her DNA. So I'm talking about half of your mom, half of your
Half
mom.
of my mom.
Right,
My mom
right.
was in there.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
because
So
some
half.
DNA
That's
stats don't
Yes,
So you
right,
don't mean
right.
half of my mom?
Someone fucking
You mean half of
Oh,
her
my
DNA?
God.
DNA literally splits. Norm, it happens.
So you mean half of her DNA, not half of my mom?
Half of what
I got my
created your
grandma's
mom,
DNA.
half of the instructions that created
There
your
is
mom
some genetic material.
was already being
I don't think you
affected.
want to learn
Well,
anything.
not
you know?
some.
Now that's going to be
It was
not
your
half.
great
It's
grandmother.
25%. If you
Your
could do
don't
math,
wanna
the
learn
biological.
if you could do math, you would know it's 25%.
Can you stop being such a Jew and just listen, bro, please?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank
So
you, my God.
if you were good at math, you'd know that it's not
No one cares about numbers. I'm not talking about numbers. No, I'm talking about money.
because there's also a grandfather, there's
These
also a
antisocial
mother,
people don't belong
there's
in
also a
normal
father.
places.
So So that's 25% of the genetic information.
Yes, correct.
Of course I'm correct, because I actually know what I'm talking about, unlike you. So it's fair to say that some of the genetic material is people. So some of the genetic, well, we're getting to the truth of the matter. This is over your head. So you're just going to mutter in some silly accent. All of the material Malaki was offered in the material, blah, blah, blah. You can't even follow the conversation, Mike. You can't even follow the conversation.
I actually have the proof right here.
You have the proof. Let's hear the proof.
Apartheid discrimination and violence suffered by pregnant women in South Africa affected born children years later.
Absolutely. No question about that. Absolutely.
That's transgenerational.
No. Transgenerational. In other words, nobody ever disputed.
So a
that these
mother
were-
and a child are not a different generation than one generation.
Hang on.
They're just the
Nobody
same.
would ever dispute. Nobody would. You're a freaking terrorist who shits outside. You're an outside defecate. Let's not go into that. I know, and you can't deal with us. Nobody would ever dispute poverty.
Can be inherited by their children.
Hang on.
Research
No
has
one
shown
would ever,
their parents' anxiety
one at a time, no one would dispute that when the mother
intergenerational trauma transmitted. One way is that people who have experienced significant
now
trauma
I'm
may be
going
more
to
likely
respond
to
to you.
diminish
No
attachment
one from
skills.
the beginning, and I said this from
Research
the
has shown that
beginning,
children raised by parents
no
who
one
are
would ever
responsible
dispute
adverse
that
childhood
what
and
happens to the mother affects the parent. That's common sense. Every mother knows this. You don't need science for that. That's never been in dispute. That's not epigenetic trauma. No, fuck you. Epigenetic trauma is when it affects me and it affects future generations. It's, for example, used to explain the bad effects of slavery. So they'll say that 5 generations after slavery, people are still suffering from the effects of slavery. And that, my friend, is bullshit. That's what we're talking about. That's what
Thank
we're
God
talking
you're not a doctor. I mean, shut up to that.
Well, I could be a doctor. I studied enough biology.
Yeah.
I studied enough biology. Unlike most people in this room, I'm actually educated. And I actually am able to communicate. And my
When
ego
someone
is
recognizes their trauma affected them, they may be able to either way, or they consciously commit themselves into, commit themselves to parenting their children in a manner that takes
You're
them
just
home.
speaking in a monotone. Nobody can hear you or figure out
Okay,
what
my
you're
bad. I'll speak like this. Are you
No,
ready?
just get to the point.
Are you
Get to
ready?
the point. Instead of reading from an article that you don't
The
understand.
memories of a traumatic experience if the individual
Quiet,
experienced it.
moron.
However, it can be inherited by their children, even young children. Research has shown detect and react to their parents'
Just say it in
anxiety
your
cues.
own voice.
Oh, you don't take me serious regardless. I'll speak it in this voice.
Well, when
I'm sorry.
you talk bollocks,
Yeah.
then yes, I don't
So,
take you seriously. But seriously,
yeah,
I
I mean,
mean something.
No, I can dangle a penny in front of your face if you want.
You're reading
I can dangle a
terms
Jewish school in
clearly
front of you.
without understanding what you're saying.
I can say Shabbat Shalom if you want.
If you don't understand it, then the person listening is not.
I can really tell you that Paramount Warner Brothers suck and MGM is ass,
Right.
and that can grab your attention.
So in other words, you know nothing. Which was
Well,
my point
I
in the
put
first
fake
place.
links. You haven't posted anything. All you're doing is picking your nose.
I Euro posted them for me, and so did you.
I posted for you.
The studies that you posted were the opposite of what you explained.
Oh, thank God.
In other words,
Shut up.
there is no such thing as intergenerational trauma. Nothing gets passed. No, my mother is not my grandmother.
No,
Ain't no nose that's high enough. Ain't no balls
It's
that's
just
low
ridiculously
enough.
dumb. Then you thought there was 50% of
Ain't
the
no
DNA.
ego.
Then I had to point out that it was 25%.
hold on. No. It's I didn't mean the DNA though. I'm talking
Oh, what
about
did you mean?
what the child would what the eggs are exposed to. Okay. Right.
But the eggs
So
are
it's not in the way that you're thinking. It's not like
Well, how do you know what I'm thinking?
well because you explained when I that your mom was inside of your grandmother, you're like, well, she only
She
inherited
clearly is not
25%, right?
of the DNA.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
so
Which
yes,
is-
but
which
that
is
was
not
not.
that.
Right, I know, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm
But you
saying.
didn't study it for 5 minutes.
Hold on,
I didn't study it
what I'm
more than
saying
5
is
minutes.
that
Talk to
it
him.
wasn't about how much of the grandmother's DNA ends up inside of your mom. It was about whether the future egg lineage was physically present during the grandmother's pregnancy.
That's not really
Okay.
the question. The question is
No,
how
that's
is it
what we're
affected by
talking
trauma?
about.
The question
So
is how is it affected by trauma?
in females, our eggs are formed during fetal life, okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so that's why
So
I mentioned that your mom was inside your grandma.
What does that have to do with this conversation?
Oh my
We're
God.
talking about that's the
Just let him
whole,
talk to
because
himself.
of the germline. That's
So
how
not
these are
affected
the
by
studies. These are
trauma.
specifically the studies. No, these are
No,
this is
nobody
what the
studies
studies
it.
are.
Nobody studies
The
it.
Holocaust study, the Syrian study of the 3 generations of Syrians.
Yeah.
That was just yes.
Yeah, and what did they
Yes.
find?
Grandma. What do you mean? What did they find?
What did they find? What's the conclusion? You read the study. Studies have conclusions.
Yeah, I could read the conclusion.
You don't remember?
I'll
You
read
can
the
summarize it.
conclusion.
I don't want you to read it out loud. Just tell me what the conclusion is.
The conclusion is that transgenerational trauma exists.
I'll
That's
make
the way-
you $10 right now.
If transgenerational trauma doesn't exist, then you lot can shut the fuck up about the Holocaust.
No, that's not true. Holocaust had other effects besides epigenetic. And you can shut the fuck up about something you know nothing about. You ignorant twit. So, again, it's not going to, I know, it took you a while to think of one, didn't it? It's not going to affect their DNA. It will affect behavior.
It's not going to take long.
I'm not saying that it affects. I keep saying it doesn't affect the DNA. I
Okay,
keep
so
saying
it's not
that it doesn't
epigenetic.
affect the
That's why
DNA.
it has the word genetic in it. It's
Oh
not
my
genetic.
God! It's because it's another layer. Epigenetic is. I keep explaining that the genes aren't affected. The genes aren't affected. It's how they methylate. It's the chemical tags that are put on them. The instructions on how.
Generation
what-
to generation.
Yeah. Okay. What do you think epigenetics is? That's what we're studying. That's exactly what they're studying. That's exactly what they're
What I'm
explaining.
refuting. It's literally what I'm refuting. Like, just once again, scientifically, there is no evidence of epigenetic transmission of trauma. That's all I said from the very beginning. Now, again, if the woman is carrying the baby in her belly, of course, what she eats and drinks, if she has a trauma, if she's frightened, if she's stressed, if she's on crack, which has happened a lot in New York City, if she's an alcoholic, of course that'll affect the health of the child. If she smokes, if she drinks caffeine, all of that will affect the kid. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about stress that the grandmother endured having an effect on the grandchild genetically, and that ain't going to happen.
So the grandchildren of Chernobyl have no effect.
Well, now you're talking about radiation. Radiation does affect DNA.
That's the point that you just made. You
So,
absolutely
we're not
That's the
talking
point
about
you just made.
altering the DNA with radiation. That's a very different story.
We're talking
I
about
haven't seen the study.
DNA.
I haven't seen the study of the grandchildren of Chernobyl. I imagine there might be some, but it's possible.
you've
That
just
would be
lost
worth
the
looking into. No, I haven't lost the point. We're
You
adding
lost
this
the
back.
point. You admitted that you're speaking for an ignorant.
We're adding a new influence. Radiation affects the body
Yeah,
in ways
you know
nothing
about
else.
everything because you
Nothing else affects the body like
That's all you
radiation.
ever do.
There's nothing else like
You
radiation.
annoy everybody and you go around and overtalk everyone you can.
Well, no, that's not
Civil
true. I just tell you
in
the truth.
society.
I can tell
Every
you the
single
truth.
room you're in,
Yeah,
you are
I know
nothing
you.
but an annoyance.
Okay, you can go to a different room if this is not
You're
your
nothing.
case. Nobody will give
Well,
a
I tell
shit.
you
I'm
what.
sure. We'll forget about
You
it
can go
before
to
you're
a
even
different
gone.
place and get
In
the
fact,
fuck
I've
out of
already
it.
forgotten about it.
Completely filling
You're
us
that's
up.
how forgettable you are. Notice how you added nothing to this conversation. What do you want
I
to say
did.
about
I pointed out that you're a hypocrite and that you just
Well, I'm not a hypocrite. No,
That's
I'm
all
not a
you
hypocrite.
did. You did.
We're talking science here.
Hey, did you want to speak on the topic?
Only to say that tuna shouldn't overtalk like that. It's bad. Tuna should leave.
Wait, what?
I was saying that tuna should leave because he overspoke Norm on the topic. He introduced something about radiation, and it had nothing to do with the conversation. And then once he came up on that, he just started saying that there's
From the
something
grandmother to
Norm's point. And so I think that Tuna should leave, and I think Norm should stay, given Tuna's request for Norm to leave. So
just because you're offended doesn't make you right.
well, you didn't add anything. I'm sorry, Tuna.
We were talking about DNA inherited from the grandmother to the grandchild.
Yeah, I understand it was here for this
It
conversation.
doesn't make you wrong, and it doesn't make you right either. But it does show that you didn't understand the conversation.
No, that's ever.
Contributing is going to be very
Oh my
difficult for
God,
you.
you just
You
haven't
can't
been
follow.
slapped enough. You
Wait,
honestly, you haven't been slapped enough. That's why you behave in this.
You should try it. If you want to do that, you should try it. Just make sure you say your prayers before, because it'll be the last thing you ever do. But I invite you to try it. It would be pleasurable. It would be a lot of fun. You should try it. And that'll be the last
Moderator.
The last thing you see will be my face.
Moderator, this is Chicago. I would like 60 seconds to talk about genetics, if I may.
You can go to heaven dreaming of my face.
Put me in the queue, Moderator Matt.
Yeah, let's let Kitover give this statement. Go ahead.
So there's a great movie that came out.
Try to stop me. My face will be the last thing you ever see.
There's a
Go to
great
heaven dreaming of my face.
There's a great movie that came out years ago called Gattaca. If you've never seen it, you should watch it because it's about genetically modified humans and how they have special access to the off-world civilization. But Ethan Hawke, the actor, has a powerful will, and so he challenges his genetically modified brother, kind of in the same way like Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger when Danny DeVito's like, you're telling me that I'm the shit genetics? I'm the shit DNA? And Arnold Schwarzenegger's like, yes, you are the shit DNA. So what I'm trying to say is, that's all in the movies. Now, Bima earlier brought up and said, I think everybody should get genetically tested. Oh, wow. So the health insurance company can bill another $1 billion. Great advice, Bima. So what I'm trying to say is there's a lot of bullshit when it comes to genetics and gene therapy.
You actually pay for it out of pocket. It's pretty cheap, and you only have to do it once in your lifetime because that doesn't change. So it's about a
Okay, everybody pay for it out of pocket then. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a lot of bullshit when it comes to genetic therapies and fraud doctors and bullshit artists that want to tell you gene therapies can prolong your life. The truth is, if you make it to 100, you're really fucking lucky. And if you want to make it to 101 and spend $1 million at my clinic in Mexico City and do some gene therapy, well, I'll take your fucking money. I'll gladly give it to me. Give me your $1 million so you can live another 365 days, multiply that by 24 hours, and give me your million. So what I'm just trying to say is, take all this genetic bullshit with a grain of salt. It's not as good as a good book. I am complete. Thank you all very well. But I don't have any trans children. Does anybody here have any trans children?
Might have to go read more books, Jack.
I think actually John's a little bit busy. He's been pursued for election fraud for putting up
to the study of people who are actually
sorry, a real person who's talking. Shut up, big nose.
in the last year.
So John's actually being pursued for election fraud because he put a petition in the whole.
No, I don't think he's being pursued for election fraud.
Didn't you
It's
just
another
say
one
that
of your
like
myths.
8 seconds ago? I thought you just said that.
He's been referred to the State Department.
According to who? Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence?
Do you want the evidence?
Yes, I asked for it. Yes, obviously I wanted it. I asked for it. It's English I'm speaking, I believe.
Calm down. Stop speaking through your nostrils.
I feel calm.
Answer your question.
Try to stay on top of it.
I thought Kitover admitted this. Is this not true, Kitover?
Yeah, no, so the last two dismissed objections that he put before the court, both of them were dismissed, and
What we asked for, I said the evidence that he's being investigated for election fraud.
Semantics.
In other words, there is no evidence he's being investigated for election fraud, correct? You lied, correct? You were mistaken.
No.
You didn't know what you were doing.
Just like to over-talk and insert your own narrative.
Tell us, I want to hear the evidence that he's being investigated for election fraud. Show us. Let's hear it.
Okay, right. So when I show you, Norm, your job is to say, I was wrong.
No, I just want to see the evidence. Stop.
When I show it,
Please, El Norma, no need to defend my honor. This poor man's child is trans, and he is suffering, and he has a lot of anger and anxiety, and my political career. If they're not talking about you in politics...
Kitover was investigated in Boogergate, and he was
It was a robust booger. It was a profound booger of incredible spherical substance.
Isn't it easy to expose bullshitters? All you have to do is listen. I'm surprised other people don't do it more.
Well, Kitover told me he was being investigated.
Was not ever investigated for election.
I was investigated for wiping a booger on my shirt, though, El Normo.
So are you going to apologize now, Wayne?
But he kept it up there.
Look.
Videos.
I was using it as a rag. The shirt had reached its
And you
limits.
didn't even wash your shirt because of that.
Your shirt reached its limits.
My shirt had reached its limits.
But Kitover, are you being investigated for election fraud, yes or no?
No, absolutely not. That's just slander, and I accuse my opponent of committing fraud 1,000 times, and he created $20 trillion in debt. I'm also accusing the mayor of Chicago of committing fraud, and I am running for the mayorship of Chicago on February 23rd, 2027. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. Vote John Kitover.
Do you want to apologize, mate? You feel a bit stupid at this moment? Feeling a bit embarrassed? A bit shamed? It's tough when somebody asks for evidence, isn't it? Instead of just listening to bullshit.
I thought he was too, so I might be misunderstood.
So you were dumb enough to double down on it. You could see that there was some doubt once I questioned it. Did you tell him that kid over?
To be fair, I did read an article mentioning this.
You read an article?
Yeah, I read the article and then I asked him about it. He confirmed it, and he said that the
What did the article say?
lawyer was wearing a Chicago Cubs hat or something. He was being.
That they were going to persecute him for election
So
fraud.
we got what his headwear was, but we don't know if he was being investigated as the other guys.
His only nominating petitions faced a successful challenge, resulting in him being removed from the ballot, found to have only had 266 valid signatures. The board also had forwarded the petitions to law enforcement over the fraud concerns.
Yes.
He is being investigated. I'm giving you. I'm literally giving you the two.
I'm waiting for the part where it says he's being
investigated. You asked for proof. You asked for proof. I know.
Wait. So I'm waiting for the part where it says that he was investigated for election fraud. Are you getting to that part?
telling you.
It was an alleged accusation. Point of order, moderator. I'm happy to tell you what this is all about. When you run for office, you have to get petition signatures. The fact that they said I had 266 confirmed signatures is incredible because I hired people off of Craigslist and everybody on Clubhouse heard me hire my petition circulators. 266 valid signatures out of 1550. Now hold on. Many of the signatures on the petitions were out of district, and they are putting that in the same basket as the accusations of. Shut the fuck up, Tuna Boy. Thank God for the Declaration of Independence because we have eternal separation from these people. These people, they didn't genetically evolve, and these British people, their brains are retarded. Thank God we have eternal separation. The point is, in politics, people allege other people committed fraud all the time. And it's bullshit propaganda. And the Republicans and the Democrats, when you run for office, you will see that it is a personal war. It's not even the parties. It's just personal. And this is the way it is. You got to fight. And Tuna Boy, it was personal when your son got trans by your wife and you couldn't do anything about it because you don't even have testicles anymore. And you don't read books and you come on Clubhouse and go, oh, John Kitover committed election. But Tuna Boy, we feel pity for you. And we have eternal separation from you. We don't need your opinion anymore, Tuna Boy. Hello?
You were not investigated for election fraud?
No, a big fat journalist with a huge herpes sore on his fucking front lip put out a little blurb to discredit me, and that's all it is. No Attorney General. Pam Bondi's not investigating John Kitover, I assure you. Do you think Pam Bondi, John Kitover's on her calendar? Because if I am, that'd be a fucking miracle, wouldn't it?
He was investigated for election fraud.
I'm asking him.
I'll take my apology.
Were you investigated for election fraud, John?
No, absolutely not. It's a blurb on a fat piece of shit's website with a herpes sore on his lip named Fingston. It's on an Illinois website. That's it. It's a little blurb on a website. That's it. That's all it is. It's discrediting. It's fake news. It's missing. No. John Kitover never committed election fraud. John Kitover paid his employees. John Kitover. No. How many times do I have to No!
Even if you investigated, it doesn't mean that you actually did it. I mean,
you weren't investigated. You weren't charged with it.
Not investigated, never charged. It's a blurb. It's fake news on a fat piece of shit's website with a herpes sore on his lip.
Did anybody from the election commission come and talk to you?
No, absolutely not. I worked with them hand in hand. I met the chairman of the entire Illinois State Board of Election Committee on the elevator. These people are appointed, and in my opinion, you can't even trust them. Hello?
So did they investigate?
Hello.
No, El Normo. No. How many times are you going to ask, El Normo? No.
Did they investigate you, Joe?
No.
Okay, so is there any ambiguity
You
about
bring
that?
money or good news?
No, people are just here repeating what they read when they Google my name. It's on Illinois, but it's just slander defamation. And I've already filed a lawsuit against the attorney that put out the fake news. They're trying to smear my name as if I am just mere cream cheese on a matzah.
did you appear in court for this matter or any related?
No, but when you get challenged and you challenge your opponents, you go to a quasi-election court. Not many people have ever been to one. You would go to one if you've ever run, but has anyone here else ever run for committee person, congressperson, senator, or mayor? Hello?
Okay, last question. Did you consider eating the booger before wiping it?
Of course not, but I did actually observe its robustness. It was very vigorous. It was perfectly spherical, very gelatinous, and it was white, and it was a profound booger, and I'm sure you've enjoyed that booger video. The truth is, when I record Clubhouse, sometimes I have to sacrifice a shirt because I wore it for 3 days because Sarah, the Iranian, is screaming so loud, I can't draw my ears away from the migraine.
Dude, you left it on your shirt for 3 days. Dude, you even had it on when you put on your robe. You put on your whole robe, and it was still on your shirt. Like, he put a red robe over his shirt. Like, he, put it on, like, one of those thick ones, and it was still on his shirt, like, 2 days later. But, like, why isn't he changing the shirt?
Well, Boogergate is over. Boogergate is over, but I am running for mayor of Chicago, and I'm filing as a libertarian because if I put up a sign outside of my house that says Democrat or Republican, I think I'll get heat. But if I say libertarians liberate, I think it's like the third party. And basically, that's what Judaism is. You could be a Christian, you could be a Muslim, you could be a Hindu or a Buddhist, but the Jew, such a small minority, is the third party. And the disrespect that the people on this app give Jews who are such a small minority, and all of you Christians, supposed Christians, shame on you. It's an ashanda what you people do on this app. An ashanda!
Third party,
copy the election.
Yeah, third party, aka the left or the right, don't want you. John, that's sad.
Bima, we can always make ASMR videos for the campaign, though. See, it's an art creation journey. The experience is joy. The goal is joy. And that's what I hope to illuminate the voters with, is joy.
Don't you try to, I think it would be better if you're running as a Republican, stay as a Republican, and then just start talking to other Republicans so you guys can all...
No, it's actually strategic because the ballot, Libertarian gets its own special distinction on Chicago ballots for some reason. And so my goal is, because I've tried to run Republican before with no success, I do feel that running as an independent or a libertarian will strategically give me an advantage on the actual petition. And if no candidate receives them, I need 15,000 signatures. It's a lot of signatures, but I'm pretty sure that I can get it done. So if I can get on the ballot, it'll be amazing because that's a national headline. And Chicago mayoralship is going to be one of the most followed political campaigns in the country. So having my name, in the starlight and getting on that ballot will be a big boost for John Kitover, Politics Incorporated.
I know they can sort something out, Bruce. It's millions.
Well, if a dog could do it, you could do it.
People who are elected can do it. You can do it.
This guy at the park the other day, he yelled at me. He's like, "Hey, neighbor, And I was like, Jesus, is that how you greet a neighbor? And I was like, well, at least your dog looks happy.
The dog was begging for you to save it, and you just let it go back to that hell.
Kind of like your ex-boyfriend who closed up those legs when you were like, if I had a dog and needed to borrow $5,000, would you give it to me to save the dog? And he's like, fuck no, bitch. She's like, you're never touching this pussy again.
You love me, don't you, John? You remember all my stories. Yeah, it's true.
Holy fuck.
The true story.
I mean, how old would the dog have to be?
I had just gotten her, but I was trying to date this guy. He was just, we had such great sexual chemistry, and I wanted to test. We weren't dating yet, so it wasn't a boyfriend yet, but that was what gave the ultimate indicator.
I mean, that's kind
It
of
was,
a tough spot
well,
to put
well, so,
someone in.
well, so this is what happened. So we were seeing each other, not dating though. It was kind of like a friends with benefits thing, and it was kind of like getting heated, and I was just like, where is this gonna go? I know he really likes me. So I had asked him, because one of our visits, he was very loving, and he would always fill up my gas tank, make sure that everything was all set. And so one time the receipt from his pocket from the ATM fell out into the car, and I picked it up and I looked at it, and it tells you how much you have in your account, and it was quite a few bucks, and we were younger at the time, and so I was very impressed. I said, I didn't know that he had this money. So then I asked him as a test. I said, hey, look, it wasn't that day. It was, like a week later. I said, hey, look, would you let me borrow, like $5,000 if I ever needed it? And he said, well, what would you need it for? And I said, well, I have my girl, and, emergency surgery, you have to pay up front, before you have the surgery. I don't believe in credit cards and all that other type of stuff. So I was just like, so, would you lend it to me? He said, absolutely not. He's like, not for a dog.
Yeah, that's actually kind of a tough spot because my girlfriend, we have a dog, but it's my girlfriend's dog. If she asked me to save this dog's life, I would definitely do it because I'm obsessed with this dog. But I wouldn't expect her to just be like, yeah, pay for this dog type of thing, or have her expect me to pay for the dog.
Yeah, no, and that makes sense. I wasn't asking him to pay. I just wanted to see if he would.
Bima, we get the point, but do you think if you abuse a dog, do you think there's generational trauma to the puppies? Hello?
Yes.
Why did you change your vote? You changed your vote to I don't know.
I didn't.
What's the vote? I can't see it on my club deck.
It still says that I'm green. Did it change?
It was me or orange or peach.
Really? Let me look. I'll take a screenshot right now. Maybe I have to.
What are you guys voting for?
Who was correct about generational trauma?
No, it's still.
Wait, I'm sorry. I just joined the stage. Are we taking a poll over who likes Trump or who likes?
No, but we can do that. We can end this poll. This is over.
Well, okay. I didn't know. I didn't know how to answer the question. It popped up a poll on my page when I entered.
I can't vote, so just put me in the do not like Trump category.
Okay, so do we want to make America great again?
America is already great. Simon.
That would be about. Yeah. Okay.
Simon, why don't you like Trump? He's liberating 100 million people living underneath a fascist Islamic terrorist regime.
Okay, two things to be true. He could be doing a good thing and also be a bad president.
Wait.
But why is he a bad president? What don't you like about him?
Yeah, let's let Kristen speak.
Wait, may I interject something, please? Okay, so I thought Trump was going to be the person who forgave my student loans.
You thought that he was going to personally forgive your student loans? How much do you have in student
I don't know
debt?
if that's a troll or not.
$100,000.
Oh my God!
I didn't pay it off like the rest of my classmates.
All right, so wait.
So
Have you chosen?
Which one?
It was originally $30, but like now it's $100.
Why don't you
I
just?
think this is a hard troll.
Why don't? Have you seen the movie Avatar?
It's just a movie. I mean,
I know, but it's. Are you delusional?
wait, have you? Okay, so
Yes.
basically, like the new one is water.
What's wrong with you?
I don't know. This sounds like the woman version of Brock.
No.
Oh my God! Wait, are you guys friends with Brock? I'm sorry, did I meet you? Oh my God, I love Brock.
What your place are you drunk?
Okay, so, well, I'm one of those people. I'm like the 4% who didn't graduate.
Oh no! And you accumulated all that debt. You didn't even get your degree.
Yeah, so now I owe like $100,000.
Damn. So you went to clown uni. So what are you
I'm kind of
doing?
like,
How are you
okay, so
earning?
I'm the
Are you
failure of the
working?
class, but like you're my best friend.
Are you working though? Do you have a job?
She just
Yeah, I have a job, but my car's too old, so I can't work.
she's trying to be funny.
No, I'm being real serious with you. Don't take me as.
I mean, you should probably get off Clubhouse then and try and go and get an actual
Yeah,
job.
but you guys are my favorite people, though.
That doesn't really change your circumstances.
Okay, so do you do science?
Yes.
Okay, like laboratory science or like
You
like
know
what
what's wrong with
science?
this girl?
It's definitely generational trauma. I think she has epigenetic damage from a former generation.
Wait, hold on. How did you read that?
Well, we were discussing that before you came in the room when you thought we were all talking about Trump, but we were actually talking about genetic damage, aka retardation. And you came in here in perfect timing.
Wait, this is very enlightening. Can you tell me more?
Are you sure about that? You don't know, do you?
Why are you asking?
Are you sure about that? You don't know, do you?
Why are you asking? Does it sound like you have a question?
Well, I skipped from 5th grade to 7th grade, so.
So you can't do 100. You can't do 100 times 200 in your head, right? Hello?
So you like math?
No, 100 times 200 is a pretty standard multiplication question. And if you're in your 30s or 40s and you can't answer that, you would not be qualified for 99% of all jobs on the planet. You couldn't even pick up garbage if you can't do 100 times 200.
200,000.
You should work at the Federal Reserve. You know that? Have you thought about being an economist? Have you thought about being an economist? Because I
I
think.
don't know how many zeros you want, but you're asking me for zeros right now.
Anyways, it's not important. What is important is Avatar was a great movie, no matter what they say. And no, it wasn't about Israel.
Oh my God.
Why does everybody judge me on my profile pic? That was just what AI made.
The answer is 20,000. It pains me that you couldn't get that.
I mean, to be fair, the people at the Federal Reserve probably would not be able to answer that as well. So, John is.
Let's test Bima's diagnostic here. Bima, what's 100 times 300?
Come on, 300. Come on.
What's 100 times 300, Bima? Quickly, tell us. 100 times 300. See, that's the epigenetic damage we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. That's generational trauma.
200,000. Come on.
She can't do mathematics. She can't do simple multiplication. What was your ACT or SAT score, Bima? Hello, are you there? Are you watering the begonias? Well, anyways, all we're trying to do in this room, ladies and gentlemen, is make America great again on behalf of Donald Trump, our glorious orange MAGA one. The man who's liberating 100 million slaves from despots, from radical Shia 12ers. God only knows what that is, but they must have some crazy cultish type behavior. Apparently, they have checkpoints on every corner, and if just a little hair is coming out, they whip you now. Anyways, I am retarded, but I have been thinking about going to Iran to sell my kidney to pay for the campaign to become the mayor. But I'm also thinking about doing a transgender reassignment surgery in Iran because I am gay.
So,
And as Pepe admitted earlier that he's definitely one of the most hardcore gay men on this app, Pepe and I have agreed to get on a Spirit Airlines flight to Tehran. It's a new open route, and I have decided to do transgender reassignment surgery in Tehran because I am GAY. I know they don't have LGBTQ over there, but what's important is that they have perfected trans surgery, which is an interesting tidbit. Not in a lot of people.
Drink. It has gold fleck in it.
Gold flecks?
Was Tuna's child transitioned against his will? Is that what I'm reading in the chat?
Yes, unfortunately and sadly. Tuna? Talking about tuna?
You're stopping messy fuck.
A guy that goes around by the name Tuna Fish? You think he's not open to, and he's got a big mouth on, and he talks all kinds of.
Somebody's chest right now.
Ooh.
Shit.
Let me get a baby wipe. I don't even think that's sexy. Let me get a baby wipe.
Now she's wanting it. I don't get this.
Do you guys want to keep going with this, or?
No.
I'm sorry, but he's speaking politics when he's really talking about his dick.
So we never have to
Ooh.
Okay, I have a question for you, Simon.
Yeah.
It's an ethical question. I'm gonna give you a quick storyline. It's about 3 minutes. Pay attention, okay? There's two kingdoms. There's the kingdoms of the bees, and then the kingdoms of the dragonflies. Okay. Now they live next to each other. They border each other. Among the bees is this sect of wasp, or hornets, okay? And the hornets love to attack and fuck with the dragonflies, constantly trying to kill them, okay? But they live among the other bees. So the dragonflies one day say, you know what, fuck this, we're going in and we're going to take out these wasps that are living among the bees. And in the process, they take a part of the beehive. But the thing is that they destroy a lot of the bees' homes, not the wasps. They're getting a lot of the wasps, maybe potentially even all of them. But,
wait, who's doing the attacking?
the dragonflies.
The dragonflies to the bees.
Right, because they're trying to get the wasps, or they're trying to get the hornets. Sorry, they're trying to get the hornets.
Yeah, but the bees were fucking with.
No, the bees were peaceful. The bees are peaceful. We're just gonna say the bees were living right next to the dragonflies.
I think you got it mixed up, Beamer. The hornets are the aggressive. Dragonflies are non-aggressive. They're pacifists. You got to understand the animal kingdom.
So among the bees are the hornets. And the hornets, while they live among the bees, they attack the dragonflies all the time. And they try to kill them. The dragonflies had enough, and they said, you know what, fuck it. We're going to go in, and we're going to take out the hornets. But the problem is they live among the bees. So they took out a lot of the bees' homes. Okay, so they destroyed a lot of the bees' homes on top of the hornets' homes. So my question to you is, who is responsible for repairing the harm or repairing the homes of the bees that were whose homes were fucked with, were demolished?
Why are we using like bees? Like, why don't you just be like why don't you just concrete?
Because this is an ethical issue, and people tend to be skewed, and I don't believe you, but I want everybody to follow along without being skewed. Because I want to have a real discussion about the ethics, and I want to understand where your ethics is coming.
You would expect 50 blackjacks, and therefore you shouldn't be surprised that in this universe you got 50 blackjacks. Now you'd say that's pretty stupid, wouldn't you?
Yeah, sure. Those are the assumptions, but I'm disagreeing with the underlying principle. But go ahead.
Okay, if you think that's a pretty stupid inference, so what's the symmetry breaker between that inference and the one you
because in the example where we're assuming like a normal night of poker where they got 50 blackjacks, let's say across like 3 hours, right?
That would be pretty unexpected. I think we both agree, right? Is that not just assuming what we're talking about?
Yeah, but it's not unexpected. In an infinite multiverse where there's a random universe generated.
It's more likely to assume he's just cheating, right? That's fair. I think we can both agree with that, right?
Why do you think it's more likely? Because it's equally expected on you.
I'm good, alhamdulillah. How are you?
Good.
Yeah.
How's work?
Oh, okay. It's morning in your country, or it's
5 o'clock. 5 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, okay.
5 a.m.
These people are reinventing a new religion.
Yeah, they are. They are. Sometimes I feel like they are. They take the words and they translate them into the English.
And not only this, like, we have in Islam, we have to pray, right? And they say not all Muslims should pray. Specific people should pray only. Learn.
Yeah, that's like the people that do Bible alone, or like the Protestants. They don't think they should receive the Eucharist of Jesus every time they go to Mass. They do it once a month. That's like a slap. That's like a slap in the face of all the tradition for the thousands of years we've been doing it.
It's
not
not
reinvent it.
Yeah, it's not only about the tradition. Okay, forget about the tradition. I can understand them. The Prophet himself, who made some action, they are against it. Like, what the hell? Why are you following this religion?
That's how I see it. Jesus said, "This is my body. This is my blood." Right? Do this in remembrance of me. He did these things. He was baptized. They say that baptismal is an option. How is it what? That doesn't make anything. They do the same thing. The same exact thing, the Protestants. It's gross.
Yeah, but I have a question for you. Do you think you eat his body for real with this bread?
So this tradition was done. This was done every time that we did Mass, and it was done even before there was a New Testament. This was how they knew and remembered who he was, right? His teachings. So there were people that believed that he was just a spirit, and that he didn't have a physical body. So,
yeah, but
I
think
right? So when we do this, right, we do this in remembrance of him because he did come in the flesh. Just like when they did sacrifices, right? It was a real sacrifice. It was real blood. So we say that in this prayer that of the covenant that we made with him, the new covenant.
Yeah, if you are doing this and the remembering of him, okay. But I know you guys don't believe that's his real body, this bread.
It's we call it a true presence. A true presence. So his true presence, for example, we have this thing called a tabernacle. It's a thing that we put the chalice and whatever's left from the Mass, that's the bread. We put it back in the tabernacle because we have an altar. We just wouldn't throw it out because it has his presence there. Right? We're doing this the prayer, just like how you have when you go into your supplications or your prayers, there is this presence. We say the same thing.
Yeah, understandable, but with all respect to you, there's like a begin action the Romans used to do by assuming that there is a food and this food is God or the God in this food. Yet I understand what are you saying. But I can't see the effect of the pagans on Christianity.
Well, because if other Christians aren't doing this, so if you go to John 6, right, you have 51 to 58. When Jesus says this to the Jews that are in his room, he says, if you do not eat my flesh or drink my blood, you have no life in you. In the story itself, it says that the Jews didn't like this language and they turned away. They said, what does this guy mean? what is this? What is he talking about? And they left. Disciples left because they weren't they're not real believers, right? If you don't believe as a Catholic or an apostolic Christian that he gave his real body and blood for the sins of the world, then you're saying it's symbolic. You're saying he really didn't happen. It really didn't happen. It's just a nice story. No, we're saying it really did happen, and that he did come in the flesh. So this is the reason why we say if you've never done this, if you're not involved in this covenant with Christ, then you have no life in you. That's what we say to the Protestants. How could you all of a sudden say, oh, well, this is not important anymore, and we'll choose to do it once a month? Well, then who's doing it? Is a priest doing it? No, they have some pastor doing it. Do they have an altar? Do they have a tabernacle? No, because there's no presence. There's no true presence still. We say to them, they're just doing it wrong. They're ignorant. So we believe in the true presence. Does it literally change? But am I going to tell you that it's a spiritual thing? No, it's not a spiritual thing. It's a real thing. But I'm eating a piece of bread. I'm drinking a sip of wine, just like the disciples did when he said to them, because they didn't eat real flesh, they didn't drink real blood. But when he was on the cross, that was real. And it's only until then they understood what he was saying. Because they said, when you strike the shepherd, the sheep shall scatter. Yes. They left because they were scared they were going to get killed.
So he was
says this to Peter. Well, no, he wasn't. He was there with his mother and two other disciples.
Oh, Cephas and Peter?
No, Peter left. Peter was told that he would deny Christ before the crow goes off in the morning time. And when he attended the crucifixion, they started asking him, aren't you that Nazarene? You sound like them. Don't you follow Christ or follow this group of people? And he was like, no. And they kept asking him until he yelled and he said no and he ran away. Yeah, Jesus said that to him. Yeah.
So, according to your books, his mom, Mary, witnessed his crucifixion.
Yeah, because he tells John to take care of his mother.
No, I'm saying, like, your book says she witnessed, or because...
it's John. No, it's John. John, it's in John.
You say somebody witnessed the crucifixion from the Bible?
Yeah.
Who? Like, can you quote me the verse?
Yeah, it's in John. John, yeah, I'll get it for you. Give me 1 second.
Because the farthest that I know, like, nobody witnessed, but, like, they say the Holy Spirit informed them. And the people who said they witnessed wasn't there at the moment.
I am surprised. I thought many people witnessed his crucifixion, according to their books. That's the point, Megatron. How will you be 100% sure of something that you don't have an eyewitness of it?
Yeah, but it's not a miracle that a man was put to death. The miracle is that he was resurrected and people saw him as a spirit, as some type of transformation. That's the miracle, not his murder.
We're not speaking about the miracle, we're speaking about a historical event in a general way.
And if I'm not mistaken, I heard that there's biblical verses, not only Jesus who have been resurrected, many with him have been resurrected, right? Chicago, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Lazarus.
No, I'm not speaking about leathers. I mean when Jesus was resurrected, the people around him who were died, they were resurrected. Not only Jesus, the one who was resurrected, many with him at the same time.
You're asking like how do we know? Yeah, I mean, don't you guys quote Bart Ehrman a lot? Like he's super critical against Christianity. He says this event happened. I mean, I don't know what other critics you want. I mean, we have secular writers, we have historians. You know, you guys have, though there is a few arguments that like you could say like there's no record of him being in front of Pontius Pilate. You know, I respond to Christians like when they say silly things like that, like is there Roman records or stuff like that? No, the Josephus writings we have about this and Tacitus, Josephus was, for example, he's writing about James being killed by the Jews, and the same people that are part of that Sanhedrin were the ones who persecuted Jesus, right? So there's, you know, they had that evidence, but as far as like the records that some Christians say there isn't. So you know, I'm not saying it didn't happen. It happened because it was that movement, that Jewish movement, which the Jews called a cult. But then why do they keep persecuting? Why did they kill Stephen in the beginning of Acts and then James later on? You know, if this was just a cult. If you want to ask the question on who deified Christ, who made him God, it's the Jews. It was important that he died. Why? If he was just this rebel troublemaker that's calling out Jews, just bring him to the Nile or whatever, slit his throat and throw him down the river. Why have to publicly punish him in front of everybody if what he's doing wasn't true?
The point is, you don't have a public evidence for this claim. That's the first problem we're facing here. Second one, you said a good statement. You said the Jews are the one who made him God. For me, I do believe Paul, the one who like changed Christianity and made Jesus God.
Well, Paul came afterwards. So they were already, the Jews, right, were already saying that they put him on the cross and they killed him, right?
Yeah.
When I say they deified him, right? The Jews themselves, Paul was a person of, was like someone who had this revelation from God, just like all the other prophets, right? But he's not a prophet. And it's not like he made up, they talking to the disciples, you know?
No, actually, when I was reading some biblical verses or studying Bible, I found that Peter and Cephas had a huge disagreement with Paul. Not only this, the Ephesians texted Peter or sent him a letter telling him, help us with this man who wants to change or to destroy the law, as far as I remember. And you mentioned a good statement. You said that the Jews were walking, saying they killed him, and they were happy.
So So in 62 BCE, not CE, not the Common Era, not the one we're in now, BCE, 62 BCE, the Romans had taken away corporal punishment. They weren't allowed to do it anymore. And if you read the Jewish writings about that time, like the Mishnah or stuff like that, you'll see that they even speak about not doing any corporal punishment for, like, for example, adultery, stoning, or anything like that. Those rules were taken from them. So the only one that they could defend that the Romans let them is if you defile the temple, which Jesus said he would destroy the temple. So, it's probably a good reason to say he was doing blasphemy. Plus, he claimed he was God. So, like I said, if he's just a nuisance, just why make such a public event about killing him? So they didn't have that power. They would have to go and, you know what I'm saying? They would have to go in front of the Romans.
By the way, we are associated as Muslims, with the Quranic background. We do believe that they wanted to kill Jesus, and they were happy walking. They killed him, and God says, they never killed him or crucified him, and they will be punished. Or that was to the Jews, this statement. Like, don't be happy, he not killed or crucified.
What year is it?
What?
What year is it? What year do you live in?
2726.
So, if you ask a Muslim, some of them are going to say like 1600 or something, and Jews are going to say 55, 57. My point is, is anybody alive right now that had anything to do with the assassination of Jesus Christ? No. The obvious answer is no. And so what I'm saying is, when you keep saying the Jews did this, the Jews did that, you do know that nobody alive today breathing had anything to do with the assassination of that prophet. Nobody. Not one person living or walking on the earth today. So I'm just trying to say, it becomes a little political knowing that nobody walking the earth today had anything to do with the crucifixion of this poor guy. So I'm just trying to say, hello?
Yeah, but as the historical event according to Christianity, the resurrection and the crucifixion of Jesus, Christianity relies on this. The whole Christianity based on this. So
he had to die, though, Lana. The book says the reason why, if you read Daniel 9, 24 and 27, this is devastating for the Jew. This is their own book. They're talking about a messianic age. They're talking about a Messiah coming. And that in 70 AD, in the middle of that 7, that will destroy the temple. This is what it says. And in 70 AD, it happened. So, and they're saying the anointed ones would be put to death and end sacrifice. That's literally what he did. They can't deny this.
Yeah, but I hear there's like another prophecy says this, that the God is sending angels to protect his beloved one, and as far as I remember, I don't remember the whole Bible as far as my knowledge is. When Satan took Jesus on top of the mountain and he told him to jump, he told him, I heard that the God is protecting you with his angels or stuff. So this prophecy about Jesus being protected from God, it's about Jesus. And why you're not jumping, because the angels were going to hold you.
Yeah, I don't know what verse that is.
You don't know this verse?
No.
And when Satan deceived Jesus, and he told him to jump from the mountain.
No, I don't know. He never was deceived. He was tempted.
Tempted, yeah. The word.
Tempted, not
Maybe
deceived.
the language. Yeah, the language period. Yeah. And he told him, I hear that your God is protecting or sending his angels to protect you.
Well, then why isn't he fighting? Why isn't Satan fighting the angels?
He's fighting the angels because the angels is protecting Jesus.
That's what I'm saying. So he should be talking about fighting the angels, not talking to Jesus if the angels are protecting him. But I don't think. What story is this?
It's when he tempted him when he was alone in the mountain, and he told him, "Your God is protecting
the
you."
40 days and 40 nights. Yeah. So
Yeah.
this is when. So he didn't have to suffer as a human, and Satan is telling him, "I'll give you the land. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to die." This is what this is about.
No, my point isn't this. And my point is, Jesus was already, there is a prophecy, I'm not mistaken, the Old Testament. This God is going to protect this Messiah from any evil or any bad stuff. So what I'm saying, that he didn't crucify, it means God protected him. You know, because Satan himself told him, your God is sending angels to protect you. And he told him, by the way, he told him, your God.
Okay, you got the verse?
Yeah, I'm praying it, okay.
You want to hear something funny? You know the girl Sax. Original, so she's married to a Muslim man, right? In the beginning, like a few weeks ago, she was arguing with us about infantile baptism, right? Like how babies get baptized in the Catholic Church, right? And she was against it. She's like, "Oh, you guys shouldn't do that, this, and the other." Now she's pregnant. You know what she said the other day? She said she wants to baptize her child, and if her Muslim husband doesn't allow her to do it, she wants to get divorced. Adoptada. Una loca, man. ¿Qué le pasa con ella, man? What's up with this woman? She's crazy.
That's her problem.
Yeah, but she's telling everybody. It's the weirdest thing. I don't understand some of these people. That's why I don't allow her to talk to Muslims on my stage. That's why she doesn't come to my room. I tell her she's not allowed to talk to Muslims when I'm on stage. I'm not alone. She's too rude.
Oh, so now she's spreading hate.
Well, no, she's spreading hate. That's why she's upset.
Because of her kid and things like that. But even if where she lives, like she lives in the USA?
The UK.
She's probably gonna get the kid then.
I don't think she shouldn't be getting divorced over something like that. That's ridiculous. You're just saying that, but I don't even understand why somebody would say such a thing. Such a silly thing to say, right?
Yeah, of course she isn't, like she shouldn't, but like the laws like give her the permission to do so. But if she doing so, I think the Canadian government give the kid to the woman. And if they do that, like she gonna do whatever she wants with him, then he will become Catholic, and after years he will look for his father. And this is a sad story for the kid, not for her, because she's dumb.
Well, if the man is a good man and he's providing for his family, why get divorced? There's something so small, right? If she wanted to get the kid baptized, she would just take it one day before the trip and do it on her own, right? She was not going to get the deal about it.
But it kind of send the message how things will go like along the way. Like if you disagree with this point, then you will disagree with the further points, or she's trying to make a stand. So she wanna raise her son like, I don't know.
Does it make a difference at this age when if he's baptized or not? Doesn't I don't think it
It doesn't. No, for the kid it doesn't, because he's not known and he doesn't care, to be honest. Feed me, change my diaper. That's it for his kid.
That's it. Exactly.
Yeah, for the kid it doesn't matter, but for her it matters.
She thinks it's an easy thing, though. It's not. Any godparents, they gonna clap and stuff, and they just go there and say, "Oh, I want to get baptized." It's a little bit of a process.
Megatron, I read the verse. It's in the comment section, and you know what? There's a beautiful verse. He says, "So they will not strike your foot against a stone. He's sending his angels to protect you." And actually, he's quoting Psalm, if I'm not mistaken, the Old Testament, the one that I'm speaking about. So God is in His prophecy saying this Messiah, not a stone will harm him.
Oh, see, this is verse from the Bible.
Yeah, when Satan was tempting Jesus, he's telling him through yourself. And he told him, I heard that the God, or he is protecting you and sending angels will be concerning you and not letting a stone be against you.
So this is Matthew and Luke saying this.
Yeah.
And this is at the time of the crucifixion.
No, that was before the crucifixion.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, he was protected, and Satan knows he was protected.
All like the prophet are protected in somehow. Like they can feel pain, but they won't go through humiliation, I guess.
Yeah, you know what? Even in Quran, yes, I do believe that they were protected. But even about Jesus or Isa alayhi salam, God says, وَأَيَّدْنَاهُ بِرُوحِ الْقُدُسِ, which means we gave the angel Jibril or the Holy Spirit to protect him or to be with him.
Yeah.
So literally, he had like a huge protection from anyone to harm him. So when we are saying that he wasn't crucified or got harmed, not only crucified, because in biblical verses they said they stripped him, literally making him wear a woman robe, like humiliating him, on his face, and this stuff. We don't think it's about Jesus. That's not Jesus for sure. And that's not Jesus as a prophet, and that's not God for sure.
I'll screenshot that.
What's your point?
Do facts actually relate to each other in reality? Or if they don't, can they explain each other? Yes or no?
If facts don't relate to each other, then can they explain it? No.
Okay. So, and if there's no reason, like metaphysical principle for why they relate, then their relation would be arbitrary, right?
There's no metaphysical reason for why they relate to each other, then they'd be arbitrary.
Yeah.
Charles,
the relation.
is a P-Mars is a waste of time, bro. I don't even know.
Alright, well, yeah, that's great. I think that you're also a waste of time, CM, so shut the fuck up, please.
So what I'm saying is what you just admitted to is that the relationship between facts is arbitrary, therefore explanations are arbitrary, therefore knowledge is arbitrary. So that's the demonstration of tag, right? That without God, facts were not real.
I didn't admit to that. I wasn't even sure what you were saying. That like the thing, everything's ultimately arbitrary. Like there's no ultimate reason for everything.
Facts don't cohere and conform to a unified structure of epistemology and ontology.
I mean, they may. I don't know.
Well, they either do or they're fragmented. Are facts connected or fragmented?
They may, like you were saying, they may ultimately connect to a universal structure. They may not. I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? We can assume if they don't connect, then knowledge is impossible. If they do connect, then knowledge is possible. And you don't know.
What's the argument for that? That knowledge is impossible.
Well, I just gave it that if the relationship between the facts is arbitrary.
But if there's a factual relation, why do you need to know the ultimate starting point? Like, for example, the farmers back in the day didn't need to know that water was H2O to understand that it was important to drink.
It's just
they need to know the ultimate chemical composition or where water came from to understand the relation water had to the plant in our bodies. So I reject that argument. I reject that argument. You need to understand the ultimate foundation. Like that's just some precept nonsense that you're parroting Dark Dawkins talking points. You can understand a causal link down the chain without understanding the ultimate start of the cause.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that the farmer has to know something, right? I'm arguing that this has to exist in reality.
Hey, Mark, you know there are people on deserted islands that have never even heard of God, no concept of God. Okay, and they still understand how to fucking farm and how to get on with their lives, right? And they have no idea what the ultimate foundation of everything is. They don't even think about that shit, and they still operate with logic.
Yeah, but they lack ultimate context.
Yeah. Okay, and yet they can still use logic. They can connect facts.
Okay, but use is
okay, so they don't know about God, right?
But using something doesn't make it not arbitrary. You can use something to be arbitrary.
It's not arbitrary. They just don't know what the ultimate foundation
is. It is definitely arbitrary. It's definitionally arbitrary because there's no reason why one fact would connect to another fact, so it's arbitrary.
No, the chain of logic that they're using, they're putting the water on the plants and drinking the water, is just the water is useful for those things. They don't even think back to why the water is useful, right? They just know the water is useful for these things because they put it on the plants and they see the plants grow. They don't need to understand that the Christian God or whatever, Muslim God, whatever ultimate cause of the universe is.
If water making plants grow doesn't conform and cohere to a unified structure of ontology and epistemology, then the relationship would be fragmented. And so there'd be no reason that they connect each other. And So it's not like it wouldn't work, but there's just it would be arbitrary because they would have no reason to think that there's this connection that they believe in.
Even if it ultimately came from nothing, that doesn't mean that they wouldn't be connected.
Yeah, it does, because they would.
How so?
Because they would ultimately be like fragmented facts.
What's the argument for that?
This is definitional. It's like if they're either ultimately.
No, perhaps out of nothingness, water was created and plants were created.
But it's a unified
Logically
description.
possible.
But you're describing unity, but not describing the unifier.
Why does there have to be a unifier? Maybe things naturally just have unity. Like if your God, P-Mars, if your God exists, he naturally, as at the start of the universe, has all of these things programmed in him. Logic, understanding, right? I mean, the state of the universe is already naturally in this uniform way that you described, right? So you can just remove the mind, remove the God, and just take this uniformity, the very uniformity that exists in your God, right, at the start of the universe. So either way, we both believe that the universe is natural and ordered and things are connected, right? You just have one extra character added at the beginning with the mind. And I'm saying the nature that you're ascribing to him, right, is just how nature works, minus the mind, minus the intentionality.
Okay, but all you're
It's the same uniformity.
Okay, but then when we start, there's a starting point in our epistemology. There's going to be entailments. So it's like you can't start on a plane that's flying to New York City and get off in Tokyo. And that's what you're doing, like in philosophical sense. You want to start with like human reason, but then you want to deny like hard solipsism without a defeater. So that's kind of the problem. Is you're just denying like the commitments, what you're committed to in your starting point.
I have no idea how that was addressed in what I said.
Well, you start your system starts disconnected with your mind disconnected from the world. My system starts with them connected.
Says who?
The starting points in our system.
P-Mars, if your God exists and he's all powerful, could he create beings who just understood that plants need water and they didn't understand any prior connections, but they just simply understood that? The same way your God just simply understands things without having any prior connections himself, right? He just exists at the start of the universe and he understands all this shit. His brain works in all these ways, right? Or his mind, maybe you don't believe in the brain, right? His mind works in all these very complicated ways. He just knows and understands all these things. And that's the nature of the universe with your God. So why couldn't your God create us the same way where we understand these things, right? The way certain things work, the way induction, deduction works, without understanding the prior links that are necessary. Isn't that logically possible?
He did. Like everyone thinks induction.
Right. Okay. So you admit that that's logically possible. So I don't need to believe in your God, and your God doesn't even need to exist because P-Mars, the universe you believe in is the same one. You just believe there's one more character before all of us who naturally just knows these things and works this way. It's the same thing. You believe in nature, right, is your God who is uniform and understands these things and has logic and has patterns and has all of these things, induction, and connects concepts together and facts and understands everything that we understand, plus more, right? So we believe the same thing. We believe that we are naturally like this. This is how nature made us. And both are logically possible because you believe the natural state of affairs includes a being with all of those same abilities that you ascribe to us. This is why the fucking reset argument makes no sense, bro.
Because you're ignoring the starting points. We have different starting points. And so that's going to have different entailments and problems, but you just want to ignore that. I mean, you conceded that your knowledge is arbitrary. So.
Knowledge is arbitrary. That's hilarious.
Well, it isn't.
If that is not meaningless, I don't know what is.
If knowledge isn't grounded, it's arbitrary. Right? So, are we allowed?
What do you ground your grounding?
That's like asking what's the Supreme Court. That's like what's the Supreme Court? What's the Supreme Court of the Supreme Court?
I mean, that's how dumb what you're saying is.
Who's the president of Donald Trump?
Actually, that's not the point. Donald Trump. If you say everything needs a ground, then what do you ground your grounding?
Yeah.
You don't say everything needs a president, so the president needs a president. You don't say that.
The point of a ground is it's a terminating point. It's the terminus of justification, because it's the ultimate authority. So if it's not,
no, then you're just making that arbitrary.
Still,
everybody sees your God is arbitrary. But we don't reason for him. He's just there.
I mean, that's all you guys just do arbitrary debates. So that's not like, what does it matter then? You're fine with being arbitrary. That's not an insult.
You said knowledge is arbitrary, or our knowledge is arbitrary.
If it's not grounded, it's either grounded or it's arbitrary. I ground my knowledge in Jesus. What do you ground your knowledge in?
Facts.
So your knowledge is arbitrary.
It's the opposite of arbitrary. It's grounded in facts.
That's arbitrary.
How is
Grounding knowledge in Jesus is arbitrary?
No, because Jesus provides a reason for like why we do things. Because he's like a concrete. No, he doesn't. Because
definitions for these two words. These are big words. The definitions for these.
Like so.
Listen, tell me the difference between grounded knowledge and arbitrary knowledge.
Grounded knowledge.
The definition that I think is grounded knowledge is belief that is supported by reasons, evidence, or reliable method. So you explain, defended, and tested, you fit into a broader system of understanding without contradicting. It connects to something outside of the belief itself. So logic, observation, or what we consider validity. So that would be my definition of grounded knowledge. Arbitrary knowledge or arbitrary belief is something accepted without a sufficient reason, or where the reason given is random, irrelevant, or interchangeable, so it lacks all connection, evidence, or logic. It can be different with no loss of justification. There's no way to defend it over an alternative. Do you agree or disagree with the following definition I gave?
Your definition doesn't include like metaphysical arbitrariness. It's focusing on epistemic arbitrariness. So I would include metaphysical arbitrariness.
Those words are too big for me. I'm kind of like on Andrew's side of things, you know. So I'm sorry, I can't handle the bigger words, but I think I narrowed it down. Finally, intelligent Christian. That was a great Christian.
Andrew or word.
See, I might agree with all that, right? Yep.
What's the symmetry break between arbitrary and not arbitrary? Mars?
If it's just Jesus.
Yeah, I don't know how he's not like, you guys should know this shit. This is like basic debate. So some of these arbitrary. There's no epistemic reason, or there's no like metaphysical principle that's a reason as to like why it would exist and why you would be able to know it. But the reason is arbitrary also. Like you can believe that reason is true and other reason is true also. So the reason that you're making is your parents' cousins.
A simple test is to ask this question. What makes this belief this one instead of a different one? There's no clear non-random reasons around it. That is arbitrary. It's very simple.
Exactly. So I believe facts are connected because of a metaphysical principle in the triune God, right? He connects facts as Jesus upholds and sustains all facts. So it's like, and if you don't believe in Jesus, then what would uphold and sustain all facts?
I told you it was Jesus. Well, I don't believe in triune God, so that's also very.
Oh damn, you're gonna go If a Unitarian, then logic would look like this in a Unitarian situation. If A, then A, premise 2, A, conclusion A. That's Unitarianism.
Not very accurate.
Not everything would be A, because they're ultimately reality is an undifferentiated blob. So ultimately everything is A.
Well, there's only one God, right, P-Mars?
So you need ultimate unity and ultimate.
Wait, P-Mars, is there only one God? No, P-Mars prays three gods. Okay, what's his name?
What's his name? Yahweh.
Yeah. Oh, okay, so it's not Jesus then?
Well, Jesus is Yahweh.
Oh, Jesus is Yahweh. Okay, so they're the exact same thing then.
Well, God is.
Yeah,
God
is.
Yeah,
The
God
exact
is.
same thing, right?
God is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. You can't separate them.
Wait, no, I asked about Yahweh. Is Yahweh the same thing as Jesus?
Yahweh is Jesus, the Father, and the Holy Spirit. That's Yahweh.
Oh, okay. Yahweh is Jesus. So Yahweh is the exact same thing as Jesus.
You can't separate the persons.
Right. So tell me, so say it out loud. The Father is the exact same thing as Jesus. The exact same thing.
It's not the exact. They're different.
Oh, they're not. Oh, they're different. Oh, they. Oh, so there's two gods.
They're the same.
I think you're forgetting that. Oh, we'll get to the third one. Yeah, we'll get to the third one. They love to talk about Jesus.
Well, it's a false.
We'll get to the third one. Let's just look at these two. So Yahweh is Jesus. They're the exact same person. They're different people.
It's a false either or, right? So it's a both and.
P-Mars, did Yahweh get nailed to a cross? Yeah, did the Father die on the cross?
Yeah, it'd be a miracle if these guys could make an argument.
P-Mars, did the Father die on the cross? Oh, that's funny coming from you. Who want to run the fucking precept script?
Well,
Did the Father die on the cross? Did the Father die on the cross, P-Mars?
The precept script show that.
Did the Father die on the cross, P-Mars?
What you're saying,
Christian answer. Yeah, did the Father die on the cross?
If you want to talk.
No, right. Oh, so they're different because one of them died on the cross and one of them didn't. So they're not the same thing.
Yeah, but you're arbitrary, so it doesn't matter.
Right. You're right. None of this does matter. Thank you for admitting that they're different gods, Mars. Welcome to being a polytheist. Hey, lots of people are polytheists. Okay.
Look, Charles is evil. Dude, you just enjoy Charles and see how we're on. Unless you want to become a Unitarian like me.
Why are you bullying me? It's because I read.
What's reading?
Exactly. What you reading for? You got TVs, man.
Hey, Mars, I expected better from you on the Trinity debate, honestly. You didn't even give me the three persons, one being, and all the other bullshit.
Yeah, come on. The monarchical, like.
Yeah, no. Well, they share one essence. So really what God is an essence. Come on, you didn't give me any of these bullshit arguments.
Well, no.
You couldn't even get past the level 1 argument. Well, you just scooped. You just fucking scooped.
Well, you equivocated relationship and being.
Oh, now he's gonna try. No, you already tapped out, bro.
No.
Yeah, now he's gonna try.
Charles, let's make this an analogy. Charles, let's make this an analogy, right? You ever watch the WWE, Charles?
Yes. I do too, actually. So I do real
it's spectacular. So Charles,
Yeah, they're good dudes.
Mars, hold on for 1 second. I know I'm arbitrary, and I know.
No, you're
right. You know how the WWE, like, they have like fake props, and then they're able to, somewhere on their body, able to have a fake blood and shit.
Sometimes the blood's real, actually.
I don't think that's.
Sometimes the blood's fake. I'm saying, Mars, I know I'm arbitrary.
I'm pretty sure the chair is real.
Hold on, just give me 1 second, right? So my point being is that maybe just maybe. Holy shit, I forgot what I was gonna say. Dude, I like this shape.
We're gonna give me the Molinist metaphor, where like, oh, you become the mayor, but you're still you, but then you stop being the mayor. Yeah, but of course that's a heresy too. You don't want to say that because then that's just God role playing, right?
Okay,
pretending.
Here's what I think we should do with Mars, okay? I just want you to critical thinking here. Instead of trying to convert it to atheism, I say we need to convert it to Unitarianism. And then from Unitarianism, then we can break it down.
The same shot.
God.
You can tell me this atheism are the same thing.
Basically the same.
It's basically the same thing. I mean, he just tapped out of the Trinity argument at like records. Aren't you on these debate rooms like every fucking day, P-Mars? Come on.
I'm the best.
I know, but then you have to, come on, P-Mars, you gotta give me at least a level 1 response back to the Trinity.
I also read, and I'm just sitting around bullshitting. I also read.
Oh, it's good. I'm glad that you read. Very few people read these things.
I'm glad you know.
But you don't read Trinity arguments?
In the land of atheism, the man who read one book is king.
Here, Charles, let me try to debate the Trinity. I'm not even a Trinitarian, but let me try this.
Okay, go ahead.
Alright. Shit, okay. So let's outline this. The Father is God. The Son is God. The Gospel of John 1 says the Word is God. The Spirit is God. The Acts of the Apostles, chapter 5, verse 3-4, right? A clean mind and spirit blind God, but also Jesus prays to the Father, and those states of the Spirit is not like both of them. So the conclusion, knowing all these factors, is that there's one God, and there's three distinct persons, which is why we have the Trinity, right? Why would it not be like this, Charles? Why would it not be triune?
So I'm going to ask you now to define person. Go ahead and define person for me.
Define person?
Yeah.
That's arbitrary.
You can't tap out that quick, bro. I can do it. If you want to be the atheist, and I'll give you the Trinity.
So here I got you. Definition of a person would be the distinct center of consciousness or relation within.
Oh, so there's three distinct consciousnesses. Right, and your God is the mind, right?
Well, I mean,
so then there's like three distinct
body,
minds, so three
spirit,
distinct gods.
three beings. They're not to share one essence. So one God and three.
So Christian, does Jesus represent of what it takes to be God?
It's three distinct seats of intellect.
Holy smokes.
Three distinct seats of intellect. Okay, so three different minds then. Right. So then now the question is, does Jesus have 100% of what it takes to be God?
It's one mind.
Does Jesus have 100% of what it takes to be God?
Let's give me your mind.
Either of you. Who wants to do it? Does Jesus have 100% of what it takes to be God?
You keep separating the Trinity, so you can't separate it.
According to you, that's the point of the argument. You can't just say I can't separate it.
Well, if you separate it, then you strongman the position.
Then you can't say the Trinity doesn't make sense because then I lose the argument.
If we saw
okay, now does the Father have 100% of what it takes to be God?
This is a problem with I read, so this guy doesn't really say about it.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Okay, now is the Father the same as the Son?
They're the same.
Son has the same, exact same divine.
You're thinking over it.
Oh, okay, so they're the same essence. Now, what does essence mean? So go ahead and define essence for me.
Oh, yeah, I got you. Essence means I would say the fundamental oneness of a thing. So it's like set back.
Okay, so you and I share the essence of being human. Are we the exact same? Are we distinct? You and I share the essence of being a human. Are we the exact same person? Are we different?
Well, we're different.
Right, okay. And we would be counted as two different people, right? Because even though we have the essence of human being, we have distinct minds.
No.
Do we disagree?
No, of course not. Of course.
What's the argument for that?
Well, it's just our.
Okay, so you did better. You did better than
They.
Yeah. You at least knew how to dialogue the egos.
See, I tried. You see, I'm not sure Terry knows. So, yeah.
You do share humanness, and that's why you actually are identical in terms of humanness.
We're identical in terms of we are not identical in terms of humanness. We share humanness. We are different in other ways.
Yeah, and that's what differentiates.
Yeah, so we're two different humans. Because we share humanness, but we have different minds, right?
Humanness is what's in.
It's the essence.
Yeah.
Okay. So each of them
are different in terms of persons for various degrees.
Yeah, so you have three gods.
The Trinitarian can agree with that.
Yeah, so you have three gods.
Persons.
Well, actually, either they're going to agree, they're going to say it's wrong.
God is anything like really.
You know what they could do? A good move that they could make? They could just say the essence itself is God. But then, of course, you wouldn't have God being a mind, right? Stuff.
I mean,
Yeah, exactly. That they have to get rid of them.
Obviously, the essence is God.
Okay, so you're like,
But
so
we're
you're
not
God.
real then.
So you're God.
Charles, why don't we let Almeida defend it? And any of you critique him, because he's probably going to be one of the better defenders on stage, right?
Why?
So, Almeida, do you want to defend us so we can all listen? And Charles and Marcus and Christian and whoever else can challenge the notion. Presumably, the challenge for the people who are challenging is that it's incoherent. So, that to challenge, or what's the challenge against?
Well, it's either incoherent or it's blasphemous.
Yeah, blasphemous is like a much weaker type.
Yeah, there's ways to make
Yeah,
it.
but I think typically that, Charles. Okay, but that's what. Okay, if you concede that, then the blasphemous thing is a weaker claim, right? Because typically this thing, I'm not saying for you specifically, but typically people want to claim that this is somehow incoherent.
Well, no, like you could do partialism,
incoherent.
right? You could do partialism. You could do what's the one? Monism, right? There's ways to make it
what he does. But let's see what Almeida does. But then, yeah, I think if you're going to retreat to, which is fine, one can, I guess, that is blasphemous, that's going to be a weaker claim against the Christian that it's incoherent. So I don't know if Almeida
it's incoherent given that they view, I forget the term.
Well, Charles, can I give you a better term?
How could you call it blasphemous? You're not a Christian.
Wait, hold on. Can I give let me give a better term to use for Charles. Charles, he's logically inconsistent instead. It sounds better.
It's logically inconsistent given that they believe partialism.
Whatever words you're going to use.
What's the other
What's
term?
the
Monism, partialism, monism, and what's the third one? I'm trying to remember. I'll go against churchism. What's the third one?
Modalism.
Modalism, yes, yeah.
Go ahead, Almeida. Why don't you defend your view? Tell us what yours is.
We usually take the full relative identity.
Well, just explain to everybody, because I don't remember what that is.
The father is like, this is sort of an analogous, but the father is like a big G God, sort of little G gods. They share in the same substance, God. But the father has like a particular relation that the other two don't have, and that's a deity, and that's what differentiates the kind of title that's used for the father.
So it sounds like you're conceding polytheism and just that the father.
Well, no, more formal. There's also something else you're missing, because on top of that, there's also just a logical gap here. I mean, he made the analogy of a big G and the two little G's.
Yeah, that's
as we know, in Trinitarianism, and it doesn't really matter what sect of it or what type, it usually follows that all three
I'm going to bring down.
Yeah, but
yes, they're co-equal.
Okay, what does that refer to?
You said what?
Like, do you think we are equal?
Do I think you're equal?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
In what way? Because certainly you don't think that we're equal in you don't think we're equal in strength. Probably, right?
Well, I mean, obviously the concepts will vary amongst one another.
Right. But you do think in some cases we might be equal, in other cases we're not. And yet you might still say, yeah, we're equal. Because what you're denoting there is something very specific.
We'll continue.
Mm-hmm. And because the doctrine doesn't tell you what in specific, you can denote basically anything you want. I think really what's mattering here is the general kind of divinity.
So when you say Jesus and the Holy Spirit are little G gods, can you explain further what you mean by little G gods?
The only difference here is that they don't have a state.
And define a deity for me again. I've heard the term before.
Lack of dependence.
Okay, so Jesus and the Holy Spirit are dependent upon the Father.
Yeah.
Okay, so they lack what it would mean to be fully God without the Father.
Correct.
No.
Awesome.
Why? They're dependent on something. They can't be fully God without the Father. They're dependent upon Him. They're fully God.
I want to be clear about exist without the other. However, it's like a necessary connection, so there's no worlds where they exist without each other. It would just be like a counter possible statement. Like
So then Jesus could exist without the Father, and the Father could exist without Jesus, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then now it sounds like what you're talking about is partialism. And you're taking away the aseity of the Father, too.
Because there's no parts.
You said
What do you think counts as a part?
they count as parts because they're distinct and because each of one could exist the other.
They're not distinct in terms of
They're distinct in that one of them died off and one of them didn't, right?
But that's not the part that we care about.
Well, you can hand wave I don't care, but that's the point of the argument is that
but nobody cares about that work.
Well, I mean, Christian cares about it. Lots of people care about that. What do you
but then that's not relevant.
You're just hand waving the argument. You're hand waving the argument.
Well, hold on. Let me ask this. I know classical Trinitarianism enough to understand that it does not support subordinationism. And what you are advocating for right now is that it sounds like that you're saying the Holy Spirit and the Lord Jesus, vice versa between the two, are subordinate to the Father. If that's the case, then what is not? Well, so
how do you think being subordinate means?
Do we really need to define what subordinate is?
Yeah, because if you think that just having dependence means you're subordination.
So what if you guys spend better time then? Charles, either you do it or Christian does it. Christian, you go. Christian, you go. I've been talking for a while.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Go ahead, Christian.
We're both
Now you're going to have to define your words. You're going to use words that Alvina's going to object. What I heard was, hey, the scripture doesn't make it clear exactly what is identical or whatever it is. And if he takes a particular thing that's identical, you'd have to show him why he can't do that. And if you're appealing to some notion that other Christians have, you're going to have to show him why he should change his view or something, if that's your logic. But you go ahead and do it, but you're going to have to define your words so that you understand what he's saying. He says the same about you. Otherwise, you're just going to not address what he's saying. So go ahead.
No, fair enough. Okay. Definition of subordinationism. And by the way, this is also just a belief within Christianity, but I'll define it for you. Is the theological belief that the Son and or the Holy Spirit are somehow inferior to or less than the Father in their divinity and or their essence. So it's either or. It can be one or it can be two.
And I deny that they are.
So much. Okay, well let me ask you, are they?
They are in fact equal in terms of their divinity.
They're equal in terms of their divinity. Are they equal in terms of their essence?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, spectacular.
Well, could I interject for 1 second? I wanted to introduce someone who's, I think, a great philosopher, Super, and she's an amazing person. And sort of improvement. So if you ever want to check this, Super is like she's a great philosopher. She's a crazy person. She's also a Thomist. She's a Catholic. Albeit like you are, she's a Catholic.
Wow, that's awesome. Welcome, Super.
Yeah.
Cringe.
The fact that spelled that you're in charge of subordination.
Oh yes, am I able to continue? Okay, so just to clarify, because kind of straight off, you're saying that the Son and the Holy Spirit are equal to in both divinity and essence.
Yeah.
Okay. So can you give an argument for that?
Well, we look at the traits of each one that require divinity, and we ask ourselves, do they have them? And if the answer is yes, it's just obvious.
Well, what traits? What traits?
Omnipotence, omniscience, benevolence, and the typical classical theist traits. I don't really think you need much more than those three. I think that would be sufficient.
Well, I'm going to tell you why that doesn't really follow. You're saying that the specific traits of defining divinity, or what it seems like to be something of that, is just totally wrong. Because number one, divinity may be relational or functional. It's not necessarily trait based, and the trait culture can their conceptual constructs, right? What counts as like omnipotence or perfection. You know, these specific traits that we would dedicate to a god as an example, right, vary by theological and philosophical framework. If our understanding of traits is limited or human constructed, right, like defining divinity solely by them, it's just I don't want to pull what Mars said earlier, but it's just arbitrary, right? Like I'll give you an example.
Yeah, I don't have quite a bit of what you just said, and I don't think you can give an argument for it.
Really? Yeah. Well, then what makes you to believe that traits would be able to define essence for these?
Well, I mean, see, do you want to actually argue any of those points that you made, or do you want to just push it back on me?
Yeah, I can. I mean, if you.
Because I'm just, like, if you're not willing to argue, I'm just going to dismiss all of what you said.
No, sure. I can do that. You ever heard of like sexual relativity?
Not specifically. You want to go into it a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So basically, it discusses like the traits like omnipotence or omniscience or moral perfection, right, are defined in philosophical terminology. So different cultures.
What is human? Like what's like? So there's regular philosophy, and then you qualify it by calling it human thought. Like,
well, I mean, I just wanted to.
What is the human doing?
Human philosophical terms addresses humans.
What's like if you had not added the word human, would anything about what you said changed?
I mean, does it really matter? Do we really need to stick on the word?
Yeah, I really want to know why you added that.
I mean, why not?
Oh my God.
My question isn't that. My question is, if I just remove the word, does the meaning of everything you said remain the same?
I mean, I guess.
Okay. So we don't have to worry about what humans say. There's just like philosophies.
Yeah, sure. We'll put it to that. So different cultures and religions define divine very differently. So basically, the implication is that if traits are culturally or conceptually variable, easy enough to define divinity is arbitrary. So divinity may not require traits at all. It would just be more about the existential status or the relational function or the power to create reality. So, saying God must have X, Y, and Z traits is like a human imposition. It's not a necessary condition, right? So, therefore, your claim, based on fixed traits, can absolutely be questioned.
Well, I don't think that. I mean, for one,
sorry. What is even this critique? Like, I don't even understand.
Are
you saying because a human did conceptual analysis on theism and arrived at a set of traits? Oh, you can't do that because different cultures have different traits for divinity.
It's based off of traits. That's what I'm arguing.
Why not? Okay, I'm just like trying to follow what the critique you did. Go ahead.
Right now, I don't really think this matter too much, but I mean, first of all, I think it's just wrong because is a stable thing you can look at for us driving the traits, and it's more or less true of a lot of cultures. So I don't think it is culturally dependent. I think the fact that many cultures arrive to that truth is evidence of it not being dependent on culture.
Well, I can also give another argument, but we don't have to stick on the CLI too. I
don't think it's going to change a lot. Like the question, like, even if it is relative to my culture or my theology or something, that doesn't make it less true.
Basing it off of traits kind of insane.
Yeah, but Christian, you haven't offered he's giving you a rebuttal, conceding that you don't have a critique against his monarchalism.
So he's arbitrary. I mean, there's no other. I mean, I just gave critique and dismissed it as well.
You just sort of wanted to move on. I'm an independent observer, right? I don't think Christianity is true. But you didn't critique it in any way that I would, yeah, you made a good point there. He does in trouble. In fact, he responded to you. You said, let's move on. I mean, that seems like you're conceding that you don't have any objections against monarchalism. Do you want to do
but like even the critique itself is like, well, you can't define it like this because different cultures have different ideas about divinity. So like,
maybe you can
different cultures have different
different cultures have different ideas about logic and ethics. Does that mean that we can't say that, hey, what I mean by ethics is this, because different cultures have different understandings?
I was just asking into conceptual relativity. I mean, and the implications of it. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's just basing off of the idea that he brought.
No, but did you hear what I just said?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you think it makes sense to critique someone's understanding of ethics by saying, well, you can't define ethics that way because multiple cultures have defined ethics in different ways?
That's
like, do you think that's a...
That's not what I said.
That is what you said.
That's not what I said at all.
Okay, so just to be clear, your point wasn't that, well, here's an obstacle to defining divinity in this way. And it is rooted in this like cultural relativism, this like idea that, well, different cultures are going to have different understandings about what divinity is. Was that not your point?
So this is what I did.
Was that not your point?
Well, let me break down what I did. What I did.
Well, can you answer yes or no?
I first brought up conceptual relativity.
No, but did I give you an accurate statement?
A statement of what?
Did I give you an accurate steel, man?
Of what?
Of your point, dumbass. I was recapitulating the critique you made, and I asked you, is that inaccurate? Is that accurate?
I said it was. I thought it did. I thought.
Okay, so what?
With that, Christian?
Yeah.
Almost.
Yikes.
Let me just check something, Christian, because it doesn't seem to me like you even, gave Albedo anything to really worry about. And I don't think Christianity is true, but like your attempt didn't seem to work. Is this conceptual relativity, whatever the term was you used, is that supposed to be a rebuttal against monoculism that Albedo should back you up monoculism? Or is that you just like testing the waters or defining something? Can you tell me if that was supposed to be a rebuttal? So I didn't hear.
It was supposed to be Albedo's point.
Sorry?
It was a point. It was supposed to be one of the points out of the many to discuss why it should be questioned of why traits should be defining divinity or essence in a Trinitarian viewpoint, and he proceeded to dismiss it.
I told you why. Just dismiss that one. I told you why.
I was willing to dismiss all the other stuff if you didn't give arguments for why you should accept the ones that disagree with.
Most Unitarians rebut using scripture and Christian. If you want to use scripture to like disprove,
I'm a non-believer. I think Christianity is silly. But the point you made was that.
how do you get a doctrine if it's not the scripture?
Yeah,
Like where are you getting a doctrine?
through the interpretation, Albedo said through the lens of the church fathers, right? Through the lens of the
Doing it through my epistemology.
Oh, okay.
How do you know? Where does it come from, Albedo?
Maybe like through the one of the bigger epistemology.
Before everybody goes off track, Christian, are you finished Albedo? How come you're still a Unitarian? Because his position seems to be not refutable.
Yeah. So number one, I wasn't arguing Unitarianism. I wasn't arguing Unitarianism at all.
Yeah, but he's arguing for Trinitarianism. And if that's true, presumably your view is false.
If we were arguing Unitarianism, I would have already converted him.
Yes, but
You're arguing.
Weren't you trying to undermine Trinitarianism?
I was undermining traits to describe or define divinity in essence. That wasn't.
Yes, but in pursuit of what? In pursuit of what?
Honestly, I lost track.
Yeah, honestly, Christian, like I'm on your side. I think the Trinity is total nonsense, but like I still didn't really follow what you were saying either. Anyway, Charles,
If you cry again, I'm moving it down to the Mars.
Well, you're the head bully.
Charles, you want to have a crack at
That's
it?
right.
You want to have a crack at it?
I mean, I don't know.
If we think it's nonsense, presumably by nonsense.
Albedo essentially hand-waved my argument. It was like nobody cares about that. When I mentioned that.
What was your argument?
I gave the argument that Jesus experiences, I mean, it's in pursuit of a larger argument, that Jesus dying on the cross, right? The Father did not. So
Right.
there was that minimum qualia of experience that the Father did not. They definitely had different mental states as well. Jesus thinks, I have to die on the cross. Father one has an othering about someone else needs to die on the cross, namely his son. Right? They 100%, they have 100% of what it takes to be God. Right? And they do not have the same mental state. Even if they agree on the same goals, they cannot have the same mental state just due to the laws of logic. So, I mean, for all of those reasons, you're going to end up with polytheism, unless the argument he was making with a little g God, then you're going to have partialism. And I put something in the chat, too.
There's so many things that
Because he made an argument about aseity.
Well, maybe we can focus in on one thing. What about this? What about this mental state business?
Well, let me just answer that real quick. Missions is possessing like all the true propositions or whatever. It's certainly at least typical convention on that. Has nothing to do with knowledge of experiences. It's knowledge of propositions.
But it's not,
I really care
it's
about
not just that, because Jesus also had a quality that the Father didn't have.
I don't care.
I don't care.
No, but qualia, what he's saying is that qualia isn't the type of thing that the Father knows.
Exactly.
Like, it's not the kind of knowledge Father has.
He can't have it.
Yeah, and that doesn't undermine omniscience.
I didn't say it undermined omniscience. They're not the same being. I'm saying they cannot be the same being. They are different beings.
You're saying if the Son has some qualia or some mental state that the Father doesn't have, they can't be the same being.
Look, nobody. Okay, well the being there. I'm not gonna see why we have to set that up, but clearly we can say there's a distinction, which obviously all Trinitarians accept there's a distinction between persons.
Right.
But he's saying something more than that. Obviously, he's saying the distinction is substantive enough that they can't be the same. The same thing.
The explanation of that. That's the rub. So give the argument for why that makes them. The fact that there's any distinction means that they're a different substance.
You think they have different minds?
You added something. I didn't say substance at all.
I don't think you have to think they even have minds. The church father,
well, what does it mean to have a mental state? You don't have a mind.
I don't think you have to use those words either.
Why not?
But then that should be where you're saying, hey, I don't think they have mental states at all. But that's what you should be saying.
Which is impossible because Jesus had a fully human experience. Within that, in your book, I mean,
right now,
you can deny the Bible if you want.
The creed's demand of a Trinitarian does not include ideas of mentality or things like that.
Of course not.
Although
they're not going to include my arguments that.
If you don't
it's not about your arguments, bro.
Although oftentimes when we talk about we're in 2026, we got lots of concepts that we are going to want to implant on there. When we talk about persons, almost always we think of persons of having minds. And so when we think of Jesus or the Father, we think of having a mind. You just don't have to be committed to that to be a Trinitarian.
Right. Well, okay, then let me just ask.
Oh, sure, but I agree with that. Just saying what this guy is providing is something more than that. It's not just saying here are some violations that you can't hold, or here's some commitments you have to hold. He's saying, well, here's a conceptual analysis of the Trinity. And it doesn't work to just say, well, that's the church father said this about being a Trinitarian. That doesn't seem relevant.
Yeah, and in fact, I would use the Bible itself.
Here, I'll read it up. You want to say that the fact that they have different quality is obviously a distinction. But you want to say it's a relevant enough distinction that they're separate beings. And where's the argument for that?
Yeah, so a quality of experience, and not just a quality of experience, but also a quality of experience for a human being, because Jesus is fully human, right? According to Trinitarians and the Church and the Bible, is an experience that is distinct from a being that does not have that experience, which is the Father, which the Bible also backs up.
Yeah, I already grant that this is not a controversial premise. The controversial premise is the fact that they have two different qualias means they're two different beings.
Yeah, because qualia is something experienced by a being.
Yeah, we agree that no. Look, it is agreed on that there is a being there
both reside in God, the substance God. They both do. It's the same one. If you're trying to say, no, it's two different ones.
Well, okay, if you want to make that argument, then that argument is like essentially the Cerberus argument when then you're talking about partialism. You can make that move if you want, but that's just partialism.
I don't know how it's partialism.
Because you said they share one being. So it's essentially the Cerberus analogy.
I wouldn't say
Right?
they share.
So in Cerberus, right, the left head of the Cerberus has a different quality experience than the right head, but they share, quote unquote, a being, although that I don't necessarily even agree with that, but for the sake of the argument, we can just say that, right? That's just going to be partialism. The left head of the Cerberus is still going to be...
Look, you don't even know what a part is. Do you know what is denied when we talk about divine simplicity in terms of proper parthood?
Yeah, you don't believe that. You believe it's all part of one. You don't believe that there's...
You're using the word part and you're asking,
you don't believe...
What is proper parthood?
I don't... Okay, can you just explain it to me then?
Yeah, it's something that you could take away and it would cease being. But it's a contingent feature of it. And nobody's saying it's a contingent feature of God. These persons exist. They're necessary.
Right, then they're not... Okay, so that was the argument I made earlier about aseity. So if you're saying it's necessary, then there's no aseity. Because it's a necessary feature. You said they would cease being without the other one.
Yeah, that's a contrapossible scenario. And aseity is talking about the Father. That's true.
Yeah, so you're saying, right, exactly. So you're saying Jesus, right, needs the Father. The Father needs Jesus. They would cease to be, which is a contradiction of aseity. The Father does not have aseity, right, because he needs Jesus to be God. So it is literally a contradiction. Your belief is a contradiction.
Wait, why does he need Jesus?
Because you just said, right, that there are proper parts that he would cease to even be God.
I denied that. I actually denied that. They're not proper parts.
So they're not proper parts. They just happen to make up what is God.
The things that you can say that are true of an object, but that doesn't make it a part.
And yet they're connected, right?
I don't know what connected means. Is that
you said earlier that with that the Father needs Jesus, that you can't envision one without the other. Maybe I'm wrong. Did you say that?
So far as there's a relation between them, for holding
only for the relation then. So the relation is not necessary.
Look, the Father. It doesn't even make sense to talk about a Father without some kind of offspring, right?
No, okay, forget the word Father. Let's just talk about Yahweh.
No, Charles, you're saying that Jesus is our dependent upon the Father.
It's
okay, so
in terms of like being a father, like you have to have like progeny.
I think the word Father is getting us confused in the conversation. I'm talking about Yahweh.
I'm talking about
Yahweh.
Okay, what is Yahweh? This denote?
Right. So okay. Do you believe that it's logically possible that we have Yahweh, right, just as the God of this universe, and there's no Jesus, and there's no Holy Spirit?
Which logic?
Logically possible. It doesn't feel like
which one? Well,
proper classical logic.
I think logic is a subset of metaphysics. So I think that there can be many different worlds, metaphysical worlds, where there's different logics.
Let me ask you, Charles, I want to bounce off that for a second.
If you're asking me about worlds that are like subsistent to like logical relations, then I can really tell you about the order of like the way the world really could.
Well, let me ask you, do you believe that Jesus is the Messiah?
Yeah.
Do you believe that the Father is God?
Yeah.
And do you also believe that the Holy Spirit is symbol of God's power?
It's a symbol of God's power.
Yeah, can the Holy Spirit be a symbol of God's power?
Doesn't seem fine.
You said what?
I said that seems fine. I guess like I don't know what you're making spectacular.
So is it logically consistent or possible for there just to be, the Father's God and the Jesus and that? Why can't there in a logical consistency? I know in the Unitarian views, like Jesus the Messiah, but he's not God. The Holy Spirit's like a symbol of God's power. The Holy Spirit's not God, but the Father is God. I mean, you have all, but if you take the period of instead of Trinitarian right now, just based off of the 3 questions I just asked you. Why does the Trinity have to be your set belief when you could just be a Unitarian?
I do not understand what you're trying to tell me. Where is this criticism? I could be a Unitarian right now.
You can.
I also have no idea what you're saying.
You just filled up all 3 slots to be considered Unitarian. The questions you just answered, the answers you just gave me. So
I feel like I also fill all the slots of being a Trinitarian.
Yeah, those don't seem to be sufficient conditions to be Unitarian.
Well, I mean, those are the defining ones. I mean,
no, but because he could understand and agree to all of what you said. He can understand like the being a symbol of the power that could be understood metaphorically. Like a Trinitarian could say, yeah, the Holy Spirit is a symbol of the Father's power or of God's power. That doesn't make him suddenly not a Trinitarian. No, it's a bad coax. Because there are metaphorical understandings of those expressions that you can accept while maintaining that there are 3, there's a triune Godhead.
Yeah, I try.
Yeah, okay, so you said that you believe that there are different potential logics. So do you believe that there's a possible universe where like A does not equal A?
What scope are you asking that possible?
I don't even know because I take logical possibilities to be the end all be all.
Are you asking me under like the
classical logic?
The biggest scope that I have?
Yeah, I mean for me it would be classical logic, but I guess for you
that's not for me.
Okay.
The biggest scope that I have is like conceivability states or something. It's like things that I can even sense of.
That's fine. Can you conceive of a universe where there's just the Father and there's no Jesus, there's no Holy Spirit?
I can conceive of many, many, many things. And that includes that.
Okay. I don't know why you answered that. Okay. But fair enough. Okay. So then it's logically possible, right, that there's the Father and or not a Father, sorry, there's Yahweh and there's no Jesus and there's no Holy Spirit. Yahweh contains everything needed to have metaphysics, ground of knowledge, all that, right?
If your argument is like logically possible, it's not going to do you very much good.
No, I'm just maybe entertain me for a minute, okay?
I mean, I'll probably just rant it.
Yeah, okay.
Because I think there's a metaphysically possible world that like trivialism is true. So
yeah, so the Father, Yahweh, you take the Father, oh my God. Yahweh has everything needed to be fully God. And then what we find ourselves in this universe is a universe where, in addition to that, there is Jesus and there is the Holy Spirit. And he doesn't need them, right?
He doesn't need them in what sense?
In a logical sense, like to be fully God.
Do you remember when I said to you, like, you don't have to go through it, like I already think there's a lot of metaphysically possible world where trivialism is true. Like, that world is going to say every single thing you could ever muster to say is true.
Okay.
And false at the same time. Everything.
Okay, then if you believe, then I can understand why you believe in the Trinity. I believe
If you're operating with different understandings of possible worlds.
Yeah, so I can't give you an argument. I mean, I would just appeal the principle of explode. I can't give you an argument against the Trinity where you're not able to just appeal to something like that.
I don't think explosion happens in this world. I think we happen to be in a world where LEM by valence is false. LEM probably dispensing a bit, although I don't.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know what that's how you believe this world operates. How we get to discuss this world with logical possibility and the laws of logic, right? I mean, it seems like you're afraid. It seems like you're afraid to be like trapped in a corner and you're appealing to this like.
I'm literally telling you my commitments and you refuse to let me say it.
I agree with Charles.
I'm trying to trap myself right now by giving myself commitments that you can hold me to.
No, but what I just explained to you is if you believe that it's logically possible that a fact is both true and possible in a different world, right? If you believe that that's possible in any given world, then I can't give you any argument against the Trinity, although I will say that the principle of explosion will apply here. I mean, that's going to be where the end of doesn't mean we're in that world. We're in the world where logical, where classical logic applies. Okay, but what I'm telling you is that if you believe that there's any world where it's possible that a fact is both true and false, then the principle of explosion will apply, because you can say that we're in the world where that's not true, but then guess what? That can also be false at the same time.
No,
So if the Trinity is incoherent,
because that's two different modalities.
no,
it can't.
By your light, that's possible.
It's a different modality. So we're not holding fixed the same modality, because if we're switching between logics, we're switching between what counts as a possible world.
Yeah, my point is that if you deny classical logic is what governs every possible world, right? Even when we discuss possibility, we use the phrase possibility. We're describing what can be true given logic, right? Like, is it possible? Yeah, is it logically possible? I can jump in.
In one sense, no, we're not. We're doing it in one sense. That's one modality. You can describe what's possible under logic. You can describe what's possible under physics. You can describe what's possible.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. So, like, okay.
Well, it's inconsistent with what you said earlier.
It's not, no, I'm literally about to explain this. It's not possible for me to jump to the moon, right? But it's logically possible. It's the larger scope that I could jump to the moon right now, right? But it's not part of the metaphysics of this world, how this world we're in operates. But Albedo was saying that he believes that it's possible there's a world where a fact is both true and not true at the same time. And what I'm saying is, if that's possible at all, right, with quote unquote using the phrase
given a logic, and I agree with that. We can fix what's the possible world given classical logic. And you know what's an impossible world if we fix that? The trivialism world. Okay? That world's impossible. I agree with that too. But when you just give me, is it possible, or we don't fix any specific facts, and I'm able to like just kind of pick the ones I want, I can think metaphysical modality, I could think some other modality, anyone I want. Because you're not telling me what to specify as to what makes it even impossible. You're allowing me the freedom to choose.
Obviously, when I say logically possible, I'm talking about the laws of logic. Do you accept that the laws of logic would apply in any given world, no matter what?
When you say any given world, are you specifying a modality?
Yeah, yes, classical logic.
Yeah. Yes, all of the possible worlds given classical logic are the worlds where classical logic applies.
But what do you think? Do you think that there's a world where classical logic does not apply?
Yes, there are metaphysical modality now. We're moving to a different modality. We're not talking about logic anymore. You understand that now. Listen to me very carefully. We're not talking about logic. We're talking about metaphysics. And in the metaphysical space, there are different logics that can be applied. And those are different. Those can be
I got you. So my argument is that logical possibility is larger than metaphysics. It encompasses any given metaphysic, but still is what governs it.
I'll see the recent ways. Yeah, I don't accept.
Yeah, so that's my only response to that then is that it then employs the principle of explosion. If you think whatever modality, I don't even care, is that it's possible that logical contradictions are true, right? In any metaphysical world that you think could exist, then I mean the conversation ends there, because you accept the contradiction to be true, and then hey, look, then maybe the Trinity is true.
I don't just accept it as logic,
but you don't. You believe it's possible. You said that.
When you say I believe it's possible, what's the modality?
It's in your view of metaphysics. Yeah, you believe that
you can't hold me to a specific logic at that point, because right now I'm going to be specifying logic.
Sure. And look,
so you can't just wait. We're moving on. Because we're in the metaphysical modality, we haven't specified logic. You can't then hold me to a principle of explosion, right? Because that's a logical principle.
Not to mention you break the law of excluded middle, so the principle of explosion wouldn't even,
right now we're not even into a logical space. It is true that I don't really, right now I
Here's
don't by valence. LEM I might.
Here's what Albedo is saying. Imagine there's a bunch of pocket universes that he thinks are logically, or in some way metaphysically possible, I should say. And some of these pocket universes, classical logic doesn't hold, but like paraconsistent logic holds. That's the way he thinks about it. He doesn't say that those worlds exist, but that's the kind of logically, that's the kind of possible world. That's the kind of semantics he's using.
No, I get it. Yeah.
No, you don't get it.
No, I do.
Because you are because you spent like the last 15 minutes arguing against it because they didn't understand.
No, his metaphysics is that there is a world, a potential world, according to his metaphysical possibility that classical logic does not apply.
Yeah.
That he literally
and
said,
you keep saying, well, that commits you to the principle of explosion.
Yeah, but we would be holding to that principle in those worlds.
Yeah, okay. Right. So I guess
right. Or in those worlds, you know, they got rid of disjunction introductions and
this is so fucking semantic. Let me not say the principle of explosion then. Let me say that would just be the dead end of the conversation for me.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Can you tell me how the principle of explosion works without bivalence? Go ahead.
I'm thinking read up about it again. I don't remember, but it's late. But the point is,
I feel like you're just dropping that.
If someone's metaphysics accepts that logical contradictions exist, then I'm not going to have any argument against the Trinity for them.
Yeah, you don't have an argument.
It's very, I would say it's very...
you don't have an argument, thank you.
Say whatever you want. It's very unpersuasive to, I would say, the vast majority of people who hold that logical possibility is going to be governing over metaphysical possibility. But if you don't accept that, then, yeah, I mean, it's just a conversation dead end. I don't know how, like, because showing a contradiction isn't good.
Let me give you the intuition pump for why I don't accept that. Charles, do you think that logic is like something in your mind, or is it like the world is the logic?
Logic is the description for how the world operates.
Okay, but is that like a mind thing, or is that the way the world is?
Like, when we describe logic, it's just a linguistic for like how the world is.
And linguistics are the way in your mind, right?
Sure. I mean,
okay. And then a separate question. Do you think the world dictates the way your mind is, or that your mind dictates the way the world is?
Dictate, I wouldn't use that verbiage, but
like the world, maybe I'll just rephrase it. The world constrain the way that your mind could be.
Yes.
Okay, but then you're closer to my position than your original position, because you think that the world must come prior to any like systems of like language, and so if language is constrained by the world, then it can't be any bigger than the constraint of the world. So either it's the same space or the world space must be bigger.
But no, you're both wrong. It's any given constraint is going to have to follow logic. Because even to describe it as a constraint or describe any of these things, right? Any point that you're making, right? The counter could just be true if you're not following logic.
Look, so I don't think you know what logic means.
You think you've got me like trapped in some specific points, right? But all of your points are relying on classical logic too. Like that your point means its point. Yes, it does. Do you think the words that you're saying mean the words that they're saying?
Yeah, but what does that have to do with logic?
Okay, so any argument that you're giving, right, to metaphysics is a bigger scope, is going to still follow logic.
Look, Charles, what do you think it's required to be a logic? What counts as it being a logic?
What counts as what being logic?
Like, why isn't the shampoo bottle a logic?
Logic is not like a thing that's like physically touched.
No, I'm asking, what are the requirements to be counted in a logic?
I don't even understand that question.
Okay, you don't think English is math, right?
Actually, in some ways it is.
Okay, do you think that letter A is the same thing as number 1?
No.
Okay.
Sure.
Right, and I'm asking, what makes something count as a logic? I'll just tell you, because this is like going to go north. Look, logics have to have, it's a system for deriving truths, okay? Me just saying a proposition does not tell you about derivation. need to derive anything, even if you can.
Any system that you're going to bring up, right, is going to rely on logic. You're utilizing logic.
To say a proposition does not require logic. It just doesn't.
I don't fundamentally disagree with that.
Okay, what's the inference? If I just say there is a car, like why do I need to infer?
Because when you say there is a car, there's underlying assumptions like car is car, right? There it is refers to the specific location, right? Like location is the
If I grant you all of the laws, that will still not get you to logic. Those three laws are not sufficient for logic. You understand that?
If you utilize the laws to make logical inferences.
Oh my god. Are you like combating me on this? Do you actually understand this? Or?
Yeah, I understand that you use the laws of logic. Use them.
My question is very similar to, have you ever taken logic courses?
I took philosophy like once in college.
Okay, so not logic. Like the formal system logic.
Well, I mean, it was like philosophy 101, so we focused primarily on logic. But yeah, I took that in college back in the day.
Oh, 101 is primary logic?
No, it wasn't primarily. I'm saying what the philosophy class was like primarily focused on was logic. Like A is B, like A to B, B not necessarily A. Like shit.
Oh, yeah. Well, that might be about logic, and that's fine. But
that's what we take most of the class. I mean, it's just forever. I'm not claiming to be an expert. You clearly know more about the shit than me. But...
Well, look, then just don't be so combative. When I'm talking to you about this stuff, it's what you're kind of asking me to defend is like, well, tell me really why like 8 minus 5 is 3. Like, I'm not
doing that. I'm not involved doing that. I'm not asking you to do that.
Isn't what you're claiming albedo is that doesn't have a isn't that gonna be it's gonna have a truth value, right? Like what you're saying, like the proposition. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
So wouldn't that just
that doesn't get you to derivation?
That assumes logic.
No, propositions by themselves can just be like possibly true or false. You mean that's fine.
It depends on what is meant by truth value.
Depends what you mean by possible.
Like propositions could have Boolean values or, two-value logic or whatever.
Yeah, that's why
any proposition just is something that's sure.
That way you can have more than one, two-value.
But not even like classical logic is like one thing. There are just like a bunch of like sub-logics within the domain of classical logic. It seems like this person has like a semi-colloquial understanding of what logic is.
Well, maybe I have less than that, but I'm just trying to make sure as far as what albedo's saying here. Albedo, are you propositions?
That's a different.
That's something I did mention a while ago. Yes.
Okay, but that's what started this point. Andrew, you're robotic.
I'm just.
That's something.
I don't know. You're trying to revert all the way back to that. Maybe we can talk about that.
Well, that's not what we're talking about right now.
No. I'm talking about
last thing I said back then, or within the last 2 minutes.
No, the last thing you said to him about propositions don't require logic, or there's no logic. Yeah. I don't. So are you saying that the proposition can be both true and false? Did you say no or yes? Okay. So is that not employing law of non-contradiction?
No.
Aren't propositions supposed to be bearers of true value?
Yeah, I think that's.
I thought they might.
Or possibly either true or false.
Yeah, but
binary logic.
Yeah, but wait.
That's just what it means to be a proposition. But that's not what it means. But that's not what it means to be a logic.
What does it mean for something to be true?
Well, that's a different mentality.
That's relevant.
Not relevant to this.
So you're saying you're saying that doesn't necessitate
employing any logic or there's no logic inherent to that.
Correct, because you don't do any inferences.
But don't.
Logics are about inferences.
So if a proposition must have a truth value, and it cannot be both true and false at the same time, then how is that not?
But I'm not saying that. I just told you.
Wait, you're not saying what?
I'm not saying it can be those things.
I know, I just said you're saying that it can't.
Albedo is saying this is not a requirement. But what you asked him, Andrew, was do you affirm this?
Correct.
Like you're asking Albedo, do you think that the law of non-contradiction holds? And he's responding yes. But what he said to you that you misunderstood, he's saying it's not required to for the proposition to just hang there in a vacuum. You're not required to accept it. No logic is needed to kind of for the proposition itself. But what you asked was, do you affirm it? So when you ask Albedo, can a proposition be true and false at the same time? When he says no, he's not saying it's not possible for this to be. He's just saying he personally thinks that the law of non-contradiction holds.
Yeah, I think that's a true law. In this world,
because Andrew, what you're asking, Andrew, is something like, hey, do you think this is true of the propositions or possible of the propositions? And he said yes. And then you said, so do you think that it could be true and false at the same time? He says no. That confuses you, but those are different questions. But I understand where you were going with it, though.
Well, wait, don't. You do believe that it's a necessary feature of a proposition for it to have a truth value.
Well, if you count neither as a true value, then sure. And
okay. So why isn't it the case? Wait, so maybe you can speak on this. I'm baffled. Isn't it?
Very baffled. Speechless even.
Isn't
You're in the matrix.
but what the best
You have to
so propositions can be put forward without employing any kind of logic?
Correct. You can have Sully.
Yeah, what do you mean? Of course.
I don't know why they're asking that. It seems like very obvious to me. Like, logic's just employ proposition.
It's kind of like saying, Andrew, like, can you just put forth a number, like 34? And you're like, yes. And then you're asking, well, can I add to 34 so that it becomes 38? And then someone, I think that's like how the addition operator works. And you're like, oh, so those do propositions require, these laws? It's like, think of the proposition as the number. You can just put forth the number, but the formalism, like the formal structure that you then use to manipulate those numbers, you don't have to agree to some specific. It's not entailed that you apply classical arithmetic to those numbers. Like you can use some other formalism, some other formal framework. But the number itself can just be put out there in the world. 36, okay. But what can you do with 36? Oh, that's where the formalism of, you have this arithmetic or that arithmetic, in classical arithmetic, you can't take the square root of a negative number, but in complex analysis, you can.
I get what you're saying, but like from where this conversation started, I'm not sure how that relates to what we're talking about.
That's completely.
Well, it was in the stuff like this, like the tangent comes in somewhere. There was probably some point that was disputed and some term that was not understood properly, and then you get into these tangents.
Assuming it was some reason.
But yeah, like,
in order to predicate.
no, it wasn't.
This all kind of stemmed from Sully because I said that metaphysical modality was broader than logical. They lost their minds.
No, they did.
But Andrew, does that analogy make sense?
Well, I heard what you're saying. I mean,
the analogy makes sense.
But most of the time people are just going to want to say, like, you're talking about a wrong logic then or something.
up in different logic for metaphysics. If you think
That- No,
he's
but
right
that's-
in logic.
Look, I'm open to like people giving arguments. At least I tried to give Charles the intuition pump for what I'm doing. But like if people wanted to put forward why I should accept a particular one or something like that, like I'm open to that.
So Andrew, did you get the analogy?
Yeah, I got the analogy. I'm just not sure I agree with it. It's, I mean, if albedo.
No. But do you understand what is going on?
Yes.
Okay.
If albedo is putting forward a proposition to Charles, and it's employing the law of identity and non-contradiction.
Yeah, I don't think it is. It's just a proposition.
But you do that. Wait. Isn't it built into what it means to be a proposition that it must be either true or false? No. Proposition is
Possibly true or false.
Okay, can flag the space and this looks only so we can
Alright, now, obviously, there are systems that have more than two truth values, right? Yeah, but he's not, but he's not putting them, if he's not telling you, that's
In this world, I think by valence it's false. In the actual world, I think by valence it's false.
What's going on is like Andrew's talking about logic.
Yeah, that's great, D-Mark. Yeah, absolutely.
Andrew's talking about logic.
We got one. Come on, nice.
Andrew's talking about logic at a meta level, and
We all are.
Albedo is talking about logic like a logical system level.
We all are. Yep. Exactly.
No, you're not.
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Anyway, Andrew, what was the question you were going to ask?
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, albedo is not about propositions, like, well, a lot of it can get complicated because there's a couple different ways of thinking about it, but like, usually, like, when you see it in first order logic, it's saying, like, for all x equals x, right? So x is not a proposition there.
You need to study meta logic, so then you'll understand how Andrew's actually correct.
There's something that seems wrong here with the way that dialectic went.
It's meta logical, Andrew. They don't understand meta logic.
At the end there, when albedo said that to the context in which albedo said that, it feels like kind of like there's some hidden commitments there that I don't think Charles would have been privy to at the time. That he can say, well, yeah, that's actually what I have operating in the background, and I don't think that's what is being carried when he says, like, this is the proposition I'm putting forward. Like, I don't think that's.
No, but that's a different issue.
Well, I'm kind of couching it. Yeah, go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, he said he believes it's a metaphysically possible world where facts are both true and false. That's what started this. So, like, I agree with Bob that putting out a proposition is 34, right? Is 34 true or false? There's no context, so like
34 is not a proposition. He used my analogy. Yes.
Hold on. Can I talk about
No, that was
Bob, can you give an example of a proposition that has no
the sky is blue. Oh, that has no truth value. No. It is a feature of propositions that they have truth values. But like, what kind of truth value? How many there are? If it can be true, none of that is entailed. But the proposition in and of itself.
Wait, so correct me if I'm wrong. I thought
What is constitutive? What is constitutive? No. So no, it's constitutive of propositions that they have truth values. That they're semantic. They're semantic constructs. They're semantic constructs that have truth. That are truth pairs.
What about truth gap logics, Bob?
What about them?
Do you think on those there's a truth value?
Yeah, because
of propositions.
There are logics where there is a truth value, which is like and neither, right?
Right.
Like so, that would be a gap, right?
I get it. So gap in truth value is a truth.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Wait. So Sully, I don't know if you heard argument B, but like whatever. You don't like it, it's great. So Sully, I don't know if you heard how it got to where it did that little part there when they were having the back and forth. Because it felt like when albedo put that forward, I just don't understand how that's not. I always understood that to be couched in these laws. And albedo is presupposing those. At least in this context, he was presupposing those. putting them out there.
Usually we are doing them, right? I mean, well,
Yeah.
I'm usually doing that. I'm usually just assuming everybody's like applying classical logicalism.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
But if you're getting into like the weirder logics, then yeah, this is not
Well,
wrong.
but that's what I'm saying. I don't think you took a shift in that direction. I mean, so the way that it's being presented, I
He
think,
did
was,
take a shift in that direction.
well, no, sorry, that's not what I'm saying. I mean, the backdrop, I think, is classical logic. Even though he's saying, well, that's not required.
Using that in all possible worlds, like you're talking about the Trinity, but then that's kind of where this conversation went from when he said that.
No, but like very early on in the pushback, in this particular exchange that started after the other guy was done, there was quickly a move or several moves made to bring it into these like, hey, I don't accept this principle, I don't accept that logic.
Yeah. The principle of explosion thing, though, when you brought that up, Charles, and he said, well, no, because you were saying like, look, unless you're gonna be employing some logic here, like you have to be just to be putting forth these propositions to me. Like to put them forth to me, you need to be employing, the laws of logic or the classical.
Even the intuition part.
No, but that's wrong. That's confusing.
Because he was trying to hook into like some global thing, and I said, well, if we're already fixing the logic, we're going to get certain, worlds that are possible or impossible. But that's not like the scope of every world. Like if you ask me to think of the largest scope, that's not the one for me because logic doesn't do that. I said that like if I wanted to pick the largest scope, it's like conceivable or something.
So you think
there is a thing to be mentioned here, though, Albedo, which is like, okay, you want to say kind of really inclusive metaphysical modality, right? But there's going to be like a logic that corresponds with that, probably, and then that was my point.
But that one's going to be like way. It's going to be way like left. I think if we're going to like try to figure out what that is, it's going to be way subclassical.
The issue here is that if you bring it back to Trinity, this is a red herring. This whole conversation is a red herring because it doesn't address the issue that's at hand. When you talk about Trinity, when you talk about Trinity and incarnation, this topic doesn't address those issues. And what are the issues? When you're looking at
addresses them on a meta level,
no, it doesn't. So if you presume that logic is necessary, so contradictions, they can't exist in a coherent world, and that's what we're dealing with, a coherent world. So redefining divine properties and human properties, you're just evading the problem. It doesn't solve the issue. And when you deal with Jesus and you deal with the different modes of Jesus, this is undermining your claim anyway, which is a single being. So if we create,
you're putting the cart 2 kilometers with the horse, right?
No, are you a Muslim, Al?
Yes, you are.
I'm a Muslim.
Yeah, I like Al. Be nice to Al. I like him.
I like him too.
I don't have any commitments with that. He sounds like a dumbass.
Yeah, but just because you can't address the issue, insulting just makes you look like a dumbass.
What makes you think I can't address the issue?
So you don't understand.
I'm just saying you're confused about what the scope of this particular context is.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
He's just trying to change it to something else.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Yes, you are.
You just don't.
It's a complete topic shift about what we're talking about right now.
Well, it was the original topic. I think we exhausted the possible world.
Well, no, I wanted to say
we're having a meta conversation about it. Like, what's wrong with that?
I just wanted to.
Meta conversations are hypothetical. And they're not.
Okay. Sorry, Albedo. That was strike 5,000 immediately. Meta conversations are hypothetical.
Sorry, would you say?
But I'm not saying he's gonna say that's up.
Okay, you've entirely disqualified yourself from this convo.
We can create a fictional, constructed world, but we're dealing with Jesus here.
I mean, there are people like J.C. Beale who think that there's a Diogenes solution to the problem of the Trinity. He just thinks that it's a contradiction.
So if Albino says there's an impossible world where trivialism is true, and then Charles
Charles is like, well, just saying that to me, you're implying, just by you telling me that, that's holding things fixed. And you're implying this, you're trying to tell me that that's true. And it seems like are you saying that, so you're saying when you hear that, that's not implying, there's not like the background commitment to.
And if somebody is saying trivialism, they're obviously not talking about classical law, right? Because like trivialism just violates a bunch of classical law.
Yeah, just to be clear. No. He's saying this is what Albedo said. There's a metaphysically possible world in which trivialism is true. And then
I was sort of being a little good with that. I don't know which worlds are actually like all the logics that are metaphysically possible outside of like maybe a handful. But like I was just throwing something out there. It was the first thing that came to my mind.
I'm just trying to understand if this makes sense. So saying that there's a metaphysical world in which trivialism is true, saying that to Charles as though, hey, I'm putting this proposition forward to you, and you should accept this is, what I believe, and I'm putting this forward to you. Is that not relying on at least a couple laws, classical laws of logic? I mean, I don't understand.
That was my point. Albedo, my question to you is this: if we're talking about Jesus,
oh my God! Shut up!
Yeah, be quiet.
We can have the conversation. We can finish.
Shut up! You're derailing.
Yeah. So the original claim that you make is
enough chances for good.
Sorry. Yeah, I was just asking you solely. Isn't there some, isn't that an implicit presupposition or whatever of laws of logic? At least, whatever classical laws of logic.
I mean, wait. What is it? Okay, what is it that you're saying implicitly assumes the classical law?
Because he's putting forward the proposition he's saying this is true. This is what I affirm. I'm saying there's a metaphysically possible world in which trivialism is true. And Charles said, well, look, even just telling me that, just by you putting that proposition forward, you are employing classical laws of logic. I mean,
that's clearly wrong.
So if you're saying it's so Albedo is not. There's not some identity going on there. There's not some law of non-contradiction. Really,
no, there's not.
When he says this is true.
Yeah.
You're saying this is true. No, it did not assume any of those things.
They think that because one thing's true, that means like globally it must hold or something. And that's what
it's this half. Okay, even just like understand what a glut is. Understand some logic. The idea is like a glut is what a dialethius says exists, right? Where there's some proposition that's both true and false, right? So if they just go up to you and say, well, hey, it's true, right? That doesn't mean that they're, assuming non-contradiction, right? Because it's true and false.
No, but he doesn't, I know, but okay, but Albedo doesn't think it's true and false, right?
No, I understand. It doesn't assume what Albedo's saying. The Hebrew is what Albedo said, which is something like the general notion of what a logical truth is, right? And a general notion of what a logical truth is that it's something that's going to hold across all conditions or contexts, right? Now, this is why I'm saying, like, you want to bring into alignment, like, whatever logic you're using to do metaphysics, right? That should be your logical modality, right? I think what Albedo is saying is like, okay, just assume logical modality means classical logical modality, right? And then say, okay, I think metaphysical modality is more inclusive than that, right? Which is another way of saying like classical logic is not the right logic for doing metaphysics, basically.
Yeah, the way that the way that Sully's trying to frame it, I actually probably would agree that there is some kind of principles of derivation that we can apply, and in that way, I probably would just say metaphysical and logical modality collapse. But those, I'm saying the formal systems that we have, like currently, those are like possible worlds, and they're a subset of metaphysics. That's it.
What does any of this have to do with the Trinity?
We can get off that. Does that make sense?
It's a meta conversation, Sia.
Yeah, the point was I was trying to get to something about the Father Yahweh, right? And then he said, look, I believe that there's a possible world where the proposition could be both false So, if he's committed to that, then I can't give any argument for the Trinity that he couldn't then just appeal to, well, it's at least possible under his lights, right, that's the case. So, I mean, to me, it just renders the conversation kind of meaningless, like, personally.
No, that's actually not the criticism I have with what you're trying to do, is if you assume classical logic, I already, for one, and I mean like all of the classical rules, like propositional logic or something, then I already think we're outside of the actual world, okay? Because I don't think classical logic is the correct logic for this world. So we are already outside of that. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. If that's your belief, then, like I said, I'm largely uninterested in continuing to try to do that.
Okay, well, you can try to argue why classical logic is true. I think there's lots of reasons that it's false.
I'm uninterested in that conversation. I know a little bit about philosophy, definitely not as much as you, and stuff like that. It's kind of interesting to listen to. But, yeah, I mean, if you're going to deny that, every possible world, the laws of logic, the classical laws of logic are going to apply, then to me, that's where the conversation stops.
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, not the principle of explosion, but yeah, just personally. I mean,
no, I get what you're saying, Charles. I can understand that. I can see where you're coming from.
This is kind of interesting in an academic way. I think that I'll say this.
Why do you keep bringing up the explosion? I didn't understand that.
I'll say this, I think that, if the goal is to defend the Trinity to, laymen or even somewhat well-educated people, but who aren't very well-versed in philosophy, that making that claim as kind of a way that felt a little bit to me, and I don't mean this with any disrespect, kind of as a way to escape continuing where that was going, then I think that's not going to do a lot of defending the Trinity to most people, including the Christian Andrew here. And I'll just say that.
I think he's held to these. I think he's held to these views before he was a Christian. I mean, he's had some.
No, fair enough. I'm just saying.
I also don't think I can assume classical logic, and I don't think there's any contradiction. I don't think I need to get any of that stuff.
Well, wait.
If we're asking about my actual beliefs, then
yeah. Which laws do you think? What about? I'm just curious. We can go right back to wherever you guys want to go. It's my
reject.
No. But what do you think? You said there's plenty of debate.
You're Reagan. I think you're trying to say there's plenty of stuff. Reasons.
I can't hear Andrew. Are you there?
Reagan.
Andrew, you're lagging.
Yes.
So, can you tell me the debate's kind of tied up?
Andrew, are you there?
He's trying to come back. This way. Andrew, you there?
I can't take it.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, listen, can you tell me, I can hear you, so I'll cut out, but can you tell me what about the real world, the actual world we're in? Just, you think the classical laws don't apply? And why you think it's clearly false?
Yeah, I think that vague predicates just make it that bivalence is false, and possibly LEM as a result too. And I think if you give up bivalence, you have to give up classical logic. Pretty sure. Classical logic's a little bit of a fuzzy concept in itself, but I'm pretty sure if you give up bivalence, you are already subclassical. But I might be wrong.
Yeah, that's right.
Wait, but so you agree that you can make?
I'm not sure about that, but
yeah, those ones are kind of strange. But obviously, you get to LEM being false, you definitely are subclassical.
Well, what about non-contradiction?
I accept
non-contradiction.
I do.
I hope so. What about identity?
That's why I was confused as to what this other person he kept bringing up explosion. And I didn't understand.
Well, what about identity?
Well, I mean, in propositional logic, I don't even think identity is even a law, but sure.
That's correct.
Generally, yes. If you're talking about first order logic, X equals X, sure.
Even stripped down first order logic doesn't have to equal that. There's first first order logic with identity is when you get the equal sign. And it's funny because Tomaszewski made this point when he was debating Danny about the Trinity, which is it was kind of funny. Danny messed that up real bad. And yeah, he did.
So yeah, but you think that the Trinity is consistent with classical logic, right?
Yeah, I think that there are a few different consistent interpretations of the Trinity. I think relative identity is like your best bet if you're going to go with classical interpretation.
Danny did that. Oh, sorry. Danny did how in that debate? Sorry, I just didn't hear it all.
I thought he did pretty bad, but Chris Tomaszewski is like a legit ass philosopher, so it's not like.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Actually, why would you do that?
You got all your answers, Andrew?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. Sorry, I was kind of. So can we go back to the Trinity being logically classical logic?
I don't think so. You simply believes that.
When is the Trinity? Sally has written in the chat that it can be possible.
There you go.
Trinity is still. But how is it like using modalism or something? Like what are the ways to
look relative Trinity? The kind of identity that you apply even in classical logic is not built into classical logic. You get like Leibnizian identity, and so you can use relative identity.
Yeah, so there's absolute identity, and then there's relative identity where identity is relativized to a sortal predicate. So like the idea is like you can have a sortal predicate like, I don't know, like let's say something counts as an apple, right? So you have X and Y, they both count as apples, and they happen to count as the same apple. So like between X and Y, you count one apple, right? There are cases where X and Y count as the same F, but different G's. And this is like the formal structure that's used for relative identity. So you can think of it like this, like with relative identity, you're putting a little predicate letter above the equal sign. Okay? So it's not just like these two things are absolutely identical, it's these two things are identical relative to a sortal predicate. Right? And if you do it that way, yeah, you can give a consistent formal interpretation of the Trinity, but then there's still like a bunch of kind of like semantic work that you have to do further from there, but it does resolve like the formal contradiction at least.
Without
so you mean like father is equal to and on top of the equal it would G son. So basically father and son
the transitivity.
Okay.
Because its transitivity is assuming that argument is absolute.
That's correct.
Give me an example of like relative identity, something.
You people. So like Max is the same person as she was 5 minutes ago. So you have.
Yeah, like that's what we're doing is like personal identity.
You'll ignore this.
Sunny or
Eric?
So that guess is the same person 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, most people want to think like the personal identity maybe it does change, but like there might be like I am.
But I think Leibniz wants like an analogy.
That's a different thing, right? So
Yeah. So
Give me the apple and don't lose that.
you don't have the same person in different times.
Yeah, but it's they hold the same name,
That's like an example, a classic example of relative identity, which I really like the analogy that's used is like material hydromorphism, microarray small over microarray solves the problem material constitution. Sorry.
Yeah, that one good.
Yeah. So like there's this problem in metaphysics, problem material constitution, which asks like the relationship between an object and the thing that it's made out of, right? And obviously there's a distinction between the object and the thing that it's made out of, but we don't want to enumerate those as two things as absolute identity relations would dictate for us to do, right? It doesn't seem to fit our intuition, right? Like if you have a wooden table that's made out of wood, we don't want to say there's the table and the wood there. These are two objects, right? We want to say this is one and the same object. So you apply relative identity there. You say like the wood and the wooden table are one and the same sortal predicate, same wood but distinct, things, right? They're counted as one material object, or the lump of clay in the statue. The lump of clay in the statue are the same clay sortal but distinct forms or isomorphs, if you want to apply like Aristotelian notions.
Just the idea is just they're the same of one thing but a different of.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So if you have one lump of clay, I guess you can make it into one figure, right? And then you can smush it together, you're dealing with the same exact atoms, and you can make another figure.
Correct.
So in one sense, it's the same thing because it's the same atoms. But in another sense, they're different things because they're different images, like they're different figures. That's a kind of idea.
Now, like, this is absolutely true what Bob says. I think, like, Michael Ray takes it a little bit further because, like, the problem with just leaving it at that is that it can result in, like, modalism, right? You just have these different times, right? Michael Ray expands the view a bit by saying, oh, you can't have multiple distinct hydromorphic compounds at the same time simultaneously, like with the pillar and the statue would say, like, like you have the lump of clay, you form it into like a pillar and a statue simultaneously for one and the same clay, right? Michael Ray here takes it a little bit further than the traditional Aristotelian view, where he says, well, then we would count these as two isomorphic compounds, the pillar and the statue, but they're counted as one material object, even though these are two distinct isomorphic compounds. So that, yeah, you would have a real distinction between the two isomorphic compounds. They're fully the clay sortal, right, each one, but they're not counted as two clay objects, but one clay object, because they're made out of the same lump of clay, like Bob was saying. From there, you just apply that analogy to the Trinity. The divine essence plays the role of matter, the persons play the role of isomorphic compounds, and there you go. That just, for me, that's like my favorite model of the Trinity, by the way.
The Father has acidity. How are you sure that the Father has acidity? Right?
Yeah, this depends on the model. Like, there are Trinitarians who say, like, the Father is absolutely identical to the essence, and, like, the person, that's, like, the monarchical view, I think.
I don't have it.
I don't take that view. I take the view that the three persons are relatively identical to the essence. So
Why
the
don't you
essence
take the monarchical model?
Sorry?
Why don't you take the monarchical model?
Oh, like, there's many issues with it. I think, like, it is tritheistic, but I think, like, it'll be like, explain it further. I mean,
you want to say
it's not
for the Trinity, I think it really results in tritheism. I mean,
sorry?
I said you can't escape relative identity, it will result in tritheism.
Relative identity does not result in tritheism, I don't think, right? Because you will have
the lack of.
Oh, yeah, the lack of. Yeah, but I think, like, the way monarchical Trinitarians are going to say it's monotheistic is by saying there's one source, right? There's this Father, that's the ultimate source for these two other beings, right? The Son and the Spirit. I mean, they'll say there's one big G God, right? Which is going to be the Father in the nominal sense, since he's the source. Then there's, like, two other small G's in the predicative sense, right? They're fully divine, the Son and the Spirit. The problem with that is you will have to concede that in some sense there are three gods, right? Yeah. But I mean, it's still, I mean, you can still say it's monotheistic in the sense that it has this one source. And for a lot of people, it is. For a lot of people, that's fine. Like, for a lot of people, that resolves the issue for them. For me, it's not aesthetically pleasing to me, right? Say that in some sense there are these three gods. It's not pleasing to me, right, to say that. For me,
Even three gods. It's not aesthetically pleasing, or it's just logic?
Yeah, I don't really like to say that in some sense there are these three gods, small G gods, especially when we're talking to Muslims, right? Might not be that crazy.
They're right if they say, they're right if they say the entailment of such a model is tritheism, right? Like three gods.
In some sense, right? But in other sense, it's monotheistic, right? If you're
counting.
counting.
Like Alvito was saying, like, if it's qualitative, then it's just like how it's motivated or how it's understood. So he was saying some time ago, like, if it's qualitative, then
That's what's
it's not quantitative. So it's kind of cool. Still, I mean, that's not the model. I do like that model, but I think it has problems.
The model is good because it doesn't, like, relative identity is very controversial, right?
Yes.
Yeah, right. A lot of people don't really like it. It can be construed as
It sounds like a cult, like it really.
Yeah, be like construed as a cult, that type of thing. With monarcho-trinitarianism, it avoids these controversial relations that one might, like, incur as a cost in his metaphysical system, right? Like, you're not adopting
ask you a question?
What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, what do you think about personal identity? So specifically, I'm asking this because you said we have to adopt controversial identity assumptions. Seems to me that your personal identity, like your identity over time, you're already committed to these so-called controversial identity assumptions. Specifically, you're identical. You're the same person as you were 20 years ago, in some sense, but in a different sense, you have different features.
Yeah, you can say like it could motivate relevance and say no, actually, we have to accept it in a way. If you want to say like you're the same person over these periods of time, right? Actually, like some people have divided rejoinders to that, like Venus, for example, would say, well, actually, a really good solution to the problem of personal identity over time is A theory of time. Like if someone's an A theory of
I think you mean B theory.
No, actually, no. So if you're an A theorist of time, you didn't really exist 20 minutes ago. Because the past was now.
Like, come on, man.
Well, it's only on pragmatism that the past doesn't exist. If there's A theories where the past doesn't exist.
But Venus was assuming that the A theory of time that says that the past doesn't exist, right? From there, the problem for personal identity would exist, right? Because the past and the future don't really exist; it's only the present. So, like,
no, but that doesn't really solve the problem because there's still the proposition that you were the same person that you are now, right? You can still, on A theory, you can still make meaningful statements about the past and the future.
Well, I guess like on A theory of time where the past doesn't exist, there wouldn't be this relations that we're asked to state what it is, right? Because
Not so much about relations, it's about explaining the truth of certain propositions, like proposition you were the same person that you are now has a true value on A theory of time, right? Because the true value propositions about the past on A theory.
I don't know, maybe, right? Yeah, but I do agree with you, like generally, right? Like this is a problem, right? Personal identity through time. I don't feel like
solution would be actually certain people adopt perdurance theories, as in you exist as person stages, but these person stages are just like parts of you.
Yeah,
they're not like the entire person is composed of like parts.
Yeah, like this.
And that's like a really bizarre view on my
end. I mean, these other answers like, oh, there's like a billion down throughout these different time intervals, or there are these billion parts of this one person. Didn't seem to fit my intuitions around this, right?
And there's like the time worm version where you're just like,
yes, that's the endurance account. Something thinking.
Well, there's different interpretations of that. There's endurantism too, and there's like basically once you're talking about time worms, then you can treat art and whole relations separately.
Okay, yeah,
why you're going to do that.
Well, the overarching point here is that if you reject these so-called controversial identity assumptions, then you have to adopt something like time worms or person stages, perdurance accounts, which seem equally problematic.
They don't use functional identity. Coptics don't use functional identity, is basically what it's trying to say. They use a mystical explanation.
No, that's another good point you brought up. Functional identity is another example where identity persists despite differences in properties between two different objects.
We say it's a subsistent relationship, and Coptic would say it's a real hypostasis. It's just less abstract under the Coptic view.
Yeah, so it seems to me there are no good arguments against the relative identity view.
I don't think there are good arguments. At the end of the day, it's just going to be a matter of intuition, right? Like some people, I was just saying it's controversial, but I don't think there's going to be an argument per se.
But the natural intuition people have leads them to relative identity. It doesn't lead them to the idea that
I agree.
The perdurance or time worm views. It doesn't lead them to the view that you exist as a person stage, and right now you're just part of a 4-dimensional time worm. That's just a really bizarre view that philosophers have conjured up.
I agree. I think actually, also I really like relative identity just as a standalone solution to the problem material constitution, right? Like asking a question of an object and the thing that it's made out of, the relationship between them. I think relative identity does a really good job in solving that. For me, at least, it fits my intuition to apply relative identity.
The cognitive language relative identity introduced.
I think Pierre Geach formally introduces it in 1960, right? Writing paper.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but people with an atheist that had nothing to do with theism.
No, this is Thomism. This is Thomism. What we're talking about.
Yeah, people might say like it echoes Aristotle, like Michael Ray makes the point that relative identity actually goes back to, but he never uses the formal term relative identity, right? Michael Ray believes that like material homomorphism actually it does use relative identity in a way, but I mean Aristotle says like one in being but not one in number, or one in number but not one in being, right? And
but you can take act is F, but X is also G, and F and G are not identical. Doesn't that have form of relative identity?
Yeah, so you have like two things that are the same F but not the same G, right? So there's a distinction between them, but yet they're counted as one thing, right?
Like the ship of Theseus thought experiments would be like some Greek philosophers preferred relative identity solutions to the ship of Theseus.
Yeah, some people argue that. Yeah. So they'll say it's not like a new concept, but formally speaking, using the term relative identity and formalizing it, something like reached the 1960s.
But not some implausible fringe view that theists or Christians have come up with to solve Trinity, the problem of the Trinity.
Yeah, like Michael Ray believes that the church fathers actually held to like a form of relative identity when drawing out the doctrine of the Trinity.
Well, it's not the kind of worry that you should even be concerned with, because whether something is weird is like irrelevant. So.
Correct. Like to solve the problem, the logical problem. Yeah, I mean, you're right.
Well, you don't solve the problem. You're using mystical explanation. You're using patristics. Catholics are using a more metaphysic and a deeper explanation. You're going to say, well, there's no relations with the persons, and we're saying no, there is real distinctions. So you want to get away from using relational. We're saying the essence, the attributes are not the relational qualities. The essence is the same. Do you believe that does he believe that Jesus is the Logos is the first cause, right?
So the reason I said that, Sally, is because some people say this is just an ad hoc move Christians make. It seems to me that's the most popular objection, is that it's logically coherent, but the metaphysics seems
not that hard. Like I said, you could justify relative identity by providing it in these different contexts, right? Like isomorphism, material constitution, personal identity over time. Once you accept relative identity because of these, then you can apply to the Trinity, right? So at this point, it doesn't become ad hoc, the move that you make by applying relative identity to the Trinity.
Yes, seems to me in like regular mundane situations we use people apply the concept of relative identity.
Correct. That's the claim Michael Ray actually makes. Like, for example, let's say you have a piano that's made out of wood, right? A wooden piano. When you go and sell the piano, do you say, hey, there's the piano plus the wood? You just sell it as one object, right? From there, you actually did use relative identity. You did count it as one thing, even though there are distinctions within the piano, right?
Yeah, but that has like counterexamples. Like some people might say the piano, the composite object, is different from its parts. It's from its material constitution. So they're not identical. Like the wood.
Right. It's material from the soil, right? But the thing is, but we're not counting them as two objects, the piano and the wood that it's made out of, right? We usually count it as one object. That's a classic example.
You count one as a part. And the other one is a whole. So there's only one sort of, like the piano, but the part isn't even counted. Like the wood is supposed to be the part of the piano.
Well, I think the person like that would be the better. Some use of the piano when they cut them up in pieces of wood, or bend them, or it's still the same substance. So, but there's different qualities in using that substance in different ways, and bending it or cutting it into whole pieces and so on and so forth. It's still made from the same substance.
Yeah.
So if you say, so cut down and made it into a chair, then do you say that the piano and the chair are distinct, but the absolute identity is the same? Actually, we would do that, right? Actually, we do that.
Yeah, maybe we should. If you modify, this analogy, maybe we wouldn't like. Yeah, so I was. Maybe you could construct like different analogies in which we wouldn't apply relevant identity that wouldn't seem to fit our intuition, right? But the analogy I was providing, I think it seems to fit our intuition. Right? When we have assuming that we're not going to cut up the piano to different pieces, right, or whatever you want to do with it, right? Let's say you just have the piano and it's made out of wood, right? Usually we wouldn't count these as two objects, the piano and the wood. We just count this as one wooden piano object, right? Even though there's a distinction between the wood and the piano. So why it's still the same hand, it's still the same object, different forms of the same hand, right?
The Catholics are just going to say this distinction without division is grounded in relational of origin. It's origin. That's why you're able to make the chair from the substance of the piano, because the origin is of a substance that can be a chair also.
He's saying the same thing. I think he's saying the same thing. I hear you. Couldn't hear you, Bob. I don't know.
I apologize if I interrupted Bob. Bob, maybe you wanted to speak and I kept interrupting you. I apologize.
No. What I'm trying to say is that our method is using philosophical and metaphysical explanation. They're using a mystical and patristic explanation, the Coptics. So this is the difference. They can appeal to mystery or actually explain the metaphysics. They don't like to over philosophize the Trinity, so they'll appeal to mystery. But the Catholics are very comfortable with using this language.
I mean, that's correct. Like, people claim that Eastern Orthodox or Anti-Orthodox, these churches are very mystical. They don't have these very sophisticated metaphysical systems trying to explain away these doctrines, right? But I mean, I like to engage with like analytical philosophy, right? I like to engage with maybe people who are not Christian and try to explain the way using these different metaphysical notions, right? Give these metaphysical stories about these doctrines, right?
Don't appeal to intuition, then, please. Thank you.
Do you have a better explanation other than relative?
What do you mean? I'm a Thomist, so Thomist doesn't use the exact model of it because this was something we spoke about before they finalized. So if we want to use analytical philosophy, then we're going to get kind of lost a little bit. So I mean, it'd be nice if it's possible that we use the Thomistic framework, and then you guys can pick apart that. But when we have these general terms or we use generalities, then we're going to get lost in explanation and we're going to be talking past each other. So I think it's easier if we're going to attack the Thomistic model, we stick to the way, and then you guys try to steel man the Thomistic model and give us your objections. But just saying relative identity and an analytical sense is going to drive us away from what Thomist is saying, or what Thomistic view is saying about it. So let's use the metaphysical baggage that the Thomists are using, and then, argue from there.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah. But that rarely happens because
Strange though, Thomism is so good.
No, it is, but it's hard to, it's like, explain.
I guess like all people would say, especially philosophers, that Thomism is like there's a lot of gibberish and unintelligibility. Venus makes that argument, like Venus. Right, Bob? Yes.
Complete nonsense. Well, that could be an argument that you could bring up. That could be an argument that you bring up, but first you would have to, steel man Thomistic,
view, and then
they have to
demonstrate
do
why
is
it's gibberish.
all they have to do is ask what you mean, like when you make these statements, right?
Like what statement?
Like for example, that God doesn't have any properties, right? What does that mean?
Yeah, what's wrong with that? The persons are real distinctions. They're not separate beings.
No, I'm talking about like.
There's no distinction in the essence, but there's distinction between the relation of origin.
Yeah, like words, right? Like.
So if you're just gonna ignore that and not look into what I said, I'll put it in the chat.
No, but make a try.
And you're just gonna use, analytical philosophy, then we're gonna be talking past each other.
Yeah, like make a try. Yeah, like for example, also when you say like there's a minor virtual, a major virtual distinction, there's like 13 different distinctions between objects. It's like great, like.
Bro, it's like act potentiality, bro. Stop, it's so nice.
Oh, it's so rapid.
I mean, that's so true.
I think
first of all, I don't think potentiality should be a way for us to explain God. So I'm not. Maybe you guys are used to talking to Muslims. They use that word. I don't use that word. It's the word.
Well, neither do the Thomists because they don't think God has potentiality.
God cannot have potentiality because it's an actualized being. Why are we giving potentialities for like a contingent being who needs to get actualized?
God is fully actualized.
Yeah. We're saying it is the case. God is actualization itself. So why would a God of potential is the making of a weaker God? The Son does what the Father does. If you want, I can pull up the verse. I'm just I'm kind of like summarizing the verse, but
Son is what the Father does is hindsight for what the Father did, what the Son does. There we go.
Look at this cat. I guess if we say anything, I guess you could say it like that and just ruin every conversation. I mean, that's possible too. That's allowed.
That is possible.
That's by the way, people.
John 5:19. So I'll explain it. It says the Son can do nothing for himself, but only what he sees the Father do. But whatever the Father does, the Son in the framework of the Trinity. Yeah, Bob. I guess if you're not interested in the conversation, we can switch it. You can change the conversation. Let's just change the conversation. I guess.
No, we don't have to change the conversation. It's very deep.
See, the wills are aligned.
Right now, reading the chat will be someone is saying your argument. You think that the incarnation is a logical contradiction of your it's not compatible with classical logic. Do you think, or
no? Of course, it's fine. Logic.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I made a lot. The problem is like these people want to assume a lot of stuff in the background. Yeah. And I said some things in response to what he's saying, even if maybe part of it was indirect. I said he was trying to put forward as like, if he shows something is logically possible, that means he's ruled out like the actual world is. But logically possible kind of assumes this very specific logic, which I may or may not even be agreeing to.
Yeah.
If he's assuming classical logic, I'm already disagreeing.
Yeah.
Because I don't think classical logic is the one that describes this.
Yeah.
You have a lot of idiots crying bitches in the side chat.
This universe or this world, that somehow that vindicates classical logic. Real world and therefore classical logic.
Classical logic is when we deal with the real world, Sully.
Anyway, consistency is like Sully's most favorite, I think. Alternative logic.
In the real world, bro. Yeah, in the real world, talk about paradigms and logic. They're talking about the Trinity.
His argument was like, if I can show a difference between
we're talking about stuff. Don't people realize?
He was just calling out like distinction in person was
that's the right. And if he's just saying, oh, because my feels, I don't get those feels. So, but yeah, I mean, if he wants to make the argument that distinction there for different being, I kept asking, I asked him twice.
Did you introduce him? Did you tell him or not?
Well, I did say that first, but it never actually got touched on.
Yeah, so that would have solved the.
But I don't understand. He had really strong opinions about the semantics and the logics, but he also freely admitted that he read very little on the topic and wasn't really sure about the metalogic aspects of it. I'm like, well,
The moment you
why
say
do you have such strong opinions? Like, I don't understand what's wrong.
Now, the minute you say three distinct persons, like his first response, anyone's first response would be one, three gods.
Well, then they shouldn't engage. I'm making why would you be really committed to something and also say, but I don't really know much about this stuff. But you're wrong. You're really wrong. But I don't really know about this. Really, you know more. He said, you know way more than me about this topic. But also, you're really, really wrong. Okay.
It's just listen. Well, it sounds like a Muslim objection when you keep saying to you, no, the persons are not beings.
It was an atheist guy. Charles was having this argument.
But he can come up. I invited him back up to make the argument if he wants to.
Yeah, this is the reason why, engaging in Trinity with some Muslims. That's why I commend Mikhail, because at least he gives an explanation, he breaks it down. He's
other possible worlds and other.
Here we go.
That wasn't the topic of the mess. Anyway, Al, you can make the argument if you want to.
Yeah, I'll waste time. What I wanted to do was bring it back to the actual topic of Trinity. That's what I wanted to do. So that's not changing.
That's fine. It was changing the topic from what we were talking about.
What happened was Albedo pointed at something shiny and you all jumped on too dumb to realize otherwise.
Yes. There was a tangent about something they disagreed on. Yeah. So you were in fact changing the current topic.
Relevant to the
Thank you. Now you say that, but nobody agrees with you and nobody cares, so you just make the argument.
Thank you for agreeing.
I feel whether the Trinity is possible in some other universe with other logics, who the fuck cares?
Exactly.
That's not what was said, you fucking retard.
Exactly. And he's talking about another. The reality is Albedo.
Even Nargis understood, even Andrew understood.
No, they didn't. Which is why they raised questions and then completely folded. He had questions. He wasn't tracking. He was he wondered a bunch of stuff. And then he didn't really object to the responses he was given. How is he the one tracking? Fucking moron.
Yeah, I know.
For the proposition. Get the fuck out of here.
Let's just fuck you.
So my question to you, Albedo, is this: if we're talking about Christianity, whether traditional or any variant, because you might have a variant understanding of Christianity, which type of logic does it appeal to?
We can just use classical logic because I don't think it's going to be inconsistent.
Yeah. So if you word the proposition correct, then it's not inconsistent with classical logic. But the reason why I ask this question is, if you look at fuzzy logic or consistent logic, no Christian would use that, because what it does is it tolerates things like contradiction and mystery.
And that's also a Christian who does, but he's obviously a minority. I agree with that.
Yeah. So using shiny objects in far distance and let these guys jump on it doesn't actually address the issue. So we're dealing with classical logic, why these is this world. And Christianity appeals to classical logic. And that you have is incarnation of Jesus.
I disagree, but I think this world doesn't appeal to classical logic. But the question about whether it's a contradiction is something I already hold to. It's I don't think contradictions are true. And so if the question is trying to show me a contradiction, then yeah, you would show me that in this world, it's impossible. That could actually be the case. And I would accept that if you could do that.
So you'd agree it's impossible. Incarnation of Jesus is impossible in this world. But isn't Christianity trying to appeal to this world? Wasn't Jesus really in this world?
Right, that's what I'm saying. If you show me it's a contradiction, I'll just stop being a Christian.
Yeah, the incarnation is the issue.
Oh, look how you weren't tracking at all, Al. Look how you weren't tracking at all. Because that wasn't the problem.
Well, I'm identifying the problem. I'm expanding upon it. I've already said in text.
Yes, you misidentified the problem.
No, I'm addressing what someone else said. Don't speak for somebody else. He was trying to make the argument. Your faculties didn't allow you to understand the argument. Your faculties didn't allow you to understand the argument, and this is your response.
That's just like
If you're ignorant, just be quiet. Let's educate. So sit quietly and listen. Well,
I mean, you can't teach anyone anything.
Yeah, so no one cares what you have to say. I'm speaking to Albie.
That's demonstrably false. But that is true of you, though. That is true of you, though.
Are you trying to make a friend, Bob? You ain't got no friends?
What is this?
I'm speaking to Albedo. So in other words, shut up.
Okay.
Muppet. Mute yourself. I'm speaking to Albedo. Mute yourself, Bob. No one wants to address you.
That's also false.
I said earlier you're a Muppet. I don't want to.
Don't recycle your jokes for
Don't speak with myself, Bob. You're beneath me.
Okay.
I'm addressing Albedo. So
you are molding hard, my dude. Just continue the conversation. I get you really mad.
What I just said. There we go. Now mute up. Because no one wants to address you.
Stop molding. Just continue.
Again, you didn't get one. I don't want to hear your voice. So I let mute up. So I can address you.
Shit!
You didn't get.
Go to some other room if you don't want to.
What do you not understand?
What do you not understand?
What do you not understand? I don't want to address you, so be quiet.
I don't care.
So be quiet. Oh, you want to be my friend, is it? Well, okay, let's be friends.
No, you're a dumbass.
Yeah, let's be friends.
Just like continue your convo, but you don't get to impose your rules. Go make a room, and then you can impose your rules on that room.
My conversation with Albedo.
Yeah, please.
No one wants to address.
Please continue.
No one wants to address.
Stop repeating yourself and just continue the convo.
Do you know what be quiet means? Let's say in a different.
Yes, but I don't have to take orders from you.
You know your mouth. Put your lips together.
Albedo, do you want to do this, or he's about to be thrown out of the room? Do you want to do this?
Yeah, I'm waiting for it.
I don't want to do what you guys are doing.
Exactly.
No, I agree, which is why I'm trying to get him to move on.
I want to speak to
Albedo. You guys are fighting.
Go ahead.
That's what's going on.
No, I just want you, Albedo. I don't want to deal with Muppets like Bob. Okay? Shows his intelligence. He shows his ignorance.
What would you like to know?
So going back to what I was saying, when we're talking about incarnation, how is incarnation coherent with logic or classical logic?
I mean, I guess like there's no inconsistencies given the rules.
Explain.
I don't know how else to. Like, supposedly you're coming to me with a problem rather than just asking me a question.
Okay, so you want me to define the problem?
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Okay, so you believe Jesus has one essential being, right? Which is the same being of the Father.
Yeah.
Agreed? But there's different persons.
Between the Father and the Son.
Yeah, between the Father and the Son. So earlier, I think it was Christian, they were trying to make this argument. They were trying to say the mental states of the Son of because they so they would have to be the same to be the same being. Now,
but wait, before you move on. That statement, I don't agree with.
I'm not, which I'm happy with.
Right, but that's like going to be the thing that needs to be shown.
No, because there's a theological argument that you're presenting. So you're presenting a theological argument, and we can go with it. So the theological argument is we're not talking about the modes and the persons. We're talking about the essence. True.
Talking about the essence in terms of what?
So they have the same essence. They come from the same essence. They're the same being. They're not the same person. So that's the theological argument against it, right?
Yeah, because different persons don't imply the same or different essence.
The point, yeah. The point being is this: if you look at the entity of Jesus and you look at the entity of God the Father is not corporal, right? He's eternal. Jesus the Son is human, mortal. In terms of mental, God is omniscient, immutable. Jesus is limited. He has experiences, he has growth, he has ignorance, he has pain. So the physical states differ, the mental states differ, the experience differs.
Yeah, but why were you saying that those are part of what the essence is?
No, what I'm saying is the theological response would be that the essence is the same, but the personhood is different. I'm just establishing groundwork here.
But I'm just saying the essence is just, we'll just say the three armies, just to make it easier.
Yeah.
If you think that there's more, we can talk about that. They're relevant. But,
no, that's fine.
So all these other things about like one went through pain and one didn't is kind of irrelevant.
Yeah, so the Father and Son are the same being in essence, but they're distinct in personhood, right? This is what your claim is. Yeah. Okay, so there's issues with this. So first of all, what you're doing is you're redefining identity. So if we talk about logic and identity, it requires sameness of properties.
Yeah, I agree. But that doesn't tell us if we're talking about absolute or within the context.
Say that again, sorry.
Like when we say X is the same as Y, that doesn't tell us if we're talking about just some of X and some of Y, or all of X and all of Y. Sometimes we just mean it within a context.
So explain the context here.
I have the same car as you.
Identity one again. It's like I am the same person I was yesterday.
There's so many. Like if I just
But
say
like
I have the
I'm
same
not
car as you,
absolutely identical because there's differences between me today and me yesterday, right?
just think about this for a moment, and obviously this will be kind of just the ambiguity of the language, but just for now, work with it. If I say I have the same car as you, does that mean that we actually just drive the literal same object, or is it that we both possess the same kind of car? Because the language of same doesn't denote anything in specific. It just talks about similarities between and other things.
Yeah, when we talk about same divine essence, see what you're doing is you're risking semantics here. Well, you're appealing to semantics.
Call your properties as you were yesterday, right? Some of your properties are different.
That doesn't work either. You're saying God was different yesterday.
Obviously, that's not what I'm saying.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
It could imply that.
It's the farthest thing from what
This isn't the strongest argument anyway. So let's just talk.
What is that there's a common sense usage of identity, right? Which doesn't mean that you share all the same properties, right?
No, in ordering logic, identity requires sameness of properties.
Listen to what I'm saying. There's an ordinary usage of identity, as in like I'm the same person I was yesterday, which doesn't involve all the properties being the same, right?
Do you agree with that? If you said something, I didn't hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, I missed a bit, so I think I cut off.
So there's no usage of identity where not all the properties have to be the same, right? Because like I'm identical to who I was yesterday, and I'm the same person, right? But the point is that I don't share all the same properties as the same person yesterday, right? Some change between them and not, right?
We can do the specifics. Like if you want to do the absolute identity, we'll just do it by like properties. We won't do it by like names of things.
No, I'd rather go on to the other points.
Okay.
But what I would say is if you look at I think it's Leibniz's law. Then what do you indiscernibility of identicals?
Yeah, but that's assuming the absolute identity.
Yeah. So if A equals B, then every property of A is a property of B.
Right, and we're trying to show
again, what you're doing is you're throwing a shiny object in the air and saying, look at that, we're dealing with God here. We are dealing with us.
And I'm saying you're trying to hold.
Why are you so fucking dishonest?
He said you're holding to the immutability of God. Like, how do you show immutability? That's what
He's just asserting you must use this type of identity. He's just asserting we must use this because real world, because real. I'm giving him an example from the real world, from ordinary language, right? I'm giving him an example, and he's just brushing it aside.
No, you're not understanding what I'm saying.
He's granting it, and he's just saying because it's God, immutability is not the question.
We're not.
If that's
It's not about
We're not talking about change. Yes.
Yeah, you need to explain that to me.
Well, he didn't mention you.
Okay, let's move on to because this isn't the strongest argument, and I don't really want to, place my flag on this argument. The issue that I have more so is with incarnation itself, because it's paradoxical. So if the Son's fully human and he's fully divine,
Like one is mortal and one's not mortal or something.
they're mutually contradictory properties in the same respect.
Yeah, and there is a reason to like put stock down on something. But we don't have to say that like the essential properties of a human are to be mortal. In fact, it seems like the story shows otherwise. Like conditionally, it seems like Adam and Eve could have been immortal if they hadn't, done anything wrong. Then they would have ate from the tree of life indefinitely. That means they're just not mortal. But some people would just say the essence of a human. The essence of a human. Yeah. The essence of a human is like to be like a rational being or something, and the essence of God is to be like the three omnis, maybe also to be rational too, but further.
Also, I mean, like a lot of philosophers, like Strongly, for example, make the move by saying like, oh, like even though we're all mortal, all human beings, it's not like an essential property. We can call it like a common property. It's found within all of us, right? But it's not essential. And they usually, what great might also say Adam and Eve story before the fall, they were immortal, right? So like, but after the fall, all humans seem to be like mortal. And they'll say that that's just a human common property. It's not essential for you to be considered a human being as Adam and human beings before the fall, and they did not possess that property, right? Like,
So because we're dealing with being, right? Kind of being simultaneously not all things and being ignorant at the same time. And that's the incarnation paradox, or one aspect of it.
Okay, so you think Jesus is both omniscient and not omniscient?
Well, that's what Christianity asserts.
I don't think. Well, I would say that almost every one of us will deny that.
It's not what we say, bro.
The human nature of Jesus. When we talk about the human nature of Jesus, are you saying that the human nature of Jesus?
Natures don't know things.
The human nature of Jesus, because this is why I went through it to begin with. I said to you, from mental properties, was Jesus limited in knowledge?
Well, limited is like probably going to be a dubious word there, because if you take the kenosis approach, they're going to say he emptied himself willingly. But what emptying there, I don't think means no longer is omniscient. It's more like chosen limitations to access.
Yeah, but it doesn't. Explaining what it is doesn't change anything.
Okay, well then we would just say he's always omniscient. I mean, that's really going to be the crux of it. He's never not omniscient.
Okay, let's look at it from a physical, because this is kind of wording for the sake of it. Because we established this at the start. I said God the Father is non-corporal, right, and he's eternal.
Yeah.
Jesus has a human body and he's mortal.
Yeah.
So that's not the same between the two, right? Their physical states differ. And we spoke about mental properties. God the Father is omniscient,
I said Jesus is limited. He has experience of growth. He has a level of ignorance, and he went through pain. He's on a mental base. Fine. And this is what leads to paradox.
Okay. So do you want to? I think the probably strongest thing of what you said there is God is impassable, but he can't be impassable because Jesus gains new experiences, stuff like that, right?
But like, I mean, you gotta separate the problem of the incarnation and the problem of the Trinity. They're two different things. You can have the Trinity where like Jesus never incarnates, and so the problem with the Trinity would still be there, but if there is a problem, regardless.
Yeah, do you think you are trying to like mold them into one argument? And like Sully said, like the Trinity could be true even if like he never occurred.
Without the incarnation.
Because the second person pre-exists the incarnation. Supposedly Jesus already existed before he incarnated. That's what the second person is.
Yeah, but
in that context, it's just referred to as the Son.
Yeah, but we have to make it real, right? Jesus lived. And was one of
But it is real.
The point is there's no unseen God. Right?
Yeah.
And there is a separate sort of line of argument.
What I'm saying, son, is you can't take it out of the context of Christianity. You can't cherry pick one.
But we can still focus on one thing at a time.
In totality.
Do you think there's a problem without the incarnation?
Say that again, sorry.
Do you have a problem without the incarnation? Is there already?
I really don't know what that means, because when I'm dealing with Christianity, and what are we talking about here? We're talking about essence of person. That's the
I can't believe you vouched for this person, Alvida.
So we're talking so Alvida, we're talking about essence of a person here, right?
Really realistic.
I can be friends with even if you think he's stupid. I can be friends.
No, I agree. I just like it surprises me. Yeah, that's
In the whole incarnations where you're starting to talk about two natures, and you should resolve the issue with
Exactly. And you need to resolve the wills first.
Usually it's like the problem is like the two-person problem. That's like the historical one.
Or like the problem a lot of people might pose is like, how can one person be, for example, fully omniscient, not omniscient simultaneously, right? Yeah.
I think the impassibility one is kind of an interesting one. Actually, I've never really considered that one before. If the second person's impassible, but Jesus learned something, even in experience, that actually is interesting. I have to think about that. What do you think about that?
He has a glorified body. He has a glorified body right
Are you talking about what the impassibility? Yeah, I mean. But you were talking about like impassibility and impassibility. Like how can like person
how can you learn something have like pain if he's impassible?
Yeah, so I really like the model that suggests the compositional model. Like people will offer like, the idea that composite objects can have multiple different aspects and can have contradictory properties. Like the body-soul composite analogy, right? Like you have the body being material, the soul being immaterial. So you can have like you can say like the human being is both immaterial and material, but exists in different aspects of one and the same being because it's a composite being. Likewise with Christ, he would be this composite object that has a divine aspect and a human aspect. These contradictory properties are going to be attributed to different aspects of one and the same composite being. So like people will suggest that the LPI, the logical of the incarnation, assumes that Christ is a simple being or a simple object, and not one of not a composite object. Right?
So I'll be to answer your question. Why am I not addressing one without the other? Why am I not? Because we're talking about so the last person that was speaking about being as well. I'm saying this is ambiguous now. Ontologically, it's ambiguous. So if we have
you can have composite
So essentially what I'm saying.
Objects have.
Sorry. So essentially what I'm saying, albedo, is this.
Can you go now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying like you can
believe that you can have composite objects that can have different properties attributed to different aspects of that one and same object. So that Christ has a divine aspect and a human aspect of his own composite being. He would be impassible with respect to his divine aspect, impassible with respect to his human aspect, as being construed as a composite being, right, or a composite object, right?
The problem issue passability though is targeting something very specific already, namely like mentality or something. Obviously they didn't really think of it, like they didn't use those words back then, but we're trying to translate it into modern language. And I think impassibility is going to be like his mentality, whatever it is, doesn't suffer change through like pain, its emotions, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I'll justify that also to his mind, right? I could say like, well, I mean, the mind is going to be ultimately like a concrete object, right? So you can say like a mind could be composite, right? So you can have like multiple different aspects of the one and the same mind, right? So there could be like a divine aspect and a human aspect of one and the same mind, right? So you can have like one and the same mind that has divine mental properties and human properties attributed to different aspects of its one.
So you want to say that Jesus like gets for lack of a better word, a bigger mind?
Sure, if you want to call it that, yeah. It could be like this one
kind of clumsy, but
one way it could also be construed is this way, right? You could say like, well, there are these two, because some people have offered this model, right? Like, there are these two minds that are counted as one mind because they're undivided, right? So like, you can have these two particulars, and you're counting particulars by division, right? So that the two particulars are counted as one particular, even though they're still distinct. That's another
minds can be divided in like something like we have like this subconscious and maybe the conscious, but it's all one mind.
Superconscious. Yeah, exactly. But however, like wouldn't like three persons entail three distinct minds?
Oh, I don't think so like want to do that in modernity, although I don't think like that's required.
Like superconsciousness, subconscious, and the conscious. Maybe like that. Maybe explaining it like that. Like one mind, but like three different states.
I mean, this is where it gets weird because in my model of the K2, which I think like the hylomorphic model, right, where you have these three hylomorphs, one in the same divine essence, I would just say, yeah, you have three hylomorphs, one in the same divine mind, you have the three hylomorphs, one in the same divine will, you have three, you just apply it to all these different layers, so that, yeah, each person have a mind, they're distinct from each other, but they're counted as one mind, right? So that, like you have these three forms, one in the same mind, I can say, right, or three modes of subsistence, one in the same mind. So yeah, each person would possess the mind, they're distinct, but they're not counted as three minds, but one mind. The same logic with like gods, counting gods, right? The same logic you're applying there, you would apply to like the divine mind or the divine will. You would look at this one god, yeah.
Do you want to say that like each person has its own mind, but also God has a single mind too?
Yeah, because sure, because each if anything that's attributed to the divine essence would be attributed to the persons, right? But in a distinct sense, right? So yeah, each person. So yeah, the divine essence would have this mind that would be also attributed to the persons, having their own distinct mode of this divine mind, right? But at the end of the day, they're just going to be counted as one mind, though. Three modes for one and the same mind, they can see, right?
The problem is that this then, if we're talking about the same being, because that's what Christianity asserts, then this becomes ambiguous ontologically. Why? Because if you've got two entities and they have different mental states or mental and physical states, yet you're still calling them the same being, then you're losing precision when it comes to
I mean, that's the whole point of relative identity, right? Is to say like there's distinction but sameness, right? So like, yeah, we're applying relative identity for God, for the divine mind, for the divine will, right? So we're saying, yeah, there's a distinction between mental states, but they're not counted as one, right? Because of relative identity.
I think like really, some of the Shias will try to make this like kind of similar point on the Sunnis, like if you want.
That's the essence. That's what I'm saying. You guys just don't listen. You just keep making the same mistake. You just keep going around in a circle.
Bro, I read the Shias argument for the Tawhid, right? So
Yeah, but we're not talking about Tawhid. We're talking about the Trinity. Yeah. I know, I understand, but if he wants to understand Trinity, he has to understand it is who we're talking about who something is or what something
different thing. This is the reason why they get confused. The nature is what you are. The person is who you are. They refuse to understand it and want to keep going over this straw man constantly. Just go around in a circle. Ella's been told this 4 times, and then he just repeats the sentence.
Oh, is this guy a Muslim?
Never answered. Like he never answered. Albedo answered him and told him, "You're talking about distinctions of essence. That's not what we're talking about. We're just talking about the relational models. What something is."
Well,
He just doesn't get it. He's gonna keep doing it. It doesn't matter. It's just a merry-go-round.
I mean, you actually don't know what you're talking about.
Of course, and then you can say that too. Yeah, that's another good one. Yeah, just
You have no idea what you're talking about. We're having a conversation. Again, I'll
repeat it. Sure, we'll go over it again. One more time.
So I'm having a conversation with Albedo and Coptic at this point.
There's other people listening in the room that listen to how you just don't pay attention.
No, you don't understand.
Oh, that explains a lot.
You don't understand the
You could
argument.
have just told me you were some dumb Muslim motivated.
It's funny because as soon as someone's Muslim, all of a sudden what they say doesn't count. That's the nature of this room.
No, it just explains why you're dumb.
No, this is
Never mind. Go ahead.
Who's making the Muslim argument? Who's making the Muslim argument?
No one.
Yeah, exactly. So
You're just not tracking what I'm saying.
So you said no.
Go back to Dr. Albedo. I wasn't talking to you.
Just
I don't know why you're talking to me. I wasn't talking to you.
Yeah, be quiet, Chef. I was having a conversation.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's why you're dumb.
Because you're still speaking.
It makes sense.
No one cares what you have to say. Be quiet.
You don't think Muslims have a reason to reject Trinity, though?
Of course, but I'm not making an argument from a Muslim standpoint. So if you notice what I said, and I was very specific.
That's not what was claimed.
Be quiet. There's specific arguments that I'm making here. What I'm saying is Trinity. It doesn't follow ordinary metaphysics. Christian theology puts a resolution there for it, but then it creates the issue of incarnation.
But it's in your religion to believe that there can't be a Trinity. So it seems that there's some kind of religious motivation.
So are you
skipped a lot if you just told me you were a Muslim.
Like Christian Bob?
No.
Okay, therefore you have a motivation as well, right? Okay.
A vision about what?
You have a motivation as to why you wouldn't accept Trinity.
Yes, but I'm not the one who's making the arguments against the Trinity, retard.
No, it's not the same.
I'm not the one making the anti-Trinitarian arguments, you fucking dumbass. So how could I be motivated in that direction? Fucking moron. I'm not making anti-Trinitarian arguments.
Even if that were Bob, the degree to which you are motivated by the Quranic verses, disagreeing with the Trinity and not having a son, that's a significantly stronger motivation.
Yeah,
than how Bob feels.
Here's an idea, dumbass. I'm a non-believer. I don't believe in the Trinity, yet I am defending Albedo's arguments. So how could I be motivated in that direction? You fucking monkey. You absolute ape retard.
I'm addressing Chef's. So would you make the same argument?
Holy shit.
Would you make the same argument for an atheist that doesn't believe in
So
God?
fucking embarrassing.
I'll be quiet. No one cares.
Yeah, I understand your question, bro. Everyone's motivated by something. It's just the point isn't specific. It's not that crazy for them to say that, oh, you're Muslim. That's why you're hating on the Trinity. Because you guys, bro, like, no matter what anyone says, you guys just say the same thing about what we just said.
They all come in here and they all have the same bottom of the barrel script. How could this happen? Why don't you God? It's a much problem.
Be quiet.
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
You copy you there, bro?
I'm Muslim.
So Chef,
I'll take you there, brother.
it boils down to also
I think one reason why I don't believe in the Trinity is because it's not explicitly laid out in the Bible. It's one of the things you have to do, like exegesis, to discover. You would think that, like, important metaphysical truths about the nature
about like Unitarian Christians as well. It's not necessarily.
The word was God, and the word became flesh. So yes, it's about that explicitly. Sorry.
That wasn't said until the New Testament.
In Psalms 33:6, it says that there was the Lord and his word and his breath, all of which were creating. So there's the three which are distinct from each other, all of which are identified as the creator, which Isaiah says is Yahweh alone.
This is a question for Kyle. Yeah, so for me, like the way I look at it, even if I concede to you, right, that there is, like, yes, there is no verse that says, oh, there are these three, one tri-personal being, right, and three hypostases. I agree with that, right, but for me, I actually don't believe that there is a concept of the plain reading of the text, right? We're always gonna have to appeal to some interpretive tradition when it comes to like these religious scriptures, right? And so for me, yeah, I will depend on like patristics, church fathers, and the way they look at these verses and they interpret those verses. And for me, I like the argument I would make then is for like apostolic Christianity, right? Roman Catholicism, Eastern Orthodoxy, right? As to why they're the true form of Christianity, right? I mean, the way my justification for Christianity would be like providing arguments for Christianity, then providing arguments for apostolic, and from there we could trust like patristic sources when it comes to laying out the doctrine, portraying their lenses of flipping through the scriptures, right? But you're right, like this can be a problem, by the way, for Protestants, right? Who would say, yeah, we're not going to accept church fathers at all.
Imagine like Maimonides model for like the monotheistic God, right? Whilst like scripture, especially the Old Testament, is like a fully anthropomorphic God if read quite literally. So yeah, I think these doctrines.
Yeah, so like the problem then also becomes exactly the problem is like with the biblical way of interpreting verses. A lot of times you find fathers saying, "Oh, this verse is figurative, this verse is literal," and like you never really know what the scriptures are trying to get at, except you with some interpretive tradition, right, that lays it out very clearly and explicitly, like what we saw in the ecumenical councils that were led by the church fathers, right? So this is where I would make an appeal to patristics. I would say, yeah, I mean. And I think I would be justified in appealing to patristics, laying out the clarity that's found in the doctrines.
Do you have a theory for why these councils are needed? Why not just say, I'm a tri-personal being, blah, 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 blah. And then also why in the Old Testament does it keep harping on God is one over and over and not say God is three over and over? Like why? So that was.
Yeah, so I mean, even if you have like a verse that says one tri-personal being, right? That can still be interpreted in the modalist sense. Like you can still have modalists say, oh yeah, there are these three persons that are identical to each other, right? But they're distinct only in form, right? So but that's why I still don't think like there's such a thing as like the plain reading. Okay? This is where it gets very, very complicated, and that's why I think it's a waste of time when people try to debate interpretation of scripture without like having the hermeneutical keys. One of them being like patristic, some central authority that finally submits true, correct interpretation of a certain text, right? And that's why I think actually a really good argument can be presented for apostolic Christianity being like a really good way to figure out which interpretation is the true interpretation of the text, right? So even if you think like there's these explicit texts that could have been said, you would still have people who would have still want more clarity. Oh, this could still be a modalistic, we can still spin it into a modalistic sense, right? Try a personal being. Well, yeah, I mean, modalists say there are three persons, but they're considered as three forms or three modes at different times, right?
What about the point about how God in the Old Testament keeps harping on about how he's one, Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad? Why is that? Like, why not say, I'm three? Like,
yeah, I mean,
it seems strange.
Yeah, I mean, the way the patristics actually interpret that, right? That is a concern, by the way, that was addressed by certain church fathers. That why wasn't this like more clearly expressed in the Old Testament, this threeness thing, right? And they'll say, yeah, God didn't. I mean, that's going to be their interpretation of the situation, right? They'll say like, oh, God didn't want to. Like, it wasn't time we had to reveal the whole truth, the nature of God. They were still at this very preliminary stage, right, where they were just trying to get the blunt to action and to have this established Messiah can come through. And once the Messiah comes, then he can reveal this tri-personal relationship between the two persons, right? Through the incarnation of the Son. So, like, a lot of people interpret by trying to explain why God then wasn't more explicit about the multi-personal relationship that exists, right? The nature of God back and forth. So they'll say it's a preparatory type of thing. People wouldn't have been concerned, like, it wasn't really that concerning for God to reveal his true nature of being like one of threeness, right? That's going to be the way they justify that.
So, Kamtik, I have a quick question for you, right? Like, so, like, with this kind of like model of explaining that God is one, right? Like under Christianity, right? That God is one despite having like three persons, and this does not necessitate that there are three gods, right? How would you respond to, like, let's say, for example, every paganistic faith, right? Let's say the adherents of those faiths, they come up with the exact same model, but it would apply to like all of their gods. So, for example, like, let's say they come up with a form of like Greek mythology or any other form of paganism, like Hinduism or anything like that, and they come up with the same exact model, right? Would you also say that they are following a monotheistic faith if they give the same line of argumentation that a Christian would give to explain that it's really one God with three persons? Like, would you say that they would also be monotheistic if they presented the same model from a logical side?
Can you repeat the model again in the verse or something? Sorry, it's just coming out for me. So number three persons would be.
Yeah. So I mean, I've been listening so far, right? And it seems like, you know, like there is a model being presented that prevents any kind of like logical contradiction between monotheism and the fact that there are three persons, right? I'm not saying that Hinduism, I'm not saying that these faiths, that they present the same model. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that what if someone, okay, from one of these faiths, they come up with a version of their faith, right? They basically say that all of their you know beings that they worship, right? That these are all just personalities. These are all just like persons of like a Godhead, right? Like a Trinity, okay? And they make the same line of argumentation. So basically, okay, if there are multiple gods, right? Maybe they don't even call them gods, right? Let's say they use the terminology that wouldn't entail any logical contradiction, but they find a way to argue around it, right? And whatever deficiency they find, like they find within their system, they explain it away by saying that there's some sort of dual nature. Like they give the same line of argumentation, but for any kind of like paganistic faith, would you also accept that they're monotheistic?
I guess not.
Hinduism is monotheistic. What are you speaking about?
No, I mean, I don't think you were specifically referring to it.
If they give the same like logical argument or the same model for their God, like how? What is that?
I mean, if you're saying like.
It is very, very similar actually.
That's not focused. Yeah, but that's not focused on Hinduism specifically. Like he wants to say in general sense. If you have like a big,
I mean, my question, I wasn't talking about any particular faith. I don't really care about any particulars, right? And I'm not saying that they do make this argument. I'm giving a hypothetical scenario of, let's say some paganistic faith, right? Doesn't matter which one it is. It's hypothetical here, but they're presenting the same model to justify monotheism the way that. Like so far you guys have been presenting, like some of you guys have been presenting to explain that there's a monotheism and that Jesus has, dual natures. Like let's say someone has, it's not just like three, but let's say there's like a billion persons in there. It's not a trinity, right? But it's like a billion of different persons, but they make the same argument that it's like one God. Would you also agree that would be monotheistic?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So so for me, like the symmetry breaker, I can say between the Trinity and polytheism, right, is one of division, right? The three persons are undivided; they share one and the same essence. In these pagan polytheistic systems, let's say like the Greek pantheon,
they believed that these different gods were divided, right? Each one was in a different, maybe if you want to use spatial terms, right, in a different space or what have you, right? They were all divided. And so, yeah, I mean, then you have multiple divine beings, there are multiple divine existences, because they're divided, right? But in the Trinity, you have this unity between the three persons. They share the same divine essence. And the model that I like that I shared is like having multiple distinct hydromorphic compounds from the same material source, being counted as one material object at the end of the day, right? So the divine essence, you would have this three persons sharing one and the same divine essence, all of that being counted as one divine object because they're undivided, right? And so yeah, that's going to be the huge breaker. So, but if you want to say, oh, there's like these billion persons that sharing one and the same divine essence and they're undivided, yeah, then I would count them as one object. And yeah, that would be monotheism, according to my standard of monotheism. No, I definitely see what you're saying.
That's just modalism. That's just modalism, bro. That's it.
It still
You just described modalism.
still qualifies as monotheism because it's just different, like Brahma, Shiva, Vishnu, like are the creator, the sustainer, and the destroyer, right? So these are basically like attributes of the same Brahman or the.
It's true for Islam more so, because for Hindus, the different gods are just forms of the one ultimate essence.
Yeah, they're just attributes.
But no, they're not just attributes.
They are just attributes.
They're not just.
Like each one, like Lakshmi, Vishnu, like Lakshmi, the goddess of wealth, etc., etc. This is the house I created. So yeah, it depicted it pictorially because there was such thing as like definitive language.
You refuse to accept the fact we're talking about the relational bonds, and you guys don't listen, and you keep saying attributes. You're just not interested in having a conversation.
My God, why
They're
should
just
I
not
just
interested. They're just not interested in learning anything. They want to sneak in their metaphysics from what I guess the Sahaba has explained. Muhammad didn't look to me that is bullshit. So whatever it is what it is, right? Just show them. And they'll continue to do it. As many times as you say, they keep going back to the attributes. Such people. That's the reason why they don't come into rooms like that. They're going to be manhandled. Like I'm saying, they save space in Amir's room or the other guy's room. Over. This is legitimate in the Muslim, but not in the real world. This is this thing in the Muslim. Do a bunch of Muslim. Last war.
What is Muslim?
You mean that's just yeah. Ultra.
Andrew, you there?
I have another follow-up question, right? Do you think that so basically any system of paganism can be formulated into monotheism through this line of argumentation? So do you think, from a Christian perspective, right? From a Christian perspective, you believe in the fact that the devil can whisper and the devil can mislead people and all of that kind of stuff. So how do you feel, with the fact that pretty much any pagan can sort of come up with a system to argue against you? They'll say that you think to be one place.
How you know that's not what, that sounds exactly like what Muhammad did.
I mean, how so?
Say what you said again.
No, I'm saying, right? Like you can have any pagan, right, that has a system of their pagan belief, right? They could come up with a model, okay, that logically, right, the same model that has been used to say that Christianity is a monotheistic religion, right? While there are three persons, they're co-equal and all of that stuff, right?
if the same model is used to say that there's one God, right? I'm saying that pretty much any kind of pagan or polytheist can come up with some way using like the intellectual gymnastics to basically argue that they're also monotheistic. So it almost becomes a way to justify any kind of
But I've already answered that, right? Like so like for example, Zach, right? Let's use an analogy there. Let's say you have a lump of clay and you form it into both the pillar and the statue. So that the pillar and the statue are considered two forms, one and the same lump of clay. Right? The lump of clay is concrete, by the way. It's not this abstract person. It's considered as being like a trope. Right? That's not found within like these polytheistic, the earlier polytheistic systems, right? So like Zeus and Apollo, right, were not two hieromorphic compounds of one and the same essence, this concrete thing that they were sharing, right? Both were separated, both were divided, right? They weren't sharing the same concrete essence, right? Or concrete, what scholastics will call concrete universals or tropes. They can be also considered as tropes, right? They weren't sharing that. I mean, the way it's traditionally conceived that these polytheistic systems, the universal was abstract, right? You could say like they were members of one and the same abstract universal, but the essence itself wasn't like this concrete thing that was shared by these different persons. So they weren't like these different forms of one and the same being, right? One and the same existence. They were multiple divine existence or multiple divine beings. Zeus and Apollo, as an example.
Yeah, I guess that's
Now, if you want to then say, well, they can, reconstruct the model, right, by saying Zeus and Apollo share, the same concrete trope, right, so that they're one divine being, then sure, but that's not the way it's been traditionally conceived, these different polytheistic systems, right?
No, absolutely, yeah. I mean, it may not be done traditionally, right, but, I mean, look, the thing is, like, there are multiple different kinds of groups that claim to be following the Old Testament and the New Testament. They're Unitarian Christians. Whether they're considered actual Christians or heretics or not, that would be a side discussion. Depending on where you're coming from, right? But I think that this kind of this could possibly, make monotheism something that could just be argued away with any kind of pagan system. I just think that it could undermine monotheism.
No, but he just gave you the argument against that. So specifically, Zeus and Apollo are supposed to be distinct physical entities. They're not the same substance, but Christianism, Jesus and the Father are supposed to be the same substance.
Yeah, traditionally, but look, the thing is, like, you could find different Christian denominations, people that, like I said, there are Unitarian Christians, right?
We're not on reviews.
No, of course, mainstream, right? So I'm not saying, and I think this is what Nargis was maybe misunderstanding what I was saying. I'm not saying that Hinduism or these faiths do make these arguments, right? I know they don't, but I'm saying that if you have somebody who's really savvy with philosophy, you could pretty much have any kind of paganism, and they would basically find a way to formulate some model that would entail monotheism in the same exact way.
Yeah, because you're basically calling Christians pagans.
No. Look, I understand that you have a model, right? But I'm wondering how do you it almost seems like if that model is true and it is monotheism, then systems that are paganism, that even Christians would agree is paganism, they can almost use a similar model to basically justify their belief in a way that would logically make it sense that it's
they're allowed to call us pagans over and over and over again.
There's no attraction
to like just
there's no motivation for monotheism. It either is or it's not. And they're much older models. Believe me, like they're not wannabe monotheists. The model entails monotheism because they all share in Hinduism, all gods and goddesses in the pantheon share one essence with the Brahman. Similarly, the same with Christianity, where there's like work on Tawhid a little bit before asking this question? Is there many models for Tawhid?
Yeah, I mean, I would disagree with you. I'm not interested in having that kind of discussion right now.
Yeah, well, anyway, so you're like a polytheist.
Look, I just understand that.
I just think you're a polytheist.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that your whole.
Offense, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter to me what you think. I just think that whole discussion of, I mean, that argumentation has
It's like
been
you're the only monotheist. Like you think, oh wow, because you think Allah is quantitatively one. That's what you think. It's like a number one.
Look, whatever.
Bro,
I was just curious to see how you guys would answer that.
bro.
I mean, look, I just asked a simple question. You guys give your answer. I appreciate that.
To be honest, you're not giving any substantive critiques. You're just saying, well, you can formulate monotheism in a way in which there's no Trinity. Instead, there are 4 people who are one God, or there's 5 people who are one God. Okay, so what follows from that?
I mean, I think it undermines monotheism, and I think that almost anything can be any like paganistic belief can be logically justified to say that it's monotheism in that case.
Okay, I think when you say it can be logically justified, you're conceding the point. There's no logical paradox. There's no logical contradiction in Christian monotheism. I don't think you want to say that.
I mean, look, for the sake of the question that I'm asking, I'm willing to grant that for argument's sake.
Okay, you're saying hypothetically, if Christianity can be logically consistent, then there can be other systems which can be logically consistent. So what?
Look, I mean, I was just curious to see how you'd answer that question. And I'm not trying to make a case that I didn't make that claim.
It's not an interesting critique. I can concede there are other systems which can be logically consistent. So what follows from that?
Nothing. I was just curious how you'd answer that. That's it.
As far as logical consistency, it's obvious that the Trinity can be logically consistent because all it's saying is that X is F and X is G and G are not identical. And we have everyday mundane examples. X is an F and X is a G and F and G are not identical. So for instance, you are the same person as you were 2 years ago, but you're not exactly identical to the same person because some of your future changed. Or you can take a piece of clay, and a piece of clay you can form it into a statue, you can form it into a column. The statue and the column are not the same thing. I think Muslims are doing a great disservice to their religion by running these really silly arguments against Christianity.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I think these arguments were
No, but what's interesting is that like that El Nino retard that came in here earlier, they have strong opinions about the Trinity, but they haven't even researched like the basic response to the problem. It's just like take 5 seconds to Google what is like the academic or most accepted response to this issue on the part of the Christian. Like they don't even bother doing that.
At least it's not if 1 equals 3. At least it's not one of those numeric arguments anymore. Like I'm not seeing many of those. Oh, is 3 equal 1 and then like laughing at it. Like that's how bad. Yeah.
But the El Nino guy was like particularly stupid. He said meta conversations are hypothetical. How could you say something?
He's a Salafi, what do you expect?
How could you say something that dumb?
He doesn't take matters. He takes scripture, right? They're literalists.
Yo, Zach, you got destroyed by Darkest, buddy. Zach got destroyed by you, Darkest, so it was like really bad.
No, bro, he just needs to study a little bit, like, and not like see Allah as like quantitative.
Yeah, hit the books, buddy.
Yeah, but he's making like he's just just observing things and seeing. I think it's fine. What's in your heart, Zach?
Yeah, exactly. Like what Bob was saying, you can easily research what Christian philosophers have said about these issues, right? And even if you don't want to read like philosophical papers, you can just watch videos. There are major Christian philosopher names, right, that have done videos and interviews about the Trinity, the logic of the Trinity, and all of that good stuff, right? Like,
Yeah, but
research
you
like
guys
great,
face the problem of scriptures, right? Like Unitarians can school you guys if you're just looking at it scripturally.
Yeah, scripture. I don't. But I actually don't think scripture. Like, this is the whole point that I was making. The problem with scripture is you can always look at the text and make it say whatever you want it to say, right? I don't believe in this concept called the plain reading of the text. When it comes to religious texts, of course, right? Maybe with other, if you read like a Charles Dickens novel, what have you, yeah, you could like figure out the story without like there being interpreted.
Yeah, but then Mark's like in the text when he's like, I know Coptic, but then again, like he's gonna do a plain reading, like what else would he do? Where Bible is like fairly plain. I mean,
But
it's not that complicated language.
You can appeal to like hermeneutical, like the hermeneutical key of appealing to patristics, right? What they have to say about this. So if you have, for example, a consensus among all the early Christians that when Jesus says the Father and I are one, that Jesus here is talking about this divine essence that he shares with the Father, then we have a really good hermeneutical basis from which we can know what the text says based on that hermeneutical key, for example, right? But when I look at Protestants debating each other over the interpretation of a certain text, it never really goes anywhere. Just they end up stalemate.
There's just no way of like coming to a common understanding, and it's being read from a translation, which is nothing but an interpretation. So, and then many of them, but like the clear verses, like I've seen Unitarians posit like when Jesus like does not claim godhood at all, and I've seen like the only verse that Trinitarians posit for the Trinity is the word became flesh, John 1:1, right? Which is fine. I mean, you just need one particular point to like a doctrine. But then this would be like their arguments, especially the Unitarian arguments against the Trinitarian schools and the other schools within Christianity. Like they debate very strictly scripturally, not philosophically.
Sam, you want to say something? I think I should.
Yeah. So I think that the meaning of a text is just the person who wrote down the text, what their goals were to communicate. And so a lot of times people, they have to think of it. There's no true interpretation of the text. It's all just different interpretations. But I think that there is in fact a correct interpretation, which is what whoever wrote it was trying to say. And I think oftentimes it isn't that hard to know what they were trying to say as long as you like read the Bible as books rather than reading them as like a lot of people trying to read the Bible as like a Ouija board where they take like this part from this part, this part from this part, as opposed to like taking a whole like the book of Matthew. You could read that as a single book. I think you can just like kind of see what Matthew was trying to say. I guess you disagree with that, but that's how I see it.
No, I agree with you. Like a lot of people take, actually the majority of people, I think, take your view, right? That there is like this correct interpretation. If you do like higher criticism of the text, right, or higher interpretation of the text, look at what the intention of the author was, right? The historical setting of the author, figuring out how we can look at these texts, right? You're right. I think that's like the majority of people hold to that view, right? I just don't hold to it, but yeah, a lot of people. Or I just limit the scope of this, right? So I would agree with you, but not when it comes to like religious texts, specifically like the Bible and the Quran and all of that, because unfortunately many interpretive traditions have arose concerning these books, right? And it becomes very, very difficult even to do this higher interpretive like a movement because you will come up with a lot of controversy. No, the author didn't mean that. The author meant that. No, the author was here. The author was there. No, we can't really figure out the truth. You might get into that as well. But yeah, I mean, all people do share your views.
Do you think that there is one correct view, and that correct view is the person who wrote the text, what they were trying to say?
I do believe that there is a correct view, but from my Christian standpoint, it's not going to be per se what the author meant. It's going to be like of course it's going to be what the author meant, right? But the way, what God intended, and that's going to be revealed through the authority of the church that He laid out according to apostolic Christianity on how they view the situation, right? So traditional Christians would say, oh, Christ founded the church, right? And He laid out the authority of the disciples, and then you have apostolic succession, and so you have students of the disciples, and from there they end up interpreting the text, and that's where we get the interpretation of the text. It's that authority, right? Church authority that gives us what the true meaning of the text is, right? And so from that Christian standpoint, right, that's where I would lean more towards, right? Well, appealing to church authority, telling us what is the correct interpretation. So I do believe that there is a correct interpretation, and I do believe that's going to come from the church.
But the only way that can be right from the church, I mean, would be that whoever is doing the interpretation must necessarily be infallible. Because if you're like, right?
And apostolic Christianity, correct? Yeah, now apostolic Christianity does say that these ecumenical councils are infallible, right? But they appeal to, so they are infallible. That's correct. So that they're concerned as divine authority here on earth, right? Telling us,
that's okay. Like if they didn't have that particular property,
that would be a problem.
It would be a problem,
yeah. And that's actually one of the criticisms of people who lay out against Protestantism in a way. So there is no divine authority telling them what is the correct interpretation. So they end up arguing and reaching stalemates without really knowing what's the correct interpretation.
Would infallibility entail no sin, or how is the council understood as infallible? What is infallibility within the limitations of the council?
I think what's considered an ecumenical council is having church representation, church bishops from different churches, right? All congregating and forming the council. So during the times of the empire, right? With the Council of Nicaea, for example, the emperor ordered that all bishops of all of these churches, right, to attend the council. So you had representation from all the churches, right, and from there, the standard was set for what we consider as an ecumenical council. And actually, that tradition follows from you can find it in Scripture as well, in the Book of Acts, when all the apostles attended the Council of Jerusalem. They believe that this is done by the Spirit, the Holy Spirit, because all the apostles were in attendance at that council. And so that tradition was maintained by church authority that all church representation should be attended to that council, right? Serve the council as infallible, as the binding of the Holy Spirit.
Do you think that all of the books in the Bible have the same theological views, or do you think, for example, there's some scholars like Mark Ehrman thinks that the book of John and the book of Matthew don't have the same exact theology, and then the Old Testament and the New Testament don't have the exact same theology. Do you agree with them, or do you think there's just one theology throughout the Old and New Testament and it's the same one?
I mean, this is I think a traditional Christian will have to not agree with that criticism that's laid out by these academics, right? Even though it is very, very plausible, right? Looking at it from the outside perspective, it's highly plausible that they did have different theologies, right? And I don't really see that it would really benefit a Catholic or an Orthodox by saying that, right? I think church tradition would maintain that they did hold to the same theology, right? And so, in virtue of you having that justification for believing in church authority and church tradition, you will have to take the opinion that they did hold to different theology, even if it seems plausible in a way, right? But I do like highly regard these academic criticisms of the Bible, right? And I do think it's highly plausible that they did not hold to the same theology.
Like a lot of people were living in different parts of the world, hundreds of years apart from each other, different cultural milieus. Like, why wouldn't that affect, even if they're guided by God, like, wouldn't the cultural zeitgeist influence their writings?
No, you're right. Yeah, and that's like the same arguments that these secular academics are making, right? You're absolutely right. And I think they're very good arguments. I think they're highly plausible, right? Arguments. It makes sense, right? They were living in different times, different regions. The region that they were in, right, would give them a certain view of their theology and the way they're writing and all of that, right? I agree, yeah. But of course, I can't say that as an Orthodox or a Catholic Christian, right? It's very much, who very much has this strict adherence to church authority and church tradition, right? So I will cope here in a way and say, yeah, even though it seems highly plausible, given the evidences that I have for apostolic Christianity or for church authority, I will think the church authority interpretation of the matter that probably that these authors held the same theology or something. So yeah.
I get it, man. I get it.
How does culture or like geography change the influence of the Holy Ghost when it's imparting like vision of truth in the?
Well, I mean, the secular academics, you could say like the method they're applying here is like one of natural, they are applying methodological naturalism. It's like they're not going to take the whole idea of these are inspired by the Spirit or by God, right? So like, not taking that into account, then it becomes highly implausible that they have the same theology, right? Yeah.
But I'm saying like if that's the case, the Holy Ghost will operate as Holy Ghost at all times, no matter what the region is or the culture is, right?
But that's what the church fathers would say. Yeah, that's what the church. Yeah, that's what traditional Christianity would say. Right. But maybe Sam, like Douglas was saying, this is going to be like a discussion or a debate on the different methods because like these secular academics are using methodological naturalism, right? Whereas I would not use that in figuring out what the theology says in the Bible, right? I would have that prior background belief, right? That this is like infallible by God, written by people who are inspired by the Holy Spirit, that type of thing.
Hell yeah, brother. Everyone should follow the CM Sully wars that are going on.
It's an
epic battle.
So why aren't they having the Captain Moffat voice? You guys are right there on the stage.
Arturo! Nick Butler. What's that? That's right. actually. Oh, he did it. Oh, wait. So cute. That's right. Muslims are really dumb.
There's Andrew. What is he doing at this
I
hour?
don't know what's wrong with Andrew these days. He doesn't. Yeah, where is?
I don't know. What is he doing, bro?
He's good. He's Gucci. He's probably doing the Lord's work, taking away the car of some 87-year-old grandmother.
How ironic. For Andrew to be doing that job, I have recently come to know of.
He's probably like repossessing, the like old heirloom, retired person. Can't. Their social security doesn't pay out a lot because they were a house in the 50s.
God is a reaper of souls, and Andrew's a reaper of old people's property. Just doing what Jesus is doing.
He's Andrew the Ripper. That's what he is.
Not too much on Andrew.
Not too much on Andrew, y'all.
Yow.
Not too much on Andrew, y'all.
What happened to him? He's just not on the app.
I haven't seen him around. I have not seen him around. Emotheus.
Yeah, he's on Discord.
This is true. He was on Discord. I mean, I haven't seen him hang around on Discord, but like you can reach him on Discord if you want to. Oh boy.
That's Venus.
He's sending dick pics to he's getting on his dick game. His dick pic game's getting perfected.
That's right. Nothing much to perfect, but
I don't know. The one dick pic he sent me had a lot to be desired. I'll be honest with you. I am someone who's a paid photographer, but still, like, you can do better, buddy. Come on, step your game up. Whenever a woman sends like a sexy selfie, it's always this like artistic thing with nice lighting and like the guy is the laziest fucking thing in the world.
what about the composition, bro?
Exactly. I should specialize taking really good dick pics for men, so that they can.
Do you think somebody's interested in this type of content?
Absolutely original.
Sorry for being
baby.
Sorry.
It's odd, okay.
Bob, what makes you the Trinity?
The Trinity specifically.
Yeah.
I mean, I've staked a few issues. They're not so much contradictions. I don't think the contradiction problems go very far. At least I've heard satisfying responses to them. Trinity specifically. I have like aesthetic issues with it. And not just aesthetic, but like it's not entirely clear to me for the people who claim that the Trinity is this like metaphysically necessary, arrangement. And it's not. It seems weirdly convoluted, and it's not clear to me what. Like it's not clear to me, for example, what the Holy Spirit is. But why does that need to be a separate person? It just seems like I don't understand the personhood of the Holy Spirit, for example. Like I get Jesus, I think. Like you could say the Father is one person, and God took human nature, and there's something about human nature that requires a different perspective, one that couldn't have just simply been gained by the one person. But the Father has certain
qualities that the Son doesn't have. There's something gained, or something new gained, or some different perspective had. So I understand why there needs to be two persons. That makes sense to me. Like the incarnation couldn't have been done getting all that it needed to get just having one person. But I don't get the Holy Spirit.
I don't get like the I don't get the like God on earth, right? Like it's I get God on earth, but I don't think it's efficient on the system. Like a human demonstrating like his highest potential is more feasible, like practical and efficient, rather than like a criteria that cannot be met by a human, such as God, to emulate.
So it's less like a debunking of the Trinity and more like it doesn't quite make sense to me, or like it's not, constellation isn't very satisfying, or there are some issues.
The Quran say God could have a son if he wanted to.
That's rhetorical.
What? Rhetorical? Okay.
It's like saying God cannot have a son. I think that's how they mean it.
I think what the Quran explicitly says, how could you have
a son? Something like that.
Have a son if that's not like that.
If he wanted to, he could, but how could God have a son?
Well, Nargis, when two gods love each other very much.
I completely agree with Bob. The Holy Spirit seems completely contrived for like numerological reasons.
100% math is the problem.
You guys are
for numerology.
I always find it kind of weird, the idea that an all-powerful omniscient being can like cause himself to not have his omniscience and omnipotence. It's being God. Like, isn't it being God like having those qualities? Like, I can't just say I'm God. The reason why I can't say I'm God is because like I'm not omniscient.
That's tricky business, isn't it?
No, but they it's justified in a way, like they say that because God loves so much, he can limit himself. But yeah, that wouldn't define.
But it wasn't the name of God then.
It would
Because something that I've always thought was like kind of interesting is omniscience, knowing all true prophecies, whatever. And something that's like always added that is never explicit, but it's like certainly not entailed from those things, is like the clarity of which he has access to. So like opaqueness and all of that. That doesn't seem out of accord with having omniscience, because it seems like we might still want to say we know, I don't know, the capital of, I don't know, Alabama, even if we can't meet it.
Yeah, like these sorts of critiques assume the difference between dispositional knowledge and occurring knowledge. That is knowledge you're just like thinking about right now, as opposed to knowledge you're disposed to produce or disposed to think about if somebody asks you, or if you're like, if you want to recall it or something like that.
What kind of
Does this mean that Jesus has like a discursive mind in a way that the Father doesn't?
You have a dispositional, so in a way the Father doesn't. Sure.
I was going to ask you, what kind of omniscience you think the Father has? Is it that kind where, it can go and compute the answer, or it's just like instantaneous, but then, Jesus is different?
I mean, omniscience just broadly just means knowing everything, whatever that amounts to. It doesn't tell you what kind of knowledge, it doesn't tell you the scope of the knowledge, and it doesn't really tell you the clarity of the knowledge.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I know omniscience generally doesn't, but I'm saying, what kind you think that God the Father has?
That's
an open question.
Well, I think, this might be modeling. It sounded like Adam was trying to give like a different kind of composition to Jesus' mind than like the Father's or the Spirit. So he might say that it is like more or less different maybe in function.
Okay.
So like, do you think like I could be omniscient Like, could God grant me omniscience under whatever, like the same kind of omniscience?
No, I don't think so. Well, because he's not. Well, we would be changing what Bob is. I mean, so I guess it depends on what facts we're holding fixed, but I take it that Bob has a limited mind and to hold an unlimited amount of things. Is it possible?
Aren't you going to say the same thing about like the man Jesus?
No, but like I'm fine saying if I was granted omniscience, maybe I wouldn't be the same person or something. But let's just say I would be a different person. But could he do that?
Yeah. Like, could he make another being that's omniscient?
Yeah, but not omnipresent.
Yeah. I don't like. The thing I'm trying to figure out with this. Sorry. You answer first.
I don't see an immediate problem, but I haven't really thought too much about it.
That's fair. The reason I'm asking is like, I don't think these are like knockdown arguments against the Trinity or blah blah blah. But I do think there are some things that don't quite land, which is, I get the idea of having like dispositional versus like a current mental states or whatever you want to call it, a mind. That kind of makes sense to me. Like, there are a bunch of stuff I know that I'm not immediately recollecting. Like, they're not apparent to me right now. But I'm thinking about like having that limited kind of having limited knowledge in that sense allows me to have like discursive thoughts. Reason about things. Do this and that. I don't quite grasp the like on-off mode. I can choose to, because I don't think like there's a sense in which it doesn't make sense to me to choose to not know those things, but not in this like dispositional sense. It has to be in some other sense, right? It's not like we're saying, well, God, Jesus knows everything. He's just not currently thinking about them. Like, that's not what we mean, right?
No, I don't think
that's not what you mean.
It almost has to be like repressed in some way. That's the only way it would make sense to me.
Right. There is some way in which Jesus is like through some act of volition using his whatever causal powers are necessary. I don't know. Right. Blocks himself off from that knowledge. And he's saying, like, even if I wanted to right now, I couldn't know this if I didn't flip this other switch. Which is, it's also kind of weird.
I don't know if there's going to be, like, a very satisfying answer to that.
No, maybe not. Just because, like, imagine you have some subset. Right, but it's like, think about what that would mean. Like, okay, so you have some subset of knowledge that you're making opaque to yourself. And so, but you could unmake that. You could make it transparent, but then you've like, do you know which propositions those are? Like, it's weird to think about. It's unintuitive. Oh, right. You just cast the reverse spell.
Systemic access spell.
That's right. The spell knows what propositions need to be unlocked. Need to know.
Yeah, the other two persons in the Trinity have, they're keeping them.
Yeah, they're keeping him in check. That's right.
So it's not like everybody's forgotten.
No, that's right. All those are held in the Father's mind, but yeah. It's like a RAID arrangement of heart threads.
Could God?
So you know what that means.
Could Jesus completely become not a God? Is it metaphysically possible for Jesus to be like, okay, using my magical powers, now I'm just a guy. I'm no longer a God guy. I'm just guy.
Someone else has to wish him to be not God.
This is a different plot of Superman.
We saw this in Aladdin.
Yes, I was just going to say Superman. That's what he did. He took away his pet ring. He went into that thing, and then he wasn't Superman.
Would you say
But then it's that thing that took his powers, right?
Well, you would think, wouldn't you need a thing?
Well, that's if you're Jesus. The idea he's asking is like, could Jesus do it without needing a thing?
Jesus is still a person, right?
Right.
Right.
Could he lose his divine essence?
I'm trying to understand what
Could the Father yank it? But that doesn't make sense because Jesus is God.
I'm trying to understand what makes him God, even though he's not omnipotent, omniscient. Why is he still God?
Which could actually think Jesus loses his divine essence?
By not aligning it with
We're asking
God, for example. By not
Yeah, the view is that Jesus is both fully divine and fully human, so Christians don't think he loses his divine essence.
No. The thought experiment is wanted to. Could he undo his? Yeah. Like I think this answer is no, but
it's hard to
that's
be
what the question is.
God human is kind of a hard combo.
You think?
I mean, it's easier than man bear pig.
What?
Man bear pig.
Man bear pig is hard to. That's
Yeah.
Okay, so in what sense? Why is Jesus God? In what sense is he God?
He has all the divine attributes.
So he's omniscient, omnipotent, not important.
That's right.
Okay, but then, in what sense did God become a man then?
In what sense can God become a man?
Isn't the whole point of
Jesus is the essential property.
that he became a man and shit, and then he didn't become a man? He's not a man?
Okay, here's how. Jesus' essential properties are divine, his accidental properties are human. There you go.
accidental. Wait, but that's like an essential part of the story. It's not accidental. You've got to be a person.
Just by accidental, I just mean. So just accidental, it just means the essential accidental distinction in philosophy. I mean, it doesn't mean just accidentally he became a man.
It means he's
so what's the sense of accidental?
It means like imagine what it means to be an apple. Like red doesn't seem to be like a necessary property of being an apple. You could be an apple without being red. That's like an accidental property.
Yeah, but an macro property would be that it needs to have like, I don't know, apple DNA, or it needs to be at least descended from apple trees, or like grown on apple tree. I don't know, something like that.
Sweetness, like
Accidental properties are whatever properties you can have without you or it ceasing being the thing that it is.
Sounds like a lot of denial of Jesus' humanity.
Essences are speaking.
True.
But I mean, I was thinking about that. There's a problem with that. Even some of the core aspects of what I tend to think they are, trying to play tricks with them. But can we remove this? Let's say God was like a duality instead of a trinity. Like that part is not essential enough. Like you can play all those tricks all day.
Yeah.
What? Why? How is that a trick?
Like 5 gods, like 5 different.
To attack the Trinity, but this idea of when we query this, you just say it's an accidental property. I can't put my finger on it, but it's not very satisfactory.
All it's saying when it says it's an accidental property is that Jesus could have existed without becoming human. Right? There are other possible worlds in which he chooses not to become human. But if he does, he takes on the properties that human beings generally have.
Okay, well, yeah, I forgot where we were coming from. What was this announcement? Something happened, and then you said accidental.
Sam was asking, right?
I'm just understanding in what sense is Jesus God, and then could he lose that? Like, what makes it that he has that property? You know? Like, and then they're saying that he's just omniscient and all that stuff. And then I'm like, okay, well then in what sense did he become a human? He's like this fucking God that could just I'm a human, and I think it's essential to me being a human is that I'm not omnipotent and all that stuff. And then so I don't have the ability to just manipulate reality at will.
But yeah, this is kind of the question. It's like, are the essences you can have? Right? So is there anything that's essential to being a human? Is it conflict with something that's being essential to being God? Yeah. The easiest resolution is to say no. Like, there are
right? Is that your view, Stolen?
I mean, I'm an anti-essentialist, so like whatever people want to stipulate about beef licenses, I really don't care. It's all just nonsense.
It's all just gibberish. Yeah.
Phenomenology forever.
Would you say beef? Like, I wanted to ask you beef maybe more than anything else. Do you think like the story of Jesus is a beautiful one, like God?
Yes. Yeah. That's what I said.
Yeah.
Beef, I have an example for you. I want to get your thoughts on this. Imagine you have a fingernail and you lose that fingernail. Now, do you think you're still the same person?
Yeah.
Okay, is that an accidental? So presumably you'd say that's an accidental feature of you, right?
Sure.
But you would say that's a part of you.
Yeah.
The essential features of fingernail, are those the same as the essential features of you? No. Okay. So how can it be that there are apparently two different physical entities that are part of you that both have different essential natures?
Yeah.
It's because essentialism goes down.
Okay. I can make sense of persistence without essentialism, but that's a separate issue. Like as soon as you say something persists, like something persists through time or something like that, you have to say that.
What if things don't persist?
Right. So that's just
What if
simply
things are improved?
So presumably you think that your thought at least persists. I mean, presumably you think there's some sort of a subject who experiences thought that persists.
But I mean,
okay. If you don't think that person exists, there's any persistence of a subject, then how can you make sense of any sort of epistemic probability on your view? Anyway, this is a whole can of things.
We can all ask random questions.
But I'm not a random question.
Okay, but so in the analogy, you're saying that Jesus is the toenail of God, and that although Jesus has different persistence conditions, he's still part of this like broader thing, which is the divine, and that but they don't have the same persistence conditions. They don't have that they're still part of the same object, which is the
no, I mean, it was just a response to what you said. You said, how can Jesus become a person how can Jesus become a human if a human has completely different essential features from God? Those are incompatible. Okay, here's their counterexample. There are two physical things which are parts of you, which have different essential features, incompatible essential features, actually.
And so if Jesus didn't have omniscience, omnipotence, and all that stuff, he would just be a man, and he wouldn't be divine. Is that your view?
Yeah, if no part of Jesus had those essential features, I would just say he's a man.
So Jesus is the fingernail. Does that mean when he gets crucified, he's a hangnail?
Yeah, good one, man. Yeah,
that means.
That was pretty good.
Not bad.
I think that the story of Jesus is a better story if he loses omniscience and omnipotence, because then the fear he feels, the danger he's in, is real danger, real fear. If you just know at any second you can just like warp reality to like make it not be the way you want it to be, like there's no sense in which you're afraid of anything.
Yeah, I think you include that he can do that, but it's like not the right thing to do. Right? So he like restrains.
Yeah. I need to.
What's actually the Christian narrative is that Jesus voluntarily empties himself.
Take this out that came to mind. I don't know if it's too simple, but is there a range of things that God could become? He said, well, he became a human, and that's human, but that's just accidental. Could he, like, if he wanted to, like, become maybe like an animal, and it would still be God, but that other animal could be like something. Could it be that, or is there like some kind of range that only humans God can turn into?
Can he be like an ant? Like, can he be an ant?
Could you replace your fingernail with, I don't know, some, like a metallic blade or something? Would you still be human?
No, I'm not saying would you still be human, right? God, you said God was able to like become a human, and the human aspect of him is like accidental. Is the range of what it can turn into? Could you like, for example, like
you say something the image bearer, we're made in the image of God, something.
No, but I anticipated that, but I guess when it's something different, I don't know, maybe I got misunderstood me. Not that that's not what I just said. I wasn't confirming or denying whether God could actually do that or not.
But I mean, these questions are interesting. Can God, can God unite these animals? I mean, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, the Buddhism is that, right? Like,
that's why it's not going any further. Theoretically, it looks interesting.
My preliminary response would be that I haven't thought about that, but it would be like if God turned into Satan, maybe that would clash with his nature in some way.
Okay, let's not pick something where it's like his nature gonna like some evil, So that would be more likely to be possible than Satan. But I can see why, like, the Christian might not want to like start like thinking that they're going to like come as a frog and stuff like that, trying to like insult him. But it just looked interesting to me when you're saying like it's accidental, but does it have a range? Does it have like something that it can't like only these things what God can come as? But anyway, we can move on, no problem.
And would he just be a limited God if he could just be human, right? Like, so Hinduism doesn't shy away from this like the monkey god Hanuman, or even the god Ganesha. Like, it keep going on and on, and like manifesting even like in the tiniest of things in nature. The snake god to go. That question is really good, Chris.
Okay, so yes, God could manifest her form. So what really interesting follows from this?
Well, I don't know, I think the idea that God could become a frog kind of changes, like, okay, that's kind of strange, that, like, God is like a divine frog, that somehow is omnipotent, but still a frog somehow.
But you get the idea that you can combine two different entities with different essential natures into one entity, right? It's only strange if you think that like God becoming a frog means that the entity itself loses all of the divine properties, but that's not the Christian view.
I mean, that's if you hear my explanation of like composite objects, you can have like a body and a soul forming this one composite human being, right? With have these body essential properties, maybe soul essential properties, but they compose this one human being, right? That's fully a body, fully a soul, essentially a body, essentially a soul. But they're one and the same composite object, right? And they can even have contradictory properties, but they're assigned to different aspects, right? Like the body aspect, the soul aspect, like the body being material, the soul being immaterial, right? But they're referring to different aspects of one and the same composite object. And I think like the analogy can be served here with Christ, right? Like Christ is this composite object, right? Composite person, composite being that has a divine aspect and a human aspect, right? Would that, like, what do you think of that before?
Do you think Jesus is omnipotent and omniscient and all that stuff?
Yeah, and with regards to his divine aspect, he would be omnipotent, not with respect to his human and his one composite being, right? Something like that.
But wait, when you say with regards to his aspect, like, if Jesus just were to meet Jesus, he could just turn me into a banana. Correct. If he wanted to.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I guess what's weird is that like that doesn't seem like a human thing. That seems like essentially non-human. That like part of the definition of a human is that they're not able to do that. That they're like a creature on this earth.
defines sin by saying he can do that with respect to his divine, with his divinity, but not with respect to his humanity, right? Like, so, like, yeah, and there's a real distinction between the divinity and the humanity, right? So, like, there are these two aspects or parts of his one composite being, right? The divine aspect or part can do that, but not his human aspect or human part.
You don't need to adopt this competent. You can just it even works on non-reductive dualism.
Yeah. You said it. Yeah.
Mental state, which is non-physical, and then you have a physical body, and that like the two are somehow connected through psychophysical laws.
Yeah. I know your model. Yeah. That can work. I think that can also work.
What makes Jesus and God part of one composite object? I suppose you didn't have the view that Jesus was omnipotent and omniscient. He was just a man, but he was part of this composite object where part of the object is omnipotent and omniscient, part of it's not omniscient and omnipotent. It's like one object. What makes them one object? What makes them more next to each other than me and God, me and the Father? You know?
Yeah, this is where it gets a little bit interesting. So, like, when it comes to material objects, this can be easy, right? If they share the same spatial location, right? Now, when it comes to, this is where it might be a little bit unintelligible. We'll have to appeal to mystery, because we will say, like, oh, like, there might be this lack of division, so they're not separated, Jesus and the Father, what have you, right? But what does that mean when, concerning that there is no spatial location, right? Then that's going to be unintelligible in a way. That's going to be
No, that's not going to be unintelligible. You can just say they're functionally unified. So there's you don't have to to a spatial location to unify physical objects. You can say two material entities are identical, just in case they're functionally unified. Like for instance, being it's genetic locus or piece of DNA is one gene, just in case it's functionally unified.
I didn't maybe think about it this way, this functional unity. Because usually when we think about like objects being united, like if you take one object and unite it with another, you take it to be like they share the same spatial location.
All right, what do you think makes a gene a gene?
I mean, depending. So like if you have like a gene for eye color, for example.
A gene for eye color, a gene for eye color. Like what gives it its identity conditions?
Oh, if what do they call it? If it when it becomes like a phenotypic, when it gets activated and it triggers the eye color type in the individual, right? So you want to say like this functional thing, right? You want to bring it back.
Spoiler. It's not going to be at these shared spatial locations because you can have multiple nucleotides in different spatial locations, which is still classified as part of the same physical entity, which is a gene.
Yeah. So you have these two genes, right? And you want to say these share the same functionality, so they're counted as one gene, right? Even though they might be different spatial locations.
Well, I'm not going to say there are going to be two genes. I'm going to say there are going to be many different nucleotides which don't share a spatial location. Yet we classify them as the same gene because they share a functional identity.
But counting objects, right? How many existences are there? You're going to say there are multiple concrete things there, right? Like multiple concrete.
It's not a physical object. So a gene is a physical object. Or is a gene not a physical object? I think a gene would be a physical object, yes.
Okay. Yeah, so wouldn't you say if you have like multiple distinct physical objects in different spaces, they're counted as, you would say, I mean, they would possess different spatial properties, for example, according to Leibniz identity, right? Well, in their certain relative identicals, if two things share different predicates, then they're two things, right? So if you have these two things that are separated and having different spatial properties, for example, right, then they would be counted as two objects there, right? You would have these two objects, two concrete existences. From there, you
functionalism regarding the mind would be a counterexample to that, because a lot of functionalists think there's just like one unified consciousness, even though the particles which realize or constitute it would be separate physical and would have separate spatial locations.
I mean, then you would have to say, like, in one sense, there's one mind if you're taking into account this functionality factor, but in another sense, there are multiple distinct concrete things there.
Well, that just shows you that you don't have to build a mystery to say that in some sense, yes, there's one physical entity, as long as Jesus and his divine and his human nature are functionally unified.
Yeah, but I mean, we do still use the language, right? That the Father and the Son are undivided, right? They're united in a way, right? Don't we use that? So what does that mean, right? Maybe that's the concern beef wants to say. And here we wouldn't but they're not merely functionally united, right? We want to say they're also ontologically united somehow, right? And I don't really, I will just appeal to mystery when it comes to understanding what that really means. I do believe that it does have meaning, but I just don't have the access to understand, the cognitive access to understand its true meaning, right? So
here, I guess in that case, I'd like to ask what you think the difference between ontological and functional unity would be. Like, why do you think functional unity, at least in some cases, doesn't imply ontological unity?
Yeah, because you can have, I guess, even with the analogies you use, right, you can have multiple distinct things that are separated, but they have the same functionality, right? So my intuition tells me there that we would count these as multiple distinct objects in virtue of them being separated, right?
Okay, so do you think there are multiple separate minds on, given functionalism is true, do you think there are multiple separate, that entails there are multiple separate minds? Or when a human has consciousness, do you think there are multiple separate minds?
No.
Okay, so then we count one mind even though there are separate physical entities composing it. And presumably on this view, mind is physical.
Yeah, here you could say that multiple parts for one and the same composite conscious object, right?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
And that's what I was saying, by the way, between the composite and Christ, for example, right? Then I think beef. That was the concern beef had, right? How do you account for the Father and the Son being this one composite object, right? What would that mean, right? And here, maybe Sam doesn't want to merely go through the functional route, which is the ontological route, and there's this ontological compositional thing going on there. And I don't really know how I can state that with intelligibility when it comes to metaphysical objects, right? But maybe when it comes to physical objects, it can be easily accounted for, right?
Could it be just that Jesus has the soul, a part of God's soul, that we're all souls, God is a big soul, he pinches off a piece of that, puts that into the body of something like that?
They want to say the Father and the Son share the same soul, right? But
yeah, I'm just speculating how they could be the same.
Yeah. But when you say they share the same soul, that's what we would believe as Orthodox Trinitarianism, by the way. But what would that? But there is maybe some people might raise the concern of there being an unintelligibility problem as well, right? Because what does it mean to say they share? That means that they're united in a way. What does it mean to say they're united, right? If there's no spatial location involved, right?
How many people misuse the functional unification of that?
Maybe
typically appeal. Like the example you brought up is there's a mind and there's a soul and a body unified into one person. Now presumably they have separate spatial locations.
Well, no.
So it still doesn't even have a spatial location.
What if you say in one sense the body and the soul possess they compose this one human being, right? So they would be located in the same spatial location in the same human being, right, or something like that. So that's why they're counted as one object. Maybe they share. These are two parts of one and the same object, right? So this one object shares the same. So maybe,
anything that is really counterintuitive to say that the soul has a spatial location. I guess you could say that. but a different way you could phrase this is that the soul and the body are functionally united in that they, I don't know, produce, I don't know, some sort of functional unification.
Okay, let's say you have a body in the United States and you have a soul in France, right? And they're functionally united. Would you still say that they're one object there, or maybe?
I think maybe the proximity, yes, the functionality, the physical functionality is facilitated by some kind of closeness in distance, even though it's not the identical spatial thing.
I just think that's really arbitrary because we have examples of genes. It's like genes are physical entities, so we have examples of genes in which the nucleotides are not spatially close. They're like introns or introns in between nucleotides, which are excised. So there's such examples where this sort of reasoning breaks down. So yeah, I mean, this proximity, that there has to be proximity between physical objects.
By the way, people can take the view, like, you're right, like, you can take, like, functional unity and stuff, this other spatial location type of thing. And some people think, like, view of divine spatiality, that God is in space, right? God is spatially located, right? That space is not merely a physical concept, but a metaphysical concept, sort of like time. Like God entering time, like what Greg would hold to. Some people would go further and say God also enters into space. So from there, I think you can make sense of all of these, right? If you don't want to only hold to like functional unity, like from there you can say that the Father and the Son actually do share the same spatial location. But that's like very, very not like optically pleasing for a lot of individuals, especially like classical theists, right? So might be also like a lot of other issues, like philosophical issues being raised there. But that's criticism, because I've seen people raise that criticism, including Venus, right? That what does it mean to say that the Father and Son share the same essence if they're not like inhibited, like being in the same spatial location? Like you can go to the functional route, like Agamemnon. You can take like the spatial route that God is in space, or you can just say appeal to mystery there, right? Of what it means, right, to say that type of thing. But that's going to apply to all theology, I think, right? Like, what does it mean to say that God is like maybe like in Islamic metaphysics, right? That God is one or what have you. It means like he inhibits, like we know, like a material object according to Aristotle, right? Or like his definition of material object being like the same compound of matter in the same region. How he counts material objects, of course, like he defined it as matter plus form, right? But how do we count a material object, or how do we construe one? It's going to be like matter and form. Matter, have the same compound of matter in the same spatial region, right? Aristotle was heavy on this. Yeah, I mean, what does it mean to say that God is one in any system, right? Or God is even many in those systems, right? Well, you will have to appeal to some form of mystery if you don't want to take the functional route, or like God being in space and all of that. So it's not going to be specific to the Trinity, right? There's going to be a problem that is going to be, all of these theologies victims.
I've even asked this before, and theist said yes, right? Like, if we had everything we know about the Trinity today, if we had them fixed, right? But instead, maybe the church are calling it tritheism, right?
that's the one that's not heretical. You know, they are actually
Somebody remove legalist and he's just like ain't fucking.
Oh, I just realized. Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay. Let's take care of this.
No, it's true. I just saw that in chatting.
Legals, I'm going to delete your comments, Legals. I'm going to request for you not to do these comments again, to write these comments down again. If you do, you will be removed from the room, sir. Because we don't like people who spam the chat. So I'm deleting your comments right now.
So you get what I'm saying? Like if the Christian doctrine was actually tritheism, what would you?
Christianity, because Christianity assumes. I mean, the scriptures are very clear that there's one God. Even Jesus says that, right? That there's one God. He repeats the Shema Israel, right?
I think you could just do the same thing you're doing now in reverse, saying that there's some kind of like type of identity in which God is one, but tritheism is true. You know, the same thing that's happening in reverse now. You just do the same thing in the other direction.
You know that this actually occurred in a way where there was someone in the 6th century by the name of John Philoponus who said that there are these three divine particulars, right? But there's this one universal, and it's like this abstract universal, sort of like how we traditionally conceive of a human species or a human universal. It's like sort of this abstract thing, right? So you have these multiple human beings. Someone called John Philoponus, right, who actually came with the Kalam argument, by the way, that he was inspired from, right? He basically said the same thing about the Trinity, where he said, you have these three divine beings that are one in this abstract universal, just like human beings, right? And he did say that the Trinity is one God because of that, right? What you were alluding to there, Chris, right? The problem is that the Church Fathers didn't anathematize it as being a tritheist, right? He said, no, this is like tritheism. They said, that's like...
How history developed was they were going towards like Trinity but one God. So I'm just thinking that we could have all the same scriptures and we could have a different history where the Church Fathers wanted to model it as tritheism, and you could just deploy the same arguments in the same. Once you find places in the Bible where it's saying God is one, you just say, that's just in a different sense. You know, it's just in the other direction.
Yeah. I see. Yeah. There is but for me, specifically, I mean, if you know about the monarchical Trinitarianism, right, where you have these three, you have the Father being the source, with the Son and the Spirit, there being one God, because there's the Father is this one God in the nominal sense, right, but in the predicative sense, you have three gods, right? So a lot of who hold to that, right? For me, it's not optically pleasing. I don't want to say, in some sense, there are three gods, right? So it also has to do with, how optically appeasing is it to you, right? I'd feel very uncomfortable, going up to a non-Christian or a Muslim, for example, right? Where they always accuse us of polytheism and tell them, hey, you're right, in some sense, there are these three gods, right?
But then again, it looks like there's scriptural backing for that. When it says, begat, Father begat the Son, there's some notion where the Father is the source, and it's a little different from the other two.
You're absolutely correct, by the way. This is an issue that has to be dealt with people who don't want to hold to monarchical Trinitarianism, and it has been laid out by monarchical Trinitarians, right? If the Father begets the Son, the Spirit proceeds also from the Father, the Father being the first there, right? That can be a really good point. I still hold to the view that persons are relatively identical to the essence, including the Father. The Father is not absolutely identical to the essence, but relatively identical to the essence. But maybe we could say, in virtue of like the persons being relative identical to the essence, we could say like the Son and the Spirit still proceed from the Father, even though the Father is not absolutely identical to the essence, that type of thing. So we can still maintain like logical priority between the Father and the other persons, even though the Father is not absolutely identical to the divine essence, and that the divine essence is still logically prior to the Father in a way. So we could say like, yeah, you have the divine essence that's logically prior to the Father, and then the Father being logically prior to the other persons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think about, I don't know if this is relevant or not, but what do you think about the idea that the Father generating the Son is kind of like the number 2, which is logically prior to the number 4?
The analogy that I use, by the way, the set of natural numbers, like what does it mean to say something is logically prior, right? Well, you can have a set of natural numbers, you can have one being logically prior to 2, and there can even be a logical dependence, like 2 is logically dependent on 1, but that doesn't mean that 2 is like contingent, right? Like, because there's no causation there. So like 2 would still be a necessary truth, even though it's logically dependent on 1, right? Same thing with the Son. The Son is logical. The Father, but yeah, the Son is still a necessary person, right? Yeah. What do you think of that?
Yeah, it's exactly the same. It's the same thing I was saying. But do you think that addresses the previous objection you brought up?
About the Father begetting the Son?
Yeah.
Oh, so you want to say like, well, we don't really see that with numbers, like 2. Well, we could say like what is meant by begetting or spirating, right, or proceeding. It's just like one coming after another in the logical sense, right? So like 2 procession, right? Like logical procession, we could say like 2 logically proceeds from 1, right? It's in the same sense like the Son logically proceeds from the Father, and the Holy Spirit logically proceeds also from the Father. Right? Can we say that? Like 2 also proceeds from 1, and 3 proceeds from 2, that type of thing. So like what was meant by begetting and spiration is just like procession from like the Father in a way, right? From the first person.
I meant about relative, sorry, what I meant is you brought up some sort of objection about relative identity and being identical to the essence, that the Father is identical to the essence, relatively identical. Can you just go over that again?
Yeah. So like, I mean, with the analogy of like having a lump of clay that has multiple forms, right? Well, the clay would precede these forms, right? But maybe you can say like, you have the clay and then one of the forms precedes the other forms, right? So you would have the clay, then the first form, then the second form, third form, right? So you would have the divine essence, then the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, in like this logical sequence, right? Between the persons and the essence in a way. But again, I don't really have like strong formulated views. These are, I still have to think about them more. This is where my thoughts are heading as of now, right? Heading towards as of now.
Okay, so the essence of the number 4. Yet one is logically prior to the other.
Yeah. I mean, this analogy isn't going to be like an analog for the divine essence in that analogy, right? Of like a set of natural numbers. But what that analogy is trying to demonstrate, the common property, right, between there being any contingency or any issues, right? There being like the Father, Son was being necessary and one coming before the other, right? In a prior sense, right? In a logical prior sense, yeah. But of course, like the set of natural numbers is not going to be fully analogous to the Trinity, right? Because the Trinity is a concrete object, it has a concrete essence that instantiates these multiple distinct persons, right? I just use the analogy of the set of natural numbers for people who tell me how can the Son be dependent on the Father and yet be necessary, right? Well, we're talking, or like how can the Son proceed from the Father, right? And there be like this priority and posteriority, right? Well, I say that's all in the logical sense. Yeah, you can have like logical priority and posteriority. There being like this chronological posteriority of the Son and the Father, right? And they can still be both necessary, the Father and the Son. Even though there's a dependence relation. I mean, there are many moves that people can make, like with the Trinity. Like, you don't even have to give, like, I mean, you can always incur a constant appeal to, even though you don't need to. You can still be rational, justified in your belief in the Trinity. Like, you can take the James Anderson approach, right? This positive mysterious approach, which is not that bad, right? You can be you can take like J.C. Beale's approach, being a logical pluralist, right? Classical.
If all else fails, you have Chris Tweed's like Hail Mary in intentional context.
Yeah. Actually, the Venus. Did you see Venus's recent discussion with himself?
Yeah. It was a good conversation, but that's like way more. There's more depth there. People here have any familiarity.
Yeah, Venus doesn't actually believe it's like a solution. He thinks also it's very problematic in many different ways.
No, go ahead. It's just like I think Venus will agree that there's like a formal out there where there's no contradiction, just they have other problems.
Yeah.
Like a cat talk.
Yeah, Venus also tends to bring up problems like, oh, it's heresy, it's kind of like, I'm thinking, who cares, right? If you're just looking for something.
Well, usually that's part of the whole thing. It's very easy to resolve if you're not worried about heresies because you just go for modalism versions that,
Yeah, but I think people calling it heresy, they might be mistaken as well because no one has agreed that those people calling it heresy were sent by God. That's up for grabs as well.
But or you can resolve it without any heresies, without any ad hoc moves through relative identity.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree that that's the best. I basically agree that that's the best way to do it. But what Chris Tweed is doing is he's saying, okay, people have watched a bunch of text on the relative identity version, and then, okay, so if that fails to, here's like a Hail Mary test, which is that, like, it's an opaque context, and so because of that, the argument is now.
Hail Mary is funny in this context.
Yeah.
But Venus makes the critique. Of course, Venus is great. I mean, you can make that with any argument, right? Like Venus makes, like, you can always get out of any argument by making that move, right? In a way where, the argument then isn't, like, valid or what have you, right?
Yeah, I do think that, like, what Chris Tweed is saying is, like, totally unmotivated. He's just saying, like, every time you do that, I person, that's an opaque intentional context. And it's like, well, that's not clear at all.
Yeah.
But yeah, sorry, I get the appeal of doing it that way. That if you don't want to do like minimal contention, right, you would try to like make it not be a heresy, right? So that's like make life more personal, yes, right? Even though you could take the route that you don't care, if you find a solution that doesn't have the heresy problem, there'll be more.
Relative identity doesn't have the heresy problem, but Coptic, what do you mean you can use it for any argument? The critique is supposed to be that the Trinity is supposed to be logically contradictory or somehow metaphysically contradictory, or some sort of incoherence.
It's about the big context.
And then when you demonstrate that without any ad hoc moves, you can make it logically consistent. That's only a critique. A critique is supposed to be what?
I was talking about like Christopher Tweed's big context move that he does with himself. Yeah, it's something entirely different. Yeah, it's entirely. Yeah.
Noel, modalism is not a argument for the Trinity.
I guess.
I understand that it's not the argument, but it makes more sense. Co-equal, co-essence, co-eternal. The co-equal is not even identified in the scriptures. Like, people are.
Modalism is just a model of the Trinity, right?
Well, Trinitarians believe that modalism is not Trinity. But I guess, the philosophy is you have to bend all types of definitions. It's already established what you want it to be, and then you have to force the scriptures to make it. So, but it's interesting.
I don't really understand what you're saying there. If people just want to say, like, explicitly say, like, it's written in the Bible, okay. So what? Here's.
Say that again, so.
Obviously, like it's not, the Trinity is not explicitly described in the Bible. So what?
Well, that makes sense for you, but the argument is Christians believe that it is explicitly explained in the Bible. Not only that, if you don't believe in that, you're not a Christian. So that's why there's so many arguments within Christianity regarding the Trinity. But I understand why you believe that.
It's basically something where it's like, sure, I've never heard anybody dispute the fact that the Bible doesn't just come right out and say it, right? Like everybody agrees it's not.
I guess it depends on what clubhouse you're in. But which I agree with what you're saying. It doesn't come out right out. I agree with that. But other people not necessarily say the same. Because they make it a salvific issue.
Well, I mean, the thing is like, if you have like the priors of having like the belief that there's this church divinely, there's church authority that was divinely appointed, right? Like Christ when he founded the church in the early first century, right? And that they basically have this authority that was handed down by Christ through his apostles, right? Then you have this apostolic succession, have the same authority, right, as the apostles, right? Then they've declared something, right? They consider this like an infallible doctrine. And yeah, that would be like the equivalent of it being stated in scripture.
I've heard that argument, but keep this in mind. You had the Israelites who had a direct connection to Moses while Moses was up in the mountains getting the word from the Heavenly Father himself. And by the time they came down, after seeing all these miracles, they went astray. So, as with the telephone game, things can go astray. I just don't believe that what was taught in the scripture is being completely passed down as is without other people's interpretations. So I don't believe that the church is the congregation of people. As far as the authority, the last authority was Christ. And so we don't need to, he's our Messiah, he is the mediator between us and the Father. Christ, where is our Christ? I mean, that's my.
But like, let's say that the people, so you would say like, if you have like a congregation of believers, can they be wrong? Like, let's say if all the believers like took on a certain doctrine to be true, can they be wrong if all the believers agree?
Yes, the scriptures show that. Like even in Revelation, it was speaking about a group of people who were Christians, who were. It starts with an N. I can't think of.
But notice I'm not saying a group of people. I'm saying all people, right? So if you have like 100% of Christians, right, in a certain century believed in a certain doctrine, right?
So the people. So if the chosen, and when I say chosen, just for argument's sake, those in the Old Testament that were chosen, the angels and every other messenger that was sent to them, and they still got it wrong. You think Christians are not going to get it wrong?
I have a question for you. Do you think like when the apostles congregated and formed the Council of Jerusalem, right, as stated in the book of Acts, they could have wrong?
Yeah, they were wrong when Christ was walking on earth.
No, not individually. Not individually, right? But I meant it congregating together in that council, which actually I think in the book of Acts is stated it was led by the Spirit. I think there's a verse that says that, right? Do you think like they could have been wrong in that council?
I would have to read what you're referring. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not going to argue.
Yeah. for like so from
Nicolation. Nicolation.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
But this is where like the tradition of councils was formed. They were inspired by the apostles, congregating, right, being led in the spirit. So the church basically only congregate, right, if there was a dispute over a certain doctrine, the same similar style of tradition as the apostles would congregate, or what the spirit would tell them to do. And that was like the early church and how it was formed and how these ecumenical councils were formed, right, following the tradition of the apostles. I think that makes perfect sense that this is the way it should be on how you can figure out what the correct interpretation of certain doctrines are in certain scriptures should be, right?
Context. How many people were exiled and killed over the Trinity? Like, if it was something that was taught from the beginning, which Christ didn't teach. It was something that was taught from the beginning. Why did people have to die? Why did what's his name? Uranus? He got slapped. Like, why?
Arius, you mean Arius?
Arius, yes. Like, people were getting murdered. The opposition, all the documents regarding the opposition were burned. If it was such a doctrine that was taught from the front up, why would there be so much confusion?
Yeah, I mean, you can have doctrine that was clearly taught that later generations basically disagreeing, in certain manners, right? You have disputes arising, right? People not refusing to look at like the clarity over a certain doctrine and bring up disputes, and from there, if you want to resolve it, what I was claiming is if there's a dispute and you want to resolve the dispute, right? That the church fathers took the style of tradition of the apostles and what they did with the Council of Jerusalem, by all congregating and accepting, right, a certain doctrine, having that consensus being reached. And anyone who rejects that consensus was to be excommunicated from the church.
Or executed.
I'm not really sure if they executed anyone in there. Like, Arius was not executed. Nestorius was not executed. I don't think they executed the heretics. The emperor would exile the heretics, but I don't think they ever executed like a heretic in the early first few centuries.
Yeah, but even still, so the stance.
But you're right. There was like an imperial force that enforced, right, like these doctrines that arose from the ecumenical councils, right? So
right.
I say, yeah.
So when Barnabas and Paul and what is the other disciples? When they had a dispute, they just turned Jesus died, rose on the third day. He's the Messiah. All of these things are accepted across the board because those things are easily located. Anything outside of that is the opinions of interpretation.
So we're modalists, right?
No, I'm not. No. I'm not a modalist at all. No. I'm just saying that.
What are you?
First, I am not. I'm right now. I'm not really anything. I'm just reading the scriptures and just. I know it's really hard.
Come back home.
I'm just learning. No.
Come back.
I would have to. I would have to see the Trinity. When I say Trinity, I'm not speaking like.
You're right that there is no like explicit verse that talks about the Trinity the way
exactly.
But there's about the seven propositions.
In the scripture, it says, "Do not add or take away." So
Sure.
Because of that, I'm not going to add. So I'm just going to read the scripture, and I know people have.
But the seven propositions, right? But the seven propositions that are usually stated about the Trinity, the Father being God, the Son is God, the Holy Spirit is God. They're not each other. There is one God, right? These seven propositions, these seven statements regarding the Trinity, right? I think are explicitly stated in the New Testament, by the way. Like, I think there are explicit verses that say that the Father is God, the Holy Spirit is God. They're not each other. I think there are explicit verses for that. Just one God.
That's not my art. I have issues with whole equal. I don't like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, but these are going to be logical entailments, right? So if you have like the Father and the Son being fully God, right? Yet they're one God and they're distinct, that they would in a sense, but you could like maybe raise up a deductive argument that they would have to be like co-equal in a way, right?
But that's not what Christ says. So that's why I don't want to argue. I can't argue against Christ. Christ says, "My body Christ said, I'll go to your God, my God, your Father, my Father. So when the scripture says that, why am I going to argue with Christ? He is my goal. And if that's the case, who will be the need for Christ to be the, and when I say the need, more so, why would he need to be the go-between if I'm just going straight to Yahweh anyways? It doesn't, to me, that just doesn't make sense. I wouldn't need a go-between if I'm going straight to Yahweh.
No, it's fine if you take that direction. But I think if you go straight to Yahweh in the scripture, you will find Jesus being fully God.
What verse says that?
Philippians 2:6.
Philippians 2:6.
It says being in the form of God, which God meaning Elohim. It doesn't say being
Read the whole thing.
So God.
Read the whole fucking thing.
Read the whole fucking thing.
Oh my God. I'm just skipping over the part that we're talking about. There you go. Equal with
Yes,
that.
I understand. So you're not giving me a verse to have.
Yeah. The challenge wasn't to give you a verse you never heard before.
So in the King James version, it says he didn't consider it robbery. And it's another version, maybe ESV, that says he didn't think it was something to even grasp, which is a concept that he wouldn't even have the ability to do. That's what it says in a different version.
That's why I do lose faith in the whole idea of there being such a thing as the plain reading of the text, because, but I mean, what I was saying is like, by the way, what's interesting is the verse that Sully brought up, called the Cardinal Christi, it's a pre-Pauline creed. Actually, that would have been the belief of the disciples. Paul would have taken that from the disciples. It's like whatever a lot of Nicodemus scholars would say that even more than anything has a logos about that. That this Cardinal Christi was taken from the disciples. Paul took it from the disciples, right? So the disciples did have a very early high Christology of Christ being fully God, in the form of God, being equal to God. Very amazing, very incredible.
Christ asked Peter, "Do you think I am?" And what did Peter say?
Who do I think I am? Peter says,
Christ asked
the Messiah, the Son of God. He answered, "You're Messiah."
He didn't say, "I think you're the Most High God, Yahweh." He didn't say what, like, for you to say what the disciples believe. The disciples said, "I think you're Elias. I think you're such and such."
There is like a lot of, you can say scholars that hold to like what's called, I don't know if you've heard of that, what's called the Messianic secrecy, right? Or the secrecy of the Messiah, meaning that the Messiah did keep secret his identity being like the Messiah and also like God until the very end. So he didn't like reveal it. It was like a very gradual, progressive revelation over what it really was. It did culminate in the end when the high priest, even after when it came to Pilate, right? But with the high priest still, who are you, right? Are you the Messiah, the Son of the Most High God, right? And Jesus says, "It is as you say," right? One of the Gospels, right? It's actually mentioned in all the Gospels, but in one of the Gospels says, "Yes," and one of the Gospels says, "It is as you say, and you shall see the Son of Man coming from the clouds of heaven," taking that from Daniel 7:13. Which a lot of people would say is a divine figure, right? That was mentioned in Daniel 7:13. And that's why.
But even in Daniel describes two different entities. He describes
both divine, incredible, yeah, because he says that.
Right, but I'm not taking anything away from Christ. But what I'm saying is that he has the Ancient of Days and the Son. So how are these one when he's describing two different?
Yeah, I mean, these can be these can be two different persons that share one and the same essence, so they can be counted as one. I mean,
when you say essence, what do you mean by essence? Like that has to be defined.
I mean, maybe at the simplest, at the root of it, it's going to be like a concrete thing. Now, what is a concrete thing? I'm just going to appeal to. I don't know. That's just going to be a semantic prime. Like, with the divine essence, it is going to be a concrete thing that possesses the full divine essential properties, right? That constitutes these persons. But this was like a dream that was a revelation that Daniel was having. So like maybe in that revelation it wasn't like a true form, a true picture of the reality of the Trinity, right? He just saw maybe like these visions, right? Of maybe they were separated, these two persons, but that's not going to be reflected. That's not going to be like the true reflection of the doctrine of the Trinity.
So, but you even have Stephen when he's being stoned, he looks up. He sees the Most High.
Yeah,
beautiful. The right side of the Most High, he sees the Son of Man. So, again, that is the same as, Daniel's vision. So these are still two different entities.
Yeah, but they're both divine, right? Because remember that in Daniel 7 he says, "And all nations shall worship him." What are those words? Taking it from Daniel 7:13 and applying the Son of Man to himself, the high priests tore their clothes, saying, "What blasphemy have we heard?" Right? We need to hear, and like just claiming to be like the Messiah wasn't like considered blasphemous. It was claiming to be divine that was considered blasphemous. And so that's why when Jesus made those claims, attributing the title of the Son of Man to himself, taking it from Daniel 7, I did think that he was making a divine claim here. Actually, Bart Ehrman himself, here I can even, I have the recording of him where he says he thinks that what was happening here, that Jesus did actually make a divine claim here, that Mark 16:60-64, Jesus was making a divine claim.
I don't have a problem with Christ being divine.
Oh, there you go. So, thank you, sir. God, wow, I love that.
I don't think he's shouting.
What?
I don't think he's shouting.
You just said he's divine, he's God, right?
I think there are many gods. Yeah.
Many gods?
I know.
What's going on here?
That's what the Bible says. That there are many gods.
Oh,
and many lords.
But didn't Jesus say that you should worship him?
I would need to pull up the scripture, but it literally says there are many gods and many lords, and then they tell you who's the most high. And
Because that makes sense that if you look at, the Shema, right? The Shema, your Lord, your Lord, your God is one, right? When Jesus,
That's not what the Shema means.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we have
The Shema, the Hebrew Bible is pretty clear that there exist multiple gods.
Right.
And that Yahweh is the chosen God of Israel. Right. There are others, and the Shema does not indicate anything else.
By the way,
later Jewish thought has understood the Shema to mean single, only, right? But that's not the view of the Hebrew Bible.
Yeah, but by the way, I'm not an expert. I'm very glad we have.
Careful when you say Hebrew Bible, because then you got to take in the prophets. By that time, it is kind of monotheism. But the earlier ones, the other. I'd say the later ones.
I'm going to quibble with you because
okay.
You guys, I'm going to sit back and listen. I'm going on mute. I just want to listen to what you guys have to say. I'm going on mute.
Look, the prophets at least acknowledge that other people have other gods, and that they also have power.
Yes.
Right? So
but in terms of like the monotheistic argument,
when Elijah challenges the prophets of Baal,
sure,
it's because Baal actually exists.
Or they think that they can do it, but he's making fun of them the whole time.
He is making fun of them, but not because their God doesn't exist. He's making fun of their God isn't powerful.
Maybe. Listen, I wouldn't say necessarily. To me, it seems that the Old Testament, the Jewish Bible, does like flirt with other gods existing. It discusses them. It prohibits specific ones. It engages in war with some of them, but it doesn't really like justify them. And the point I pushed, like not exactly monotheism, more henotheism, is the oldest reference of like a Jewish interpretation of God is El Elyon, which is a recognition of other gods, but some special place for the one above all. And that starts with Melchizedek and Abraham. So that's way before everything. So like they did have this idea of multiple gods, but they always understood that there was something above. So like I think from a modern perspective, the understanding of the Jewish people of the gods of that era is more closely related to our understanding of angels today.
Maybe I think God, demigod, angel, layers of divine.
Like the angel with the ace of Hermosh, Moloch, right? Meaning
was.
It's more. No. I mean, like, if you take the context of the first time it's expressed, Israel is talking about literally the man Israel, not the nation Israel. And they're talking to their father on the deathbed. And they're saying, yes, the God that is yours, Israel, belongs to all of us, 12 your sons. None of us abandoned your religion.
Can I ask a Kitover question? Because I'm not an expert on all of New Testament. I know you're an expert, Kitover, so I'm glad you're here. I wanted to ask you, do you think, like, Daniel 7, 13 talks about the Son of Man, that any of the traditional Jewish scholars believe that this was a divine figure? You would say, no, this was like later Christian stuff.
I'm not really an expert on Daniel. That's probably something I should learn more, although I don't so much care about the Messianic prophecies, so maybe I'll ignore it. But it would not surprise me to find any rabbis in any generation who would have said all kinds of stuff that sounded Christian or non-rabbinic or whatever. I mean, it's just how we roll, right? We say all the things out loud.
Yeah.
So I would not be surprised if somebody said that figure, I don't know who that figure is, right? But if that figure was really God or divine or the Messiah, it would not surprise me that somebody thought that.
So you don't think, Caleb, that these Jewish authors of these books in the Old Testament held to like a monotheistic? So you would take that was later Jewish scholars, maybe, but
I think that's later. Yeah,
okay,
I think that's later. I don't think that. Or I'll say it at least this way. The Hebrew Bible is not a univocal text. If you think it's an errant, it means you are probably then going to try to read it through in one voice, and it just doesn't. The data doesn't support that. The data supports multiple theologies present in the Hebrew Bible, some of which might have been strictly monotheistic, but a lot of them were certainly acknowledged presence and power of other gods, even though we say, the Israelites say, our one is the top.
Yeah, I mean, the Elijah story illustrates that theology in their era of Israel. They were engaged in idolatry, which is to say, they acknowledged the existence of other nearby gods. There was like a Beelzebub, Baal-Zebub over in the east. There was the Lebanese gods, and they referenced them, and that was Elijah's whole point. He's like, you shouldn't do that. You guys are a bunch of sluts. Stay with your husband, God.
That's right. You're a bunch of sluts. Right.
That's the way the prophet puts it.
Yeah, it was very poetic. Now, you could try to argue, I think it would be tough to do, but if you wanted to argue something like, well, when the prophet...
say that monotheism, resulted eventually or something like that. I think that would be a better way to just put it. That there were neighboring gods such as these at the time.
Yeah, that's why the way I mostly see it is that the Bible is like touching upon the existence of other gods. They reference them for like specific practices, Moloch, the whole fire jumping thing, Ovid, Yoni. And all I'm saying is that of those different deities, they're nodding to them, but the text doesn't legitimate their existence very much. It more references their followers that show up.
What does that mean?
Who is like you above the rise one of God?
Amongst the gods.
Yeah, the Elim of the gods.
Right.
Who is like you?
Right.
Which is to say that he's distinctive from anything else people call a god.
From any other El, right. That's
right. Any El you find, that's not what we're looking at. That's nothing like what we're doing.
Right, so I think there's a way to say doesn't exist, and I think there's a way to say not as powerful as, which is functionally the same as saying you're not what you claim you are. You're not really a god. If you're not this powerful, you're not a god.
Right, it's sort of like the text kind of subtly dismisses the existence of other gods. It acknowledges it, it says don't do that, but it doesn't really like talk about them as like friends of God or difficulties of God's means of interacting with the world.
Can you guys go over Deuteronomy 32, 8 and 9?
Probably.
Can y'all talk about that?
Can you read it?
Can you read it? I'm in the data moment, I'm sorry.
This is like my favorite question. What do the Jews think about that verse? The answer is
happens pretty often.
bajillions of things. All right, what is it? 32. Deuteronomy 32. Okay, so this is, first thing to know, this is a big poem. This is not to be taken literally. This is a poem. Oh, this is right. Let me spar b'nei Israel, or it's let me spar b'nei Elohim. Right, there was a change in the text. People say about that. That it should have said the divisions of humankind, the boundaries of people were fixed in relation to the children of gods. There's a variant because it doesn't make sense. What is the spar b'nei Israel? Jacob got it. God's, because the next verse is the Eternal's portion. Everyone else got a portion according to their religion, God, and so did everybody else.
Oh, right, that's the verse that they think they changed the word, right?
Yeah.
Right. Because like the natural logic of it is that all of the world was apportioned to through other gods, or something like that.
Right. That's right. I don't know all this stuff about that, but there's something there. But there is something about.
Yeah, because I think the verse as it has been recorded and maintained, like doesn't flow, right? There's like a weird imbalance in like the impression of I gave this land to you just like I also did something else, right? It doesn't flow the way it should.
That's right. The Septuagint has the children of gods, and the Sea Scrolls has sons of God. But the Masoretic doesn't. And it only makes sense and that makes more sense when you read 8 and 9 together, because if Israel got their portion according to their God, all the other nations should have gotten their portion according to their God. Is that it? Ta-da!
I feel like it's problematic that like the pagan gods are not denied like vehemently. Like
why? It's even better.
No, that's not true. One thing, when you get to the legal expression of Judaism, right, the Mosaic era, the law code, it's very clearly like prohibited. If you go through like what they practically did in Israel and like whether or not the law adjusted at some point, there clearly was a lot of paganism. Like the Jews were interested in other idolatries, but at some point it was a clear like rejection of like no, we don't do that. And at least within the verses in the law code of the 5 books of Moses, it's very clear they don't want the Jews engaged in worship of any god other than God.
Okay, that's fine.
See, I think it's better that it's declaring that there are other gods, but we have this one, because it's about relationship. It's about choice.
Yeah.
It's about right. And
that's why I think it's like dancing a fine line of like not disregarding that.
Let me finish that thought. Right. So the idea, there's other women in the world I could love, but I've chosen my wife, and she's chosen me. That doesn't mean that there isn't love out there to be had. It's that the nature of the relationship is special, and that's what's being expressed between God and the Jewish people. Not that like it's the only one, and therefore you have to submit to the reality of the universe, right? But rather that God chose and we chose, and that's more powerful. I think that's more relational, human. And that's like we were talking about that yesterday. Like the Bible is really a human. It traffics in human emotion.
Yeah.
The human experience, right? And I think the human experience is you choose who you're with. Right?
Yeah.
And that's what it means to be part of a nation. all the other nations have a God, right? And have relationships with them, and we have this one.
Is it saying you're choosing this because it's the most powerful, or is it saying because you can just simply make a choice?
So I think it's a little bit of both, right? I think it's because of a realization that we haven't really earned anything here in this life, and an unearned love, the only like logical reciprocating thing to do to respond to an unearned love is to love back. Just love. What's the word? Senseless love. Right? No reason. On the other hand, I think there is downplay that, but I think there's a midrash that says that God shopped around the Torah to other nations before Israel finally accepted it. And he tells them, and we'll do everything except the murder part. We really want to be able to continue murdering. It's been used to a couple of different nations. They say, oh, we'll do it except for the poison. And then Israel, apart from all the other nations, doesn't even ask what's in it, and simply says, we'll do it. Then we'll figure out what's in it. We'll do it. But again, I think that's really about. I really see God of the Jewish people in relational terms, not in submissive terms. Yes, we are not God, but we are empowered to be in relationship with the thing that is most different than us. How beautiful! It elevates the human.
Yeah.
But yeah, we do say that it's like a medrash. There's no like historical basis for it, but we say that God shopped around the Torah to the other nations, and that they all rejected it for one law or another. Which, by the way, like at least tracks.
You must have zoned out there for a second. I just said.
No, I heard you. I'm just saying it tracks culturally as to why the Jews have like a pat response every single time there's an objection to any of their laws. God already offered it. Of course you didn't accept the laws. That's the whole point.
Correct. That's what I said. That's why I said yesterday we are the choosing people, not less so that we are the chosen people. We are the choosing.
Maybe we should make it more infinitive. We are the choice people.
We're the choice people. Yeah. We're very pro-choice.
That's actually true. Essentially, we are very, very pro-choice. But we're also pro-life. Contradictions abound. Classic Jewish problem.
I think about that all the time. Like, does the Jewish position pro-choice or pro-life? It's like a bad lineage.
I know, because we really are genuinely both, but we don't divide them.
We are vehemently pro-life on everything. We break every law in the Torah in order to save life, and we also have legal definitions of what. Right? That also means the mother's life. That also means we have to know what is life. It also means to know who's legally obligated, responsible. Right?
Well, I mean, like, just look at literally, like, the first story. It centers around the creation of life and the result of choice.
Right. Yeah.
Right? You wrap it all, like, from the essence of Judaism, we've always had pro-life and pro-choice in our ethos.
Yep.
I mean, the paradox somehow, like, you can see it repeat itself, like, in other schools as well, too. This seems to be, like, a complete acceptance and adherence to the paradox of life, right? Like, you see it in all the Eastern and Chinese, the whole yin yang and the
So, do you know about the purity, the temple narcus?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, so there's a strict separation between ritual purity and ritual impurity. And what it does is, when you're in a state of ritual impurity, you can't access the rituals in the temple. And that is a place of total ritual purity. You have to go to a ritual bath to ameliorate the situation, etc. But I once heard it explained what is so
The temple is the meeting place between purity and impurity. It is the life-death nexus, right? It is the yin-yang, it is the up-down. Welcome to duality, unity again, right? And they meet in the most holy place. They meet in the holiest place where God dwells. Just to say, to encounter God is to encounter the life-death nexus. That's why nobody sees God and lives. It's too much.
Also, that is the point of death. If from like the theological perspective, right? No man may see my face and live. When you're dead, you see my face.
When you're dead. That's right. That's right. You have to show your face to me, but you don't get to see my face. I love that one.
That's also a verse in the Quran.
Yeah.
On that day shall remain only the face. Pretty much. Okay. Go to it. Why did I get close?
What day is today? Tuesday? What happened on Tuesday in Holy Week? What happens on Tuesday?
Separation of the sky from the waters.
No, no, so it was Palm Sunday on Sunday.
Oh, no, it was the third day. My bad. Tuesday is the third day. So it was the creation of the land. The waters moved into the ocean.
No, I'm asking about in Holy Week this week, right? We have Palm Sunday, it's Good Friday on Friday, right? I didn't miss it, right? Yeah. So something happens to Jesus on that day in history. Like what's supposed to happen? On Sunday he gets into the city. What happens on Tuesday? Does anyone know?
No, what happened?
I don't know. I'm asking. Like, I don't know.
Oh, you mean like in the 3 days? What was his like day to day?
Yeah, they say he was doing something, right? Maybe it's like he gets crucified on Friday. What happens in the middle of the week?
And you're saying he shows up on Tuesday?
He shows up on Sunday.
Shows up on Sunday, waits until. Does he have to trial for the 6 days? Is he in prison?
Yeah, there must be a trial in there at some point.
I assume he's in prison. Shouldn't he be in prison?
Maybe he's in prison, right? But I think there are like specific. I think there are specific like observances or readings or things that you do ritually on each day of Holy Week.
Maybe you should go to prison for a week.
Maybe you go to prison.
I think that'd be good. You know, if you're like thinking through the trial, go deal with that's what he would have done probably, right? He probably would enjoy going to the prison. He's like, finally, I'm with the wretched.
See, that's good. That's better than like vicarious suffering.
Yeah, they should have left the development of their culture to us. We would have had better plans.
So is that it? It just took the Jews to kill the Roman heart.
That's what we do.
Classic Jews killing Jesus.
That's right.
I'm with it. You know, it was my people that did it anyway. So.
it's flowing again. It's a harmony of the Gospels, and the you know the last week, and then the last 2-3 days, and then right now he's well, he just finished. He just like rebuking all the religious folk, and now he's on the Mount of Olivet, and so he's wrapping up, and just to read the last words of Jesus, the right, before Passover, before he gets betrayed, before all that, and it just it's all amazing, all of Jesus, right? But it is he's
American con.
Guys, can I jump in, please?
Yes, that only has the end president. Whoa, wait a minute. Hello. Yes. The money actors, it's set up like that. And it's nearly at 100% return rate now, thanks to Obama's 2015 memorandum. So, and that's just the military aid that we give to them. That does not take into account any of the R&D and the tech, billions of dollars.
You believe our economy is doing really, really well, Serendipity? You believe our economy is doing really well in America? Is that what you're trying to state? The economy is doing really well in America?
Better than it was under Biden or Obama.
That's not what I asked, Terry. Let's move to the goalpost.
Yes, so yes, it is doing well. There you go. You have
the economy is doing well. The economy we're not dealing with some of the worst wage discrepancies we've ever seen in our time. What do you mean? And on average, wage discrepancies compared to work in America.
Where in America?
Everywhere. The average.
Really? Are you sure about that?
Harry, let me finish that.
He has
wage discrepancies.
Approval, 33% approval right now. So
what does that have to do with the economy?
Wage discrepancies compared to work productivity is, again, Fortune just did a massive research what they're making at the highest rate we've ever seen. So first, just wage discrepancies. And then on top of that, housing markets is the most inflated it's ever been. You can't buy a house if you're someone of a younger generation. If you do, you're going to go in extreme debt for it. You're not going to be able to pay off your house in 30 years like you used to be able to. So yeah, these things actually do matter, and our economy isn't doing well. And so you're saying that us reinvesting in our military industrial, that they are reinvesting our economy has been this bull-faced lie that you guys have just allowed to accept when our economy isn't doing well. And it hasn't been doing well for the last probably 4 years.
You didn't bring any facts, nothing at all. So.
I just told you. I'll post the articles.
Yeah, okay. Well, we're seeing that GDP grows around 2 to 2.5, 4.3 to 4.5%, up slightly from recent lows, but still near full employment levels historically. The labor market has cooled into a low fire state with job growth modest and influenced by reduced net migration and sector-specific issues. Inflation's at 2.7 for 2026 projections, and it's far below the target that was in 2022 peaks. Some upward pressure from energy or other policy factors, but core trends, disinflation in housing and goods. So I don't know where you're getting your fucking information from, but from what I'm seeing, it's actually completely opposite of what you're saying.
He's an uncle.
Nothing to say, yeah?
No. I mean, again, you say that it doesn't matter about unemployment rates. It doesn't matter about the GDP.
I went over everything. GDP, unemployment, and inflation.
Gross domestic But gross domestic product doesn't tell you about actual middle class Americans. That doesn't say anything.
We're talking about the economy. Now you're upping the goalpost by talking about middle class Americans.
The economy matters when purchasing power ends. That's what's actually going on. Is that you have the top 5%, the top 3%, even into the top 1% continue to get the largest purchasing power they've ever had. While again, middle class America gets disappears almost completely because of this. And so you're looking at the economy going, look, GDP, the gross domestic product is up. It's always been up. We're producing more than we ever have.
Well, you want to say that our economy shit when our GDP's up. Like, that's one of the most important factors to actually determine what an economy is doing.
But the economy only matters towards the majority of people and how they're actually living. And that's the actual key issue, is that when, I think the last time I saw the statistics, like 80% of Americans can't afford a $1,000 emergency bill. Like, that's the actual problem. And for someone, I would assume that everyone knew this. And it's like for some reason, boomers and Gen X are like, they have like scales over their eyes. Like, that's not happening. It doesn't matter. And it's like, guys, let's not focus on Israel anymore. Let's not focus on the Middle East. Let's get out of that region. We have Venezuela. Let's keep Venezuela. I agree with that. And let's
thank God you're not in politics or you're running our country, because our country would be
Trump,
if you were.
You're right.
You don't know anything about world economics.
Trump's doing a great job.
You don't know shit about world.
Do you want to bet money that church to the ground? Do you want to bet money? I'll bet money on it.
I mean, that's fine. You can bet whatever money you want to bet, but saying that nothing is happening is fucking it's fucking.
Do you think the war's ending? Do you think the war's ending soon? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, it's gonna end. There's always an end to everything. So.
But when is it going to end? Is it going to end now?
I don't know. I don't have a fucking magic 8-ball to tell me when it's gonna fucking end.
Well, it matters when it ends because it matters to the U.S. taxpayer dollar, and it also matters.
Yeah, and you were also saying Ukraine or all the money that we were sending to Ukraine.
Yes. F Ukraine.
The thing is, this war has more influential over our economy than fucking Ukraine and Russia.
No. If we actually
yes, it does.
To end our allyship,
control the flow to not make sure that our adversary China doesn't get their hands on whatever they want from Iran. It's big. It's very important.
Yeah,
if you're a Trump supporter, you would realize that.
Do you know the only reason why Iran hates us is because of our allyship with Israel for the last 55 years?
That's not why they hate us.
That's not true. Yes, that is true.
No, that's not true.
It's not because of Islam. It's not because of Saudi Arabia is fine with us.
Hostage 400 days. So don't say it.
Because we did with Israel.
They killed American troops back in the 80s, bro. Was that because of Israel?
Yes, because we did with Israel.
Because of Israel. So they killed American troops in another country, then you're saying it's because of Israel.
Tell me prior to 1948, when was Iran attacking us?
Keegan, you're wrong. Iran got angry with the U.S. because long before any allyship with Israel, back in the late 40s, it might have been early 50s, we overthrew their democratically elected prime minister because he wasn't U.S. friendly. That's why Iranians don't like the U.S. That's where
because he sided Israel. Because Iran didn't side with the allies. I understand that. I understand that they didn't side. They didn't side.
Always were friends of the Russians, and that's from the beginning. Ali Khamenei was educating Russia, so stop talking shit.
No, guys, you're just talking nonsense when you're talking about Iran and the things that they have for the American. That's not true. It's based in the ideology of the Islamic Republic that they call US the big devil. They call it Shaitan Bozorg, the big devil, and they call Israel the small devil. So just so you know,
and the big things, but you got to bring in the West mindset
exactly
towards the Middle East.
Their core ideology that they have to be enemy with the US. I mean, that's why they hostage the US diplomats in Iran at the beginning of the revolution. That's why they have all these deaths to American from the beginning, because it's just an ideology, and in an ideological regime they have an enemy. That's the thing about the ideology.
Israel is their enemy, and they hate.
You gotta go back to Great Britain. You gotta go back to Great Britain and British petroleum. You gotta go back to Russia. You gotta go back to 1900 to put it in perspective. And, that whole area called Persia, that whole area. You could go back to Rome and Alexander if you want to go far enough back. I want to go that far back, but 1953, that people can't focus on that. 1948 is an important date also, when Israel posted up over there. That was the settling that's been going on from that point until now. Netanyahu would tell it, Iran will be called Israel one day if he has his way. So to say that they're not up against the whole Western powers, that whether it be Russia, Great Britain, or now America, or a combination thereof, to not understand that is to not really have a real conversation.
You see how he was proven wrong and he left the room. You see that? European countries, they were not here to join the war.
Yeah, he's not here. He's the warrior because
countries, they said it's not their war, it's not their fight.
Yeah, we know that, Mark. You're not telling us anything fucking new, okay? I'm the fucking mic and tell us something new.
Why would they want to get bloody for no reason? Because of Donald Trump.
Solely for Israel.
You're retarded. Anyways, you see the guy's not in the room anymore because he got proven wrong and he didn't want to take.
Probably kicked him, and you guys are.
Explain it again for your dumbass.
That's not why.
I do know why.
It's not.
Oh, good. Go ahead, prove it, because you know everything and we don't, right? You have the answers to it all.
Let me clear that up, please.
Go ahead, clear.
So at first, Iran was literally America's ally. They used to house our CIA in their democratic regime until they wanted to nationalize their oil. The British pressured America to intervene, and that's why. And then we put in the Shah. The Shah gave us 40% of the oil. The Iranian people, civilians, they got mad and overthrew the Shah.
True. That's not true. That's the funniest shit. Oh my God.
Does anybody on the stage right now want to respond to that?
Yeah, I can respond to it. Those are facts.
That's Iranian.
Go back to the revolution, which happened. You have to go back to the revolution that happened 47 years ago. Okay? Before that, we American and Iranian we loved the US. So that's bullshit. The revolution hijacked the revolution because it was kind of lefties, righties, and had different groups. They put the Islamic regime on top, and then they put they kind of build everything based on a core ideology. That's why I'm saying it's wrong information what you're talking about.
Okay, well, don't come off the fucking mic until we tell you to, and if you do, you'll get moved down. So, plain and simple, I will get to you guys when it's your turn. We know how to take turns. This is not the Middle East. This is fucking America here, where most of us are in America. We have decorum in America. Go Google what decorum means, and then after that, maybe you'll understand how we run our rooms. Okay, are you done, Donna? Is that it, or you wanted to keep going?
No, I just was going to say that the Islamic regime is an ideologic regime. The ideologic regime, they must have an enemy, okay? And that enemy from the beginning of the revolution was U.S. They based it, they've been enemy with the West for the past 47 years, and all we've been hearing also in Iran as my personal experience that lived there, okay, during my teenager, during my youth and everything, what I've been hearing from the state TV that, the influence of the West to Iran should be stopped. Their culture, the Western culture should not be, brought to Iran. Blah, blah, blah. So all we heard was, being enemy with the West, and the West is this big devil that's, controlling the world, and we are the good guys who fighting against the West, and this is what's what's been going on in the past 47 years with this fucking regime, and now the people are educated. They've got fed up with the regime, and they've got to the understanding that what they've been saying have been bullshit. Let me ask Dana a question. Can I ask Dana a question? Go ahead.
He didn't
Dana, so you think the Iranian people were wrong in 79 to be upset, in 78 and prior to be upset with what was going on in their country? Is that what you're saying?
Say that again?
Do you think the people in 1979, when they did what they did in 97, and what led up to that, what the Shah was doing, this authoritarian rule that they were coming against, the corruption, the Western influence, the economic inequality, the suppression of Islamic values, you're saying the Iranian people were wrong for revolting against what was being imposed on them in 1979? They were wrong for that. So they should have just bowed down and became westernized at that time. They should have just said, well, the hell with it. Let's just forget about all of our Islamic tradition, history, what we're about. Just let the West come through here and do whatever they want to do. That's what you're saying?
That's not true. That's somebody.
What you think were right?
Hold on. Yeah, here's the thing. Yeah, they were wrong. So what about it? Islam is so good.
What should they have done?
Islam is so good. Why don't you live in a Muslim country? Anyway, why don't you live in a Muslim country?
I'm trying to think of what he said. I didn't hear what he said.
Why don't you live in a Muslim country?
Bro, because I live in a country that Muslims and Christians and whoever else. Do you want an answer or do you want to just yell at somebody?
One good thing about Islam.
Okay, bro. Okay. Peace, bro. So, order, structure is up there. I mean, you don't have enough time. You don't have enough willpower to want to hear all the good that Islam does, man. So, you know what I mean? One thing that Islam is different than Christianity on, I'll tell you this. Islam is taught at the core of it. You must fight against a tyrant. You must. It's your duty to God to rebel against a tyrant that's on some straight BS, taking advantage of children. It definitely is taught. It's taught because if you don't have resistance to people that come in the name of God, bro, you do not want our Christianity, what they did in North America. Don't go there. Leave that out there, bro. You don't want to make a comparison with what's been done in the name of Jesus in this holy man. No, you don't want to talk about taking over countries in the name of Jesus, bro. You don't want to talk about right now, man. That's not that conversation. Let's not talk about what's been.
All right, man. You're gonna learn to listen. It's in your book. If you're Muslim, it's in your book.
Bro, that book belongs to the planet. It ain't my book.
Every non-believer,
it belongs to the planet, bro. All the prophets of God belong to the planet, bro. But it ain't my book.
I don't know. Are you gonna go mute?
We get back to Mike.
Who are you to tell me to be quiet? Who are you talking?
So Iran is not an enemy of the U.S.
Whose turn was it?
We were on my turn. Harry asked an Iranian. Hold on. Harry asked an Iranian to speak for him, but the Iranian couldn't speak English, and he didn't address my points.
The only thing, don't be an asshole. Everybody understands Donna. He did what he's supposed to do, and he explained.
He didn't address any of my points because I said the shot. I said you put in the shot.
Don't be racist. Don't be an asshole.
Okay, I apologize.
If you have a problem, just listen, you fucking shit.
Okay, so Iran doesn't have a problem with us. We put in the shot, and he gave us. Fuck, man, you guys talk too much. I'm out.
Let me say something. The only reason the Islamic revolution hates America is because their values. And what's the values? Equality for women. And just hold on. Be quiet for one second. Shut up and talk as much as I want. There's a moderator here. Equality for women. They don't want a woman be equal to a man. Western value. What's the Western value? Freedom of speech. You cannot have a freedom of speech in Islamic regime. You cannot have a free party, political party, Islamic regime. You cannot have a a free market Islamic regime. Everything belongs to Islamic regime. And Western values are against Islamic values, Islamic regime. So it's not because they hate Israel, they hate the Western values. Take that to the bank.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, all of those things that you mentioned about political, religious freedoms and all of these things, the Shah was not offering anything. He had a secret police. He was, imposing himself on his people's religious values. That's not what you have a problem with at the end of the day. But you know what? One thing I will say to the Iranian diaspora, if I could just speak, I hope America blowing up your shit, is good. I hope it's good. I hope it's the best thing that happens to Iran. I hope they blow up all your fucking oil, blow up your grandma, blow up your fucking auntie, blow up, you guys will wear bikinis, whatever you want to do. I hope you're right, bro. I hope I'm wrong. And it's not like Afghanistan, Iran, Syria, Libya, fucking, you name it. Iran, Iraq, all of them. I hope it's not, maybe I'm wrong, maybe you're right. Maybe bikinis are more important than your grandma's house.
I guarantee you don't vote for any of this, because at the end of the day, you're a fucking Muslim, and every Muslim fear this shit. Every Muslim fear when IRGC is gone and Islam is rejected by vast majority of Iranians, is gonna open a gate to other nation who was occupied by you fucking piece of shit jihadists. Yeah, that's what you fucking. I'm not afraid. Don't get me drunk. Go fucking mute. Go fucking mute, you jihadists. Whose turn was it?
It was my turn, bro.
You were finished. Go ahead. Harry, if you're here, I gotta take a shower and shit. Yes, I got it. All right, we go. I got it. Can I? Yeah. I want to talk about the reason that American involved in this war. I think it's because of these, how can I say, anti-Western camp that they made it in Iran, in some countries over there, and China and Russia. The most, I think, if I want to be realistic, there is a compound factors. One of them is the Chinese economy, which is the most important thing for American. I think Americans should think about it. And Trump is very smart. He know if it left Iran and they make the IPAC, then they put all of the factory to China, and they made it an enemy for themselves. America, they think if the oil of Iran goes to China, IPAC camping will appear in the world, and this problem for the American. Most dangerous things, American economy. I don't think the American people, because of freedom, they came to the region and made the war. And as I know, Israeli people as well, they are allies of American, and they put themselves in front of this camp, this anti-imperialist camp. They think in universities I can say campist left. So this is the why. You should do this job maybe 40 years ago because of yourself, not Iranian people. Iranian people, they have a miserable life because of this regime as well. But by chance, Iranian people, when I'm talking about the Iranian people, we have to separate the Iranian people and the regime, this fascist regime. The Iranian people, by chance, they have the same force with the American and Israel in this country. So this war is beneficial for all of parties. I think that those people, they come here and
Actually, I very agree with Lutus. Just wanted to point out that guys to understand the frustration that the Islamic regime has with us, you need to understand the communist regime. Like China, like North Korea, like Russia, or so every right that a normal person can have, they are against that, and because of that, there is a heavy censorship in those countries as well. If you see in Iran, in North Korea, in China, you don't have like free net. You can't access all the websites. You don't have free press. You don't have freedom of speech. So those are the things that these regimes are scared of and they are against, and that's why they build their core ideology around being enemy with the Western countries and especially US. So that's something that you guys need to understand.
Yes. May I go ahead? May I talk, Harry?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I heard a question from a gentleman here said that why he should care about the Iranian people. In general, the Iranian people, the majority of them, are like the ones that you saw abroad protesting and thanking Israel and the United States. So the majority inside Iran are like that, more than 80%. They don't want to kill U.S. citizens and active duties. And they don't want to attack embassies full of innocent people. Iranian people, majority of them, they don't want to produce intercontinental missile to attack U.S. soil or whatever country 4,000 miles away. They don't want to plan to kill the U.S. officials. And they don't want to say that to American general. They don't want to burn the U.S. flag. I'm saying U.S. and this is true for Israel. This is true for all U.S. allies and Persian Gulf Arab countries. They are peaceful people. There is no reason to have 4,000-mile long-range missile. Defense, yes. Every country needs to have defense. If you want to defend your people, which IRGC has no care about the Iranian people, you should have air defense. You should go get the Patriot. You should go to have a good relationship, right foreign policy, so nobody want to attack you. Iranian people inside Iran are tired of being in stress and being in not normal life. That's why the benefit of Iranian people and U.S. citizens are the same. So if you do, and I have one question for anybody who thinks this attack from U.S. was not right or the threat was not imminent. What should you see today to say, okay, tomorrow we have to get rid of this regime? You want to see missile in your neighborhoods, backyard? What should happen? Because all of these things that I said, for 47 years, IRGC is doing Sepah Quds, Qasem Soleimani. They killed thousands U.S. citizens. What should happen today? So you can say tomorrow, yes, I support attacking this IRGC. Thank you for saying.
Let me address that, Kevin. You just got through saying that Iran has no desire to go 4,000 miles to try to start some mess with the U.S. Did you not just say that?
Vast majority of Iranians don't want none of that bullshit. Iranians don't want none of that bullshit. That's what it is.
That's what I was building with him. Yeah. So go ahead. So
the government want it, but the vast majority don't want it.
Now that we've established that fact, that the majority don't want it, and I'm sure Kevin would recognize the government has never shown any, not only like Kevin said, not only against the U.S. or Israel or any European powers, they've never been developing this idea that we want to go attack all these Western powers.
ahead, finish.
Thank you.
I'll answer after you.
Let me finish, then you can answer. Yeah. That's the whole point of this dialogue. And so to understand, the majority, you went on to say the Iranian people want Iranian government to go ahead and develop defenses to keep all this BS away from them. Against the onslaught of what they're up against, what's coming after them, the Iranian people want. So, but you draw the line apparently that they shouldn't have. The thing that seems like in the chat, Mike was talking about, the thing that seems to be the biggest deterrent for Israel or America or anybody acting a fool would be if they had the capabilities with Iran for nuclear activity. Then they would realize, ooh, we're going to have to talk to them. The same way that America talks to China. They don't like China. They don't like North Korea. But it's a thing called daytime. When if Iran ever did have, I'm going to see if you're still on that same thing of what Iran should do to defend himself and not just get Patriot missiles and all of that stuff and an Iron Dome or something. To your logic, the thing that would bring daytime, the thing that would bring peace for all the Iranians is if they had the ability to neutralize the rest of whoever was coming at them the same way of whoever has these nuclear energies could come and neutralize them if they decided to push that button. So that would be the very thing, according to your logic, that would neutralize it to where America then couldn't bully them anymore because they would realize, well, they could kill us as quickly and destroy this planet just as much as we can. And then that causes an automatic, let's have a conversation because the planet knows and the Iranians know and every citizen on the planet knows that the persons that instigate that nonsense destroy this whole planet for all of us in this geopolitical world. We haven't even seen that thrown into the mix yet, where nuclear bombs are flying now. And so this is what it seems to me that the bully understands. If we let them get that capability that for their own nuclear, taking care of the in-house, electricity, whatever they do with that, and they also enriched it to a point, now we have to talk to them like they're real human beings. Seems to me that the bully doesn't want to have to do that, doesn't want to respect them at all. And so therefore,
you're making
so you're saying,
question.
You go ahead.
Thank you. My friend, do you know how much costs or something like that?
Do I know how much it costs to make
it? Because they believe the 60% uranium and it is just used for bomb.
Listen, do you remember America?
Answer to my question. Do you know how much costs for
No, I don't know how much it costs, sir. I don't know how much it costs for uranium. Tell me how much it costs to make
$6,000 billion. My friends, cost for us $6,000 billion just because they don't want. Listen to me.
I'm listening to you, sir. $6,000 billion.
Thank you. Just stop pointing. Our people, they're miserable. They don't have food in their home. And these idiots, they made these bombs with this kind of cost.
They made bombs? They made nuclear bombs already?
Just listen to me.
Trying to tell you.
Listening to the words come out of his mouth.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
1 second, Lord.
Don't get nothing to the translator. He's a capable human being.
Let me answer, sir. Yeah, let's see. I just want me.
I was talking to Kevin, don't notice, and then you jumped in, and Kevin and I were talking.
My friend.
You're not an honest person.
Please just listen. Open your.
I'm trying to talk to Kevin, and now here comes Lotus with asking me about how much it costs.
It is because I'm
nuclear bombs don't exist.
My friend, they want this 2003
money and the benches of money.
They find a program that they wanted to make a bomb. Look at the United Nations reports. So they wanted to make a bomb. So this is the problem in our country. We have a problem in economic. We don't want this regime may have a bomb. We don't want to fight with anybody in the world. And 80% of the people, they're just tired of this dictatorship.
Okay, I got it. I listen to you. Do you listen to me now?
So
I listen to you.
Bro, let him finish,
or the conversation's never gonna end.
I don't know when it's finished. What's the
Just let him finish, or I'm gonna move your ass down.
Lotus, can I respond to you? Decided I was. It decided determine this dictator, these tyrants, this how can I say, this fucking crazy regime from our country, and they killed us. They killed us in the street, and these people, they just closed their eyes. 40,000 young people, they died in 8 hours, and whole the world just closed their eyes. Just American, Trump and Israel, they said, we're gonna help you, and they did it. I'm not saying they did because of us, but they should do these things because of American, Israeli people, and Iranian people, for all aspects. Economic aspects, political aspects, and this is the real human rights things that they do. Because United Nations, they just say something and they do nothing for the world. Take a look to Sudan, take a look to the Iran. They didn't anything for anybody, just Israel and America. And we Persian people, we are very thankful for this action that they made.
All right, Lotus, just make sure to wrap it up because you're taking a little bit too long here. We have other people who want to speak. 30 seconds, wrap it up. It's okay.
No, I finished. Anybody should decide about our country. Just the people, Iranian, and those people that they gonna be our allies. Future, they should come with us, and we decide who will come with us and who don't. I don't like somebody in the leftist campus left comes to the talk and say, the Iranian they did this. Which Iranian? You talk about 10% Iranian, which is corrupted. They took the regime, they killed the people. Are they Iranian, or we 90% of Iranian that they don't want this regime? You have to take care of us, our voice. You should be our voice, not this 10%.
Thank you, Lotus. Appreciate it.
Quick question. I just want to...
Hold on. Does Sweet want to respond to it, and then Kevin, you can go out.
Yeah, briefly. You talk about Iranians defining Iranians' future, but meanwhile, you talk about America coming in and like there's no infiltration and it's 40,000, 30,000. There's no Israeli infiltration. I mean, these wide sweeping statements, somehow I guess America knows better what Iranians want than Iranians, I guess, to your argument. But you talk about these leftists and, so I don't know where you're arguing from when you start talking about America should be the one to come in and do a regime change. America, Donald Trump should be the one to pick who's going to now run Iran, like he's going to pick who's going to run Venezuela. I don't know where you're coming from, and as you argue for the Iranians, like the Iranians themselves don't have the ability to come to some understanding amongst themselves what's best for the Iranians. They have an old history. It's not for me to tell Israel how to play their cards, not for me to tell China how to play their cards, or, what I'm saying? But Iranians, you sitting here telling everybody on stage and the world that's listening that Iranians' future should be determined by Donald Trump. Is what you see here saying.
He didn't say that.
It's my turn. Hold on. So, I have a question for you, and it's totally fair if you say I don't want to answer the question. But are you a Shia 12er?
Bro, listen to Prophet Muhammad, bro. He wasn't no Shia.
I don't care about what Prophet.
I know you don't care about Prophet Muhammad, but Prophet Muhammad wasn't no Sunni. He wasn't no Shiite. He wasn't no Muhammadan. He wasn't none of that. He was one submitting to do Allah's will, bro. You know where I stand, I stand with Prophet Muhammad, bro. That's where I stand. He wasn't no Shiite and he wasn't no Sunni.
Got it. Let me continue. I got my answer. Okay. You answered my question.
Next question.
So you have no knowledge about the danger these extremist jihadist Shia 12ers who are governing Iran are posing to the world, and specifically to US. You have no idea what they want. They want bomb White House. They want annihilate
Israel. That's what they want.
You think that's gonna happen, bro? You think they're gonna do that?
That's what they are claiming openly. They are claiming it openly. And they are acting towards United citizens that they could. That they are openly claiming it. Openly. Iranian officials are saying we are going to. Yo, I'm sorry.
One second. Talking pipe dreams.
1 second. Sorry, mate. Sorry. 1 second. I'm just gonna answer this guy. He called locals or whatever. First of all, if you are real, you have to put your real name.
You're talking
if
to
there is a 90%. Wait a minute. Just listen. If the Iranian government, they tried with only 10%, you already lost. It's not 10%. You are 90%, and you are not even a 10%. Not even 9%. You have no courage to put your real name even.
Do you 90% want to kill United States citizens and Israelis?
Never claimed that.
Yeah,
You can kill other people.
Kevin, you are okay, you are 90%. Why you don't let us have a referendum in our country?
Real name, even.
Why you don't let us that we have a referendum in our country that you show me you are 90% of our country? Show me why you not, why your leader is died and it is in the fridge.
Because you don't have
Don't let us have a referendum.
Because you don't know how to read. Because you don't never read any books. It doesn't mean you are right. There is no government in this world. You name it. The government referendum is on.
They haven't.
But listen, I'm not talking to you because I'm not talking to you. Listen. I'm not talking to you because you are the losers which you sell your own people, your own government, your own country.
With all respect, let's have a civil conversation.
Civil government. Your own name first. Put your own identity first before you come and talk to the stage. You have no problems. You cannot put even your own name.
So what?
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the people who listen to me.
But too much. Hold on 1 second. You guys are fucking. The fuck? Whose turn was it?
I think Kevin was trying to ask me a question about the Shiites.
Shiites. Come back. Bibi, I'm eating breakfast if you can, please. Oh, Bibi left. Go, Kevin, go. Okay, is the guy in our audience? I don't know. Okay, so my question is this for this jihadi, stupid extremist is this.
Who are you talking to, bro?
You know, the guy that left, not you.
Wow.
Yeah, because
you're asking the guy in the audience a question. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, my question would be this. Does this so-called 90% of this IRGC that he claims that they are 90% of the population who support IRGC, do they want wipe out Israel from the earth? Because they have this timeline on the Palestine Square.
Here now. America, Israel, whoever wants to take blame or point the finger at the other one or claim they did it, it's done. It's been poked, and now it's not done. There's 35,000 troops in one day, and then 1,000 troops another day, and then before that, so all that's going over there now. This is what is happening. So as you want to hear and debate about Sunni and Shiite, meanwhile, the rest of the planet that's touched by oil and crude oil and Brent oil isn't affected now. And how the geopolitics of that plays out. While you still want to debate the rest of your life about Sunni and Shiite, the rest of the world is not on that page. It's being affected now. And so maybe we can have a conversation on that.
It's going to end very soon. That's
great. It's only going to be 1 week, 2 weeks, let's talk about starting over.
I think that's more fruitful. What's going to happen next? Yeah. And what did
What's going to happen next? What's going to happen next? The mission is going to be finished, and the Strait of Hormuz will be open.
Okay, great. But that's not going to happen today, is it? Is that all going to happen today?
No.
Okay, so let's get back to today, bro. So we can, I know we got the crystal ball.
Meanwhile, you're thinking about. Meanwhile, you're thinking about. God damn it. Meanwhile, you're thinking about. Oh, you spent $20 extra on gas today because of this war. Fuck, my life is gonna finish. I'm gonna die. We thinking about our future, the future of America, and how good it's gonna be when this shit is over. We don't think about $20 extra that we pay on the fucking gas pump.
$20 a gallon or $20 altogether, bro?
I said $20, $30 extra, $40 extra. We don't think about that shit.
Ain't what people, bro, it's bigger than just getting, bro. If you want to have that baby,
whatever it is, $1,000 a month, what the fuck ever.
We're not talking about the dollar amount of gasoline only, bro.
It's temporary, and it's gonna be all good for the future of this nation.
I understand Donald Trump's talking point.
This is not Donald Trump's talking point, bro.
That is their talking point. It's gonna be temporary pain. That is their talking point.
Are you educated or no?
That is their talking. You don't think that's their talking point? That's not Donald Trump's talking point.
Hold on.
It's a temporary pain.
Do you have any idea about Middle East?
The answer is he's not educated, so it's going to be very tough to get.
Do you have any idea about Middle East?
Okay.
Have you been? Have you been in Middle East?
Educate me on Donald Trump's talking point, Normal.
No. Why would I want to do that?
Are you educated? Because you're so educated.
Forget about Donald Trump.
Forget about Donald Trump.
That's smart.
Forget about Trump and access and
I didn't know you were in Middle East.
They are ineffectual partners in this conversation. Forget about what to do with Donald Trump, bro.
Yeah, no, I'll tell you.
That make racism. Everybody's stopping it from having a good life. That talking.
You don't bitch about it, huh? You don't bitch about it.
Nobody bitching. Every conversation is you is bitching.
You're like,
maybe your definition of conversation is bitching.
You like this guy bitching about a white person.
It's called dialogue. I don't talk about no white folks.
You're like, child.
White folks gonna be folks. I don't talk about them. You're talking about oxygen.
Yes, white folks should be white folks.
Yes, they gonna be white folks. They always been white folks.
Black folks should be black folks.
You did?
Black folks should be black folks. Muslims will be black Muslims, which is a big religion.
And so-called Negroes, yes. Keep on so-called Negroing.
All right, let it go. Go ahead. Let me see one minute. Go ahead. You got 1 minute.
Thank you so much. About this war, I'm Iranian, okay? I live in America. This war, it happened because of 47 years of Islam, the dissuasion, dictatorship issue. And in 47 years, we tried to tell the West the war is not the answer. The war is not the answer also. You guys have to those people they fight to have all this fight and all this collateral damage in our country, for the US and for the country, for my country. And now those people who they're cheering for this war, they're a bunch of losers because they think the only way they can go back to the power is to Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu coming bombing Iran, and this guy going on to the power, go back to the power. This is the only thing about these people they change. They're not even 2-3% of Iranians. They're all propaganda. All propaganda.
All right, thank you, man.
Hold on. I want to hear you. Did you?
They're not supporting the war.
Okay,
we understood. Thank you. One second. Did you hear what Donald J. Trump said today to England? Or no? No, I haven't heard it. Please share it. What he said today to England. you said? Yes. All those countries that can't get jet fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, like the United Kingdom, which refused to get involved in this decapitation of Iran, I have a suggestion for you. Number one, buy from the U.S. We have plenty. And number two, build up. Just take it. You have this, build up some delayed courage. Go to the Strait of Hormuz and take it. You have started to learn how for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us. Iran has been an essential intimidated, and the part is done. Go to get your own oil, President Donald J. Trump. You know what Donald Trump says? Yeah, go for it. All right, so what he's telling England is, hey, I started this war. You need to come over here and get in and put your whole country on the line now with us. You need to come over here and you need to jump in this thing. Now, what he's also telling them is, look here, if you don't want to, then you go there and deal with Iran individually. Now, Donald Trump's inviting them to go set up their own relationship without him with Iran. And Iran is the one controlling that whole strait right now. China knows that. India knows that. Pakistan knows that. Japan definitely knows that. So now he's saying, don't come deal. Either come deal, get the oil from us. We got some oil over here. Come shop with us. Or go straight into having your own conversation with Iran. That's what I see how it's going to turn out, though. No. We going to see exactly how it plays out. Just keep watching. Yeah, we'll see. And you keep saying there is a white man that's stopping you. I didn't say shit about no white man. I said he talked about Donald Trump, who happens to be a white man. I didn't say shit about no white man. You interpreted that one. I'm just saying that. I didn't interpret shit. I just restated what you stated. That's all. But that's what you interpreted in your head. Because there's nothing to interpret. The words are the words. UK, but it's still between its legs. You know what it means? Because they're pussies. That's your interpretation. No, that's exactly. Now we're talking about interpretation. No, because every country that got threatened by Iran that said you get involved, we're gonna do this and that, they all backpedaled away from a NATO country. So England don't have a brain of their own? No, England doesn't have the balls anymore. They don't have a brain of their own to recognize when they get involved with.
Hold on. If the UK and England had brain in their own, these motherfuckers wouldn't let these jihadists come to the country and rape their kids.
But they should just listen to whatever Donald Trump say. They should follow whatever Donald Trump say. You know what Donald Trump just said?
Fucking jihadists. Shit. He all of a
sudden now he was a NATO player. Now he went on the backing of NATO. All of a sudden now he want to play nice with NATO. He didn't give a shit about NATO a couple of days ago. But now all of a sudden Donald Trump said, hey man, you need to come help me.
Aren't you all about freedom and human rights and all that? Aren't you all about that? Huh?
What are you talking about? You talking about Iranian human rights? What are you talking about?
Sweet. I'm asking you a question. Aren't you about human rights, freedom, love, and all that? Aren't you all about that?
My God, Iranians are not human beings? What are you saying?
No. Answer my question.
I just answered it, bro. How do
you preach to a prophet who fucking fucked a 9-year-old?
Bro.
How do you preach to a prophet who was a pedophile?
Come to 2026, bro. Come to present time, bro. This is how they come to present time. Come to present time, bro.
That's what it is like?
You 1,500 years ago, man.
If I go to Jeffrey Dahmer, what do you think I would do?
We're talking about Donald Trump, bro. Okay? And Benjamin Netanyahu, bro. You're talking about Jeffrey Dahmer, man. What are you doing, man? Nobody's thinking about Jeffrey Dahmer. Your analogies are off. You might be talking about Bugs Bunny or something, man.
And fucked her when she was 9.
Nobody having that tired argument in 2026, man. Would you come to present time, please, bro? Folks are trying to pay their bills out here, man. Nobody talking about Jeffrey Dahmer.
How do you appreciate it?
I know what you're asking, and I'm telling you, man, you need to refocus your attention on some relevant shit, bro.
This is one of the things they want to do. You're
talking about 1,400 years ago, and now you're talking about Jeffrey Dahmer. Who's next, bro?
You don't have any moral compass. You're just
people ain't thinking about that. white stuff, man. Like you're talking about taking over countries, man. She talking about
you do, but you don't. You know what?
You don't know what I think, man. You should think on whatever you take on, man. You don't know me, bro.
Muhammad was a fucking pedophile. You understand that?
Whatever, man. Whatever.
You don't have a moral
Go look in your own family, bro, before you start talking crazy. Bro, relax, man. Goddamn. We're talking about an international panic. You're talking about Jeffrey Dahmer, bro. Listen to yourself, man.
I'm talking about your prophet. The
You sound crazy, bro. I got one God, bro. I don't have no prophet. You talking crazy, man.
Your God.
Don't worry about it, man. You just keep
Your God.
Don't worry about it, man.
What's your God?
Don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it. You follow whatever you follow, okay?
You will never, ever, in a million years, be able to have a rational conversation.
Okay, a million years. Jeffrey Dahmer, a million years.
In a million years.
Bro, you're not moving the needle on this planet at all, man. You're in a clubhouse yelling right now, bro. You're in a clubhouse yelling, man, about Jeffrey Dahmer. Listen to yourself, man. You sound crazy, man.
How do you preach to Muhammad?
Bro, you're silly, man. The world is trying to focus in.
You're a prophet that you preach to.
Bro, why don't you go get a job, man? You over here yelling stupid stuff, man.
Where is your moral compass?
Man,
explain it. Where is it?
Hey, man, you got a wife and children, man?
What do you mean, hey, man?
You got a wife and children? You got some grass to cut in the backyard or something, bro?
Question.
Bro, you're not my authority. You don't tell me what questions to answer. You don't run me. I'm sorry.
Where is your moral compass?
You don't have no power over me, man.
Alright, you know why you don't answer? Get the fuck down. Because you don't have any fucking moral compass. Because you're a fucking piece of shit Muslim. Because you're fucking okay with fucking raping kids. Because you're okay with fucking killing people. Because you're okay with all of that. And you don't have any moral compass, buddy. The fact that you preach to Muhammad proves that you don't have any fucking moral compass. If you had some, you would have understand the person who you're fucking preaching to was a fucking pedophile. He killed countless fucking people by fucking swords and by force in order to make them convert to Islam.
He's a pillager, in modern days, let's say he's a pillager.
We're talking about 5 minutes, and you used almost about 10 minutes from watching. Brother, we don't know what else you want to do. Where's he can't be Iran? He talked about Iran, and now he say, I don't want to talk about Iran.
I heard him in multiple rooms. He always talk about, in America, there's a systemic racism in America. Stop black people from doing what the fuck they're doing. Motherfucker, you fucking commit crime. Yeah, you fucking belong to jail. You piece of shit. If you're black, white, fucking yellow, brown, purple, fucking LGBTQAI, motherfucking to a spirit penguin, you fucking belong to prison if you commit crime, you dumb fuck.
Alright, I'm just gonna take on my last words, and I'm gonna leave. That this war right now is the number one. The whole war right now is happening. At this war, we don't know where it's gonna take. Nobody knows who's gonna be involved with it. Nobody knows. The only thing I know, maybe I'm wrong. The only thing I know. This war has the 3 corners. One corner is the USA, another corner is the Israel, and then the Iranian regime. All these 3 corners, they want war. It's because of their own benefit. The Iranian regime wants the war and live with the war. If you see now in the region, all these proxies, they don't anybody have anything to say again?
What's happening? You want to build up the stage? Everybody, guys, anybody wants to come up, put up your hand. Daily reminder, they didn't bury the Supreme Leader for the 28th straight day.
Welcome to the Let's Read Books Club. If you have a book that you want to read, if you have a book that you want to read, just come up on stage and read a book. It's not that complicated.
Apps or iPhone and stuff like that ask for permission if they can actually listen.
Those
and
are
monitor
private.
conversation.
Those are private companies. That's different. They're private company. I mean, they could do whatever. This company, Clubhouse, can do whatever. Clubhouse can take all of our conversation right now, decide if anyone's concerning. You know, have someone go through the data, pick up algorithms that are of concern, and forward them to law enforcement. Law enforcement can
So are
decide.
the people that are concerned about the picture that we're worried about this as well?
Yeah, the private-public partnership is of concern, of course.
I mean, there's monitoring, that there's self-compliance, that companies that have social media and, you know, like this. I mean, use Clubhouse. I don't really know much about this, the owners of this. We used to, but Facebook like Facebook has self-compliance and they review their data, allegedly. But again, so the idea that the government can just spy on you for the hell of it, it doesn't work that way. There has to be some established reasonable suspicion to start an investigation.
I think that a lot of people, if they don't know the specificity of what's actually happening, then we're running more on values that have no oxygen. It's really sad because, listen, guys, time is extremely short for all of us. You know, I don't care if you live to be 100, it's still very short, right? But if we're going to live, especially here in America, we got to live with the 3 documents that we actually have right now. They haven't been changed, guys. Our Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, and the supreme law of the land. It's not a person. It's the Constitution of the United States of America. Even if they don't follow it, guys, it's still the supreme law of the land. Okay? So that's where I come from. Sure.
Yeah, I definitely disagree. I don't agree with you.
What are you disagreeing with? Do you care about the question or statement? So when you say I don't have any clue about American history, if you say that you currently live in the United States and you don't know the 3 founding documents of the country, please explain to me what I don't know.
Well, it also says that black people are 3/5 of a man. So, does that make sense?
It don't say that about specifically black people. Well, let's hold on, let's make sure. Okay, let's make sure we're on the same page. Could you guys please explain to me what has been, for any of us, legislated by Congress, ratified by the Senate, and signed by a president to prevent any American from doing anything? Please give me the law and the actual.
I think the last one was the abolition of slavery. That's probably it. So when it's been done blacks, I think that would be a pretty good. Well, I would say
Ruby, you might want to look at the 13th Amendment and like check out the 14th Amendment. That might help.
I would say 10.
Like they sort of happened.
Jim Crow. The Three-Fifths Clause did not mean that black people were not citizens. There was actually free. There were actually free black men and women that existed in the states at that time. What the Three-Fifths Clause was there was so let me finish. I listened to you, right? I didn't interrupt you. So it had to do with you're right. Shut up. So this idea that the Three-Fifths Clause pertained only to enslaved people within the U.S. because the Southern Democrats, especially the top 10%, wanted the slaves to count as full representation for numbers in terms of bodies. So wait, I'm not done explaining this. In terms of representation, similar to what California wants to do with immigrants. They just want to import them, count the bodies, and say, hey, I get more congressional power. Now, when that was implemented, the agreement, which, no, you can wait till I'm done, and then you can speak. Because you're not listening to what I'm saying. You're just going with a stupid narrative, and I'm trying to educate you on what the Three-Fifths Clause really was. The Three-Fifths Clause pertained to voting and taxation rights within the South. And it was a compromise between northern states and D.C. and the southern states in proportionality to voting and taxation. It had nothing to do with declaring a black man in America as Three-Fifths. No, you can wait till I am done because I'll interrupt you.
That's enough. And that's my standard.
I'm going to start the book club in about 10 minutes, but I'm going to go run this other phone downstairs so I can live stream that room.
All right, awesome. What book are we reading today?
I'm not sure yet.
Hey, that link that I sent you to like that repository of like occult books.
Mm-hmm.
Holy crap, man! Like that's like almost like 1,800 PDF files of hard to find books.
Mm-hmm.
It's fantastic, man. You know, I sent her an email specifically trying to find that one book, you know, Satanic Sex by whatever, and I couldn't find it.
Ooh. Let me see here. Dark books.
This is the email that I sent her. Request for assistance locate Satanic Sex by Arlene Fitzgerald. Thelema Apprentice Inquiry. Dear Christina Depp, hope this message finds you well. My name is Chris, and I'm currently serving as an apprentice to a practicing Thelemic.
You're so funny, bro. You are so funny.
I've been tasked with locating certain foundational texts. Increasingly difficult to source. I'm writing to you specifically because of your respected position as curator of occult books. I have been searching diligently for a PDF copy or any accessible digital edition of Satanic Sex by Arlene Fitzgerald. Despite checking multiple private libraries, academic repositories, and specialized online collections, including Anonymous and several other occult-focused archives, this particular title has proven elusive. This book holds genuine importance for my mentor's current work, and for a moment continuing to see current. Any guidance you can offer, whether you have access to a copy of their collection, no digital source, or point me towards the right collector or institution.
What was that other book index that you were using? Text me the address to that one too.
That one's a little tough to get into. It's Anonymous. You have to go through like this like quiz. And you have to like know like the right answers to get into it. It's a little tough.
Because what would be interesting is like back in 20 years ago, I was selling books on eBay and I made a decent amount of money. These were books that I created, like how to open a car wash business, how to open a pizza business, sponsorship secrets for every type of sponsorship. But what would be cool is to sell out of copyright books on eBay. Use AI to create the book title, but then just sell their top books on these indexes for $19.99, $9.99.
I'm really appreciative, John, about like the sort of information that you share with me. Like I'm just like an apprentice to like this master wizard here. That's how it feels like, man. Like you've gone deep into the rabbit hole, and I want to go down the same hole. You know what I mean?
Well, it's just, dude, I honestly, it's like science fiction. It's like, if you like Star Wars, this is what it is. It's just, but
it's like a nerd's hobby. It's like, okay, yeah, it's just something that's really interesting. Yeah.
It's niche. It's definitely niche. But it's.
I find it really cool. Like, I really appreciate like the wisdom that you share, man. It's great.
It's something different, but it's actually, I don't know, it's not that different. Like, if you were very religious, when I read the Bible or even the Quran or other books, I'm just like, wow, like all these things are dealing with magic, or like a representation of magic. But when you get into like the 1920s with Crowley, it's like thoroughly researched. But again, this is all just like hieroglyphics. I was thinking yesterday, and I think I read it somewhere once before, that technically it's like a language. So basically, you're just studying a different language. It doesn't make you special. It doesn't make you cooler. It's just a different language. But
a different sort of like matrix, right? Like of like experience of like words and stuff that can sort of like correspond to like your current existence. Yeah.
There's also like commercial applications, especially in terms of branding, marketing, but also personal psychology. Like, for example, some people can't post a photo and they can't post a video because they're too self-conscious of that photo or video. But if they knew that it's just spam anyways, or it's just hypnosis, or it's just content, like, you're just like politics, mixing magic and politics in like a superficial selfie, like influencer type of thing. That's when you actually really see or understand, I think, communication. So to me, this is all just like personal development, self-development, and rebranding. Because if you ever have a job interview, if you interview well, basically your online persona has to be acceptable. And just live streaming Clubhouse rooms but having no objective or goal, as in like not running for office, would be like unacceptable in my opinion. At least I've demonstrated like intelligent communication, and all my AI videos, it has messaging in there, tax reduction, tax reform, etc. So tax compression.
Yeah,
that's what they're doing. Taxes have gone up like 100% in the past 20 years for property taxes.
Interesting idea that I've heard from you is like the past is just like a compression of like the now. That's everything that's led up to this present.
No, the past would be a decompression of the now. Yeah. The now is a compression of the past and the future. And Watts says that it's like a boat with a trail behind it. One important thing that I kind of realized the other day is like, if I think of a particular girl or particular girls that I've dated and that I've loved, like, it can be a painful memory or it can be a joyful memory. But the saying of letting go of your losses and letting go of your gains it's a little hard to really understand. How do you let go of losses, and what is a loss?
Whatever happened to that Indian medical doctor that
she demanded that I turn every Instagram to private or delete every Instagram if I wanted to have a chance at dating her. So I turned every Instagram private, I went out on one date with her, and then she texted me a couple days later or a week later or something saying that she's seeing someone else, and it's very serious because that's it. C'est la vie. I can just see her already. Like every day, she's sitting in somebody's mouth, like drilling on a cavity, saying, "Oh, I just got another $500. I just got another $3,000. Just got more money." She kept package for an investor, so you can cash out and like supposedly retire, but you know, you have a long life to live. So I guess if you want to have kids and like stop working and never do any work again and just like sit at home and watch Netflix all day, and you know, what I'm trying to tell you is that it's like I like dating, but to like move with somebody, to live with somebody that like I like what I do, you know, and my behavior, my filming activities. In my opinion, it takes a lot for somebody to wrap their head around it or to accept it, because they know that, you know, my behavior online is interrelated to the relationship and to also their image that themselves. And that's like,
it's like you know, the Book of Revelations has this thing called the Book of Life. Like everything that you ever done will be recorded. So that's like sort of like my acceptance of like all actions I ever do we're going to keep immortalized, you know, in time and space. So
yeah.
It doesn't matter if it's going to get recorded or not. It's going to get recorded eventually.
Yeah. Do you know what the 60 by 1 by 60 rule is?
I've never heard of it, no.
I made it up yesterday. So get this.
What is this theory?
This is the theory. Your whole life is bitted up into 60 by 1 by 60 units. Because you have 60 seconds in every minute, and you've got 60 minutes in every hour. So every second counts. And your life is technically just, you know, billions of minutes, of seconds. We could try to, let me do a quick calculation to see how many seconds the average person lives.
Have you ever seen the that calendar that like notates how many weeks of your life you have left?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. It's,
okay, 2.25 or 2.5 billion seconds. 2.5 billion seconds is what you. So make every second count. You know, every word you listen on this stupid app of some stupid person is that second that you will never get back, and you only have 2.5 billion of them. It's a little bit like that movie with Justin Timberlake where the currency is time to live.
In time. Yeah, in time. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Abby?
Hey, Abby. Let's read. This is the Let's Read Books Club. We haven't gotten to a book yet. We're kind of talking about how every average human has 2.5 billion seconds to live. And so therefore, when you come to a brain rot, toxic cesspool of an app like Clown House of people who don't know how to stop talking, well, there goes another second. Hello? Even a hello is a second of your life that you'll never get back. You listen to somebody say hello a million times, or you yourself say it a million times. Well, there goes 1 million out of 2.5 billion. Bye.
I use on Clubhouse, but she's always listening to me on here, and I'm three cans in deep on some beer, and I'm ready to, you know, get into some neurological programming. She's never said anything, you know. You were like, you were so hesitant, man. You were so hesitant. She was so hesitant to do it. She's taking it out.
Well, it's a magic book. It's the first.
46.
Okay.
I have a physical hard copy. Let me go to the 4th floor. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I want to read it from the book itself rather than on a screen.
That's really interesting. Yeah, it's niche. It's definitely niche. But it's really cool. Like, I really appreciate it.
I also, like, I do understand, John, like, your sort of thing, like, your sentiment about, like, female and masculine energies. Like, the room does pop when there's, like, a woman in a relationship.
Or a gay man.
Or a gay
Isn't that interesting how a man impersonating a woman, because it's technically just super stimulus.
See, that's really worked you up, hasn't it? That super stimulus idea.
Yeah, I see it all the time now. I never knew how to define it.
It's quite sticky, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it's the point is to create stickiness with it, and I'm remembering that in all my communication now because.
How can you super stimulate someone's brain so that it can be in their cognition?
How do I take someone who believes they have a smooth brain and completely build inroads and grooves into it instantaneously? Like Elon Musk. He thinks he has cognitive security. But
he has none.
Yeah, he has none because he thinks he has cognitive security.
Dude, so this copy, it's by Gia Fong Feng and Jane English. Yao De Ching. It's really good.
Okay, go ahead. Read as long as you want.
3-4.
Okay, well, I'm going to take this other phone downstairs and I'm going to be away from my phone for 10 minutes, but we are live streaming in my recording studio here, so feel free to read at any moment as I go set up my burner phone downstairs.
Which room should I get into?
No, just read in this room.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to read chapter 46 of the Tao Te Ching.
Okay, I'm going on mute.
Chapter 5, Chapter 14, Chapter 26, Chapter 42, Chapter 49. Let's go back 3 pages. 47, 46. When the Tao is present in the universe, the horses haul manure. When the Tao is absent from the universe, more horses are bred outside the city. There is no greater sin than desire, no greater curse than discontent, no greater misfortune than wanting something for oneself. Therefore, he who knows that enough is enough will always have enough. It's a really good translation of the Tao Te Ching. Alan Watts specifically in the very back of the book, this one specifically says, no one has done better in conveying Lao Tzu's simple and laconic style of writing so as to produce an English version almost as suggestive of the many meanings intended. This is a most useful as well as beautiful volume, and what it has to say is exactly what the world in its present state needs to hear. So yeah, this Tao Te Ching translation is one of my favorite ones, for sure. Then we have chapter 26, which says, the heavy is the root of the light. The still is the master of the unrest. Therefore the sage traveling all day does not lose sight of his baggage. Though there are beautiful things to be seen, he remains unattached and calm. Why should the Lord of 10,000 chariots act lightly in public?
To be light is to lose one's root. To be restless is to lose one's control. 25. Something mysteriously formed, born before heaven and earth, in the silence and the void, standing alone and unchanging, ever present and in motion. Perhaps it is the mother of 10,000 things. I do not know its name. Call it doubt. For a lack of a better word, I call it great. Being great, it flows. It flows far away. Having gone far away, it returns. Therefore, Tao is great. Heaven is great. Earth is great. The King is also great. These are the four great powers of the universe, and the King is one of them. Man follows the earth. Earth follows heaven. Heaven follows the Tao. Tao follows what is natural. Chapter 24. He who stands on tiptoe is not steady. He who strides cannot maintain the pace. He who makes a show is not enlightened. He who is self-righteous is not respected. He who boasts achieves nothing. He who brags will not endure. According to the followers of the Tao, these are extra food and unnecessary luggage. They do not bring happiness. Therefore, followers of the Tao avoid them. 23. To talk little is natural. High winds do not last all morning. Heavy rain does not last all day. Why is this, heaven and earth? If heaven and earth cannot make things eternal, how is it possible for man? He who follows the Tao is at one with the Tao. He who is virtuous experiences virtue. He who loses the way feels lost. When you are one with the Tao welcomes you. When you are one with virtue, the virtue is always there. When you are one with loss, the loss is experienced willingly. He who does not trust enough will not be trusted. 22. Yield and overcome. Bend and be straight. Empty and be full. Wear out and be new. Have little and gain. Have much and be confused. Therefore wise men embrace the one and set an example to all. Not putting on a display, they shine forth. Not justifying themselves, they are distinguished. Not boasting, they receive recognition. Not bragging, they never falter. They do not quarrel, so no one quarrels with them. Therefore the ancients say, yield and overcome. Is that an empty saying? Be really whole, and all things will come to you. 21. The greatest virtue is to follow Tao and Tao alone. The Tao is elusive and intangible. Oh, it is intangible and elusive, and yet within its image. Oh, it is elusive and intangible, and yet within is form. Oh, it is dim and dark, and yet within is essence. This essence is very real, and therein lies faith. From the very beginning until now, its name has never been forgotten. Thus I perceive the creation. I do know other people are content with sacrificial flocks. In spring, some go to the park and climb the terrace, but I alone am drifting, not knowing where I am, like a newborn babe before learning to smile. I am alone. Others have more than they need, but I alone have nothing. I am a fool. Oh yes, I am confused. Other men are clear and bright, but I alone am dim and weak. Other men are sharp and clever, but I alone am dull and stupid. Oh, I drift like the waves of the sea, without direction like the restless wind. Everyone is busy, but I alone am aimless and depressed. Oh, I think my mic was off that entire time.
How did it go?
Yeah, it went pretty well. I was accidentally on mute the entire time. I was reading like 20 different chapters. 6 chapters, come on, it was more like... No, I went to chapter 14, babe. Yeah, my wife, she's sitting on the couch with me right now.
Nice.
I want to say hi, John.
Ni hao!
Is that like the only Chinese word you know?
No, I know zero.
Shema is what in Chinese?
Can you say it one more time?
I think it's the word is nature, zero.
Oh, 自然.
Yeah, it's a little different. You know, you have that American accent. I've been trying to learn Mandarin for a long time now. It's pretty tough for the intonations, you know.
Well, I'm pretty good at impersonating, so I can basically hypnotize and put a smile on anybody because they know you don't know the language, but they know you've memorized just like a few expressions. So, like
be sort of like effort put into, you know, at least trying, you know, the language. Yeah.
Well, when I was in Thailand, I learned how to say, excuse me, I am pregnant and breastfeeding. And so I would say that to, you know, taxi drivers. They'd look at me and start laughing. It's funny.
I don't think you've ever talked to my wife ever before, you know. Have you?
No, I don't think we've ever talked.
Oh, she's now embarrassed. She's like, oh, no, I don't want to talk to Mr. Okay, I understand. She has her own business to do. That's what she said.
Well, we've all got, you know, things we want to do, but every second counts. Every second. You got 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 24 hours in a day, 2.5 billion seconds in a lifetime.
More like 16 hours in a day because you're sleeping for 8 hours.
It's true. They say optimal sleep is 7.2, but I'm like, you know what? I think a solid 8. I think there's like a spiritual...
I've noticed that in your sleeping patterns, you're getting up later and later every single time. Like, most of the time you used to get up like around 10 or 9 in the morning, like you started recording.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's pushed back to 11, now it's 12, now it's like around 1:30. I'm like, come on, where's my daily dopamine hit, you know?
Yeah. You're not getting it. Well, the thing is, it's all because of this war. The Sarah and the President Trump rooms pushed me into overtime status. So that's the shift in the schedules because the rooms go so late. But I'm slowly getting back on track. I've got many to-dos to do. But right now we're live streaming that Trump room downstairs on 4 YouTube accounts and a fake book account. And I think Monica's modding the room. And it's just so funny, like when Monica mods a room, because you have to give her the space to be Monica, you know, and people just like this app gives them the opportunity, or someone who knows somebody like a Monica, to finally, you know, get their jabs in with no repercussions.
The archetype of that meme of, like, you know, the Karen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My dad has also recognized the Karen meme, and he's accused my mother and my sister of both being Karens. And I would say it's close, but my mom is like on the right. She loves Donald Trump, and somebody in her neighborhood has all these like Democrat, trans, rainbow signs up everything. And she walked by their house and she's like, I saw the homeowner the other day. I finally, and I thought to myself, should I say something or should I not? Should I just say nothing? I said, fuck it. I finally saw her. I'm going to tell her what I think. She's like, you make our whole neighborhood look like shit.
No, it's like that Ellen Watts saying where, like, we're kind of like monkeys. And, like, the most, like, depraved, vulgar thing that we can say is like, hey, you know, it's our bowel movement, you know?
Okay, so I got a Jew harp here. I'm just going to do a quick little Jew harp meditation. And then I'm going to go get some cables from my other room and come back. But this is just 60 seconds on a Jew harp.
So you start talking up. I'm done with work 2 years.
Yeah, I'm not actually a stranger technically because I'm a socially public person.
Yeah. Oh, I was on mute. My apologies. Yeah, that's the concern my wife was saying was like, I don't like to talk to strangers, like people that I don't know.
Yeah, it's annoying. I mean, but I'm not gonna like ask you questions like, tell me about yourself. How's your day going?
Alright, she's doing her own business right now, so we can talk freely. Yeah, it's all good.
Okay, do you want to play any AI music from John Kitover? And I'll be right back.
Yeah, for sure. I'll get that queued up in a second.
2 feet on this land, reaching out a hand. All this wind chase every day, playing through the streets. A hopeful song where every neighbor meets. Voices rising strong and bold, stories of the city told. Yeah, the rhythm of our hearts, so this we keep. This wind of change serenade, rising so deep. This moment's golden, we're taking back our time. Every single voice, a powerfully placed line, and the weight on the face, it feels like a spark, talking about.
Chris, do you still have a Sora on your phone? Because you can't actually download the app anymore. But I was wondering if you could cast me on your account in some videos. Just say John Kitover, Chicago mayor, cuts property taxes, cuts the water tax, cuts the sewer tax, cuts the sticker tax. But if you cast me in some videos, like 3 a day or 1 a day, oh, what a blessing that would be. And I'm getting all set up here, and I'm gonna send you a picture of my new setup. I've brought in more phones. I've built 2 tables, and now I'm like maximized for book reading distribution on YouTube at a very high level. This is like my Andy Warhol attempt at artistic mass distribution.
Yeah, I've noticed that you were talking about it for like a while now, specifically in regards to having different content streams being, broadcasted on YouTube rather than just focusing on a singular one on Clubhouse.
Yeah, you're not gonna believe how many phones I have set up now. It's like crazy. But
is it like one per room?
No, it's 3 phones.
One channel stream for like whatever sort of like number of different broadcasts that you're going.
Well, I took a break doing all the rooms, like chillism and politically correct. I'll probably get back into that, but part of it is it's just like redundant. There's like no reason to continue recording all of it.
I don't get it, like how Nathan, how he's on there on this app for like 6 in the morning until like 3 in the morning, almost every single day. It's crazy. Like the only times I really get on this app is when like I have some like time off from work, and that's about it.
Okay, check out the pictures I texted you, but so on YouTube you can read on live stream and then just click clip and it creates a 50-second clip of the past 50 seconds. Or you can do a short for 15 seconds or short for 3 minutes. And so the shorts are kind of unique. They're a little different than creating a clip on live stream, even though they both show up in the short section on your YouTube account. But there was a time where I was getting a lot of views on these 3-minute clips, but a lot of it could be bots, because you would think there would be more comments or likes or dislikes. I don't even know if there's dislikes on YouTube anymore, but.
Have you heard about like this like age verification thing that's happening currently?
Yeah.
Started in California with like Linux.
Yeah. All my phones, you know how hard it is to activate a phone now and how hard it is to get an account on Facebook? It could just be my name is the problem, but my accounts get deleted and they go, it could also be my IP. I don't know. But like, if there were more people like me, with all these cell phones, have you seen the pictures of like the Chinese view farms, with the cell phones up against the walls?
Yeah, where there's like hundreds of them, like thousands of them, and there's like one person per wall. Yeah. I've seen it.
Like that's using a macro. I haven't experimented with macros on cell phones in a while, but 20 years ago we were creating macros to basically spoof Ticketmaster, and we were buying premium concert tickets, premium sporting tickets throughout the whole country and getting the best. And it was all because of macros, but I'm not interested in creating any fraud. I'm just trying to read books.
There was like this in New York City. There was like this huge operation that was being undertaken by like some spy operatives from China who were like trying to like DDoS the telecommunications networks before like the FIFA World Cup, and they found like over like 50,000 like SIM cards all in one room.
Yeah, I saw that. What was that about again? Are you sure it was DDoS? I was thinking it was probably like click fraud.
It could be that too. I need to look further deep into it.
Because I think that they said it was a DDoS attack, but it was probably somebody engaged in click fraud. Click fraud is like a $20 billion a year industry globally, at least. It's huge. It's pure profit. The publishers, the networks.
Partially, that's why like I can see why like certain state governments are pushing for like verification online identity, because they don't want mass spam bots pushing certain narratives or like I don't know. I haven't really thought it through.
The spam bots, I don't think are a big problem, like in terms of getting distribution. Like most people go to the algorithm shows them certain people, and certain people are good at like getting seen. Like, do you know who the Hodge twins are?
Yeah, it's these two conservatives, right?
Yeah.
These two conservative twins. Yeah.
Yeah, they show up quite regularly for me, and they post, interesting, controversial stuff. Like Bima is so brainwashed and so annoying. When I was downstairs, she was
begonia flowers.
My favorite begonia. Good for her, I guess. Good for her. But this is the thing, is I have to decide, because I'm headed down to City Hall shortly to file for the mayoral candidacy, and I have to determine whether I'm going to file as a Democrat, Republican, or Libertarian. I think Libertarian is the strategy. My friend says I'm stupid, and I'm retarded. And then I know a girl who says just run as a Democrat, and it'll be much better for you. So part of me thinks maybe I should run as a Democrat, but if I run as a Libertarian, I have the feeling, based on the fact and my interactions with the ballot, that third party gets special representation, equal representation here in Chicago. Maybe not on other ballots, but I feel it's like a loophole that politicians have maybe successfully exploited in the past, but maybe 40 years ago, like in the 80s or 70s or 90s, who knows?
What's the voting track record of Chicagoan people, like people from Chicago, like in the last 100 years? What have they mostly voted for?
Democrat. Oh, it's like a Democrat stronghold for 100 years. But there was a time during the Republic of Chicago. Chicago was not called Chicago. It was called the Republic of Chicago. It also has a Latin motto on our flag called like City of Gardens, or City in a Garden. So I have a 10-10-10 plan. And the 10-10-10 plan is, build 10 new gardens, hire 10,000 new cops and fire and police, lower the property tax 10% in 2027, and even refund property taxes 10%. So that's the 10-10-10 plan.
Like the school teachers, like mafia, like it's an association over there that's like a mosquito. It's a parasite draining of like the city's resources. Like that's what I've heard.
Yeah, it's probably been like that for 60 years. That's
like completely empty school buildings with like students showing up and they're getting paid like $120,000 per teacher.
It's in the contract. If you don't like what's in the contract, then you shouldn't put it in the contract. If you don't like what's in the contract, then you're gonna have to sue over what's in the contract, baby. You signed the contract, didn't you sign the contract? Yeah, you signed the contract. That's not your money. It's our money.
Did you ever see the movie Megalopolis, the last film by Coppola?
Yeah, didn't he have to sell his vineyards in California for that?
I think so, yeah.
I had to fund it $100 million out of his own pocket, and it totally bombed. It had the main character from the Star Wars film, Kylo Ren. I forget his name. Adam Driver. That's his name. Yeah.
I want to see it though.
They say it's pretty bad. They say it's a really
yeah, but
film. Even though he made some great films like Apocalypse Now, and it's like
how bad can it really be though?
I heard it's really bad. The graphics and just the story didn't make any sense. And there was this one scene where one of the main characters has a crossbow and he pretends that it's his boner, and then he shoots one of the other lead characters. What in the world? What? How does that make any sense?
See, it's like a symbolic film. But what's interesting is it's not the whole film that I'm interested in. It's 3 minutes here, 2 minutes there, 5 minutes. I'm interested in certain segments, because I only have 2.5 billion seconds, and I want to specifically use some of those seconds for some specific purposes. That's just me. That's my life. Some people, they're never in control of their seconds. And it's unfortunate, but lucky me. Okay, we're almost fully set up here in the John Kitover mayoral candidacy recording studio. We're live on TikTok, live on 20 phones. And, so it gets very warm in here with all these cell phones. And we're approaching the summer season. And it basically makes recording very difficult because I have to run the air conditioner. And it's just kind of loud. And so what I do is I run the AC and then I turn it off and then I read for 10 minutes and then I turn the AC back on. That's the way I deal with the overheating. I need a cooling system in my data center here.
So my wife just asked me to ask you, how many girlfriends have you had in the past?
No, it was on a different phone.
Oh yeah, because have you heard that song, Two Phones, One for the Crack and One for the Hoe? Because how many cell phones do you have? How many girlfriends you should be able to reach?
Yeah. So wait, is she asking me my body count?
No, not your body count, because you have so many phones. That means how many hoes you have.
Right now.
Yeah, right now at this very present moment.
Well, I got a date scheduled with a beautiful Latina girl for Thursday. But guess what her fingernails say?
Fuck ice.
Fuck ice. But
my wife just cracked up with that. She's really laughing hard.
But I'm thinking if a girl puts the word fuck on her fingernails, I'm thinking maybe I got a chance.
You just, instead of fuck
guys, you have to then transliterate like the ice part to like Joe or something. You know, like fuck John, fuck Joe.
I thought ICE meant, intelligence, culture, and education.
Yeah. Oh, so my wife she didn't know that you were Edmund. She knows you as like Edmund rather than as John, like your real name. So like now she's more like opening up to like the idea of like actually. Okay.
You mean I'm not?
No, like I've known you for like over 5-6 years now. Come on, man.
It's been a lot of years on the internet already. My position hasn't changed, though. I stand firmly in the belief that our number one problem is the deficit.
Almost $40 trillion in debt.
Well, this party can go on for a long time, but not everybody's invited to the soiree. Just my opinion. Okay, so we have a Japanese meditation, wooden meditation device. It's called an umakawa gawakaka. And you can use this wooden instrument to record the 2.5 billion seconds that you have 1 second at a time. No, this show is not called How Annoying Can One Man Be? So are you on TikTok? Hello?
No, I've never been on Douyin or TikTok.
Oh man, TikTok is pretty powerful, man. I mean, I've put up hundreds of videos over the past couple of weeks. A lot of Clubhouse rooms. And they get views, but again, no interaction. It's like if it says it got 100 views. There's also this hilarious Trump Sora account called Max Efforts. Dude, these videos are amazing, and they are getting me views. What's amazing is you can download other people's videos on Sora, and there's tons of these Trump, like Judge Judy smoking weed videos. Dude, I cannot believe they're shutting Sora down. It's so amazing though that like it's just such a shame. They're so stupid. Like if they were to put advertisements up, they could make money and they could justify keeping it.
Profitable, man. Like the amount of GPU clusters you need and the energy consumption, crazy amount.
Well, what if they like just pull it from the marketplace, but they let it continue to generate? I just hope that they say, okay, like we've officially turned off the ability to create videos. I'll be like, no, because I want like thousands saved prior, because every day leading up until the election for the mayor of Chicago, I'll be releasing like 10 videos a day across all accounts. So it's like I want to have as many built up as possible prior to deletion. Because in the messaging, they said, we will let you know how to preserve your creations. So, like, they're going to...
It's Brandon Johnson, right? The current mayor of Chicago.
Yeah.
And it's complete retardation with him. I hope people realize that. But even, like, the previous mayor of Chicago, she was a complete retard as well.
Absolutely. She is like his son. And she is like the grandmother. So, yeah, I mean, your help on X could also be very valuable to this campaign. I've put up Craigslist ads trying to hire a campaign manager and circulators for petitions. But your comments on X under Brandon Johnson's X account, Chicago's mayor, could be very helpful. For example, if you were to say, liberate Chicago and vote John Kitover, and then at John Kitover, like that would be the type of comments that we need. Wow, TikTok just removed my live access again. Violates community guidelines. It's so crazy. Like, how the fuck am I violating community guidelines on TikTok just by talking? Hate speech and hateful behavior. Isn't that fucking wild? Like, what did we say? This is what it claims that we said was hateful.
I think it was the R word that I just said. We're just supposed to say R word, F word, N words, or K words, whatever. We're not supposed to actually say the actual words.
Oh, retard is I always forget about the retard word. It is the retard word. Damn. Isn't it a little amazing how they have essentially made the retard word illegal because it's insensitive to a person that has Down syndrome, and a person with Down syndrome can't even comprehend what the syndrome is that they suffer from because they are retarded.
And it's just a clinical term. That's the original use of the word. You were literally retarded. You were a tater-tard.
It's a little ridiculous that they enforce the retard word out of sensitivity for somebody with Down syndrome, and we all know that somebody with Down syndrome is a Downy. They're not retarded.
They're full of love. All the people that have
It's true.
Down syndrome, they're just full of love towards life in general. They're not like out there to hate anyone.
There was a.
They would love it when you were calling them a little retard. They would have a little smile on their face.
Isn't that amazing? They don't even get angry when you call them retarded. They don't. You're right. They're just full of love.
Did you bomb a country in the middle of peace negotiations?
Yes, because they told me if I didn't do it, they'd say I was being anti-Semitic, and none of my Republican friends would get funded. Tremendous pressure. Your Honor, he's telling.
Well, this phone is not totally kaput. What's good about TikTok is when they ban you from live streaming, you can still upload 10-minute clips, which is just 10 minutes in the past. All right, welcome to the Chicago mayoral campaign live stream for candidate John Kitover running for mayor of Chicago. Go to chicagomayorvote.com. I have so many phones set up. It's ridiculous. Let's do a quick count here. 3, 6, 7, 10, 13, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26. We have 27 phones live streaming. We've got 7 phones, even more. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 9 phones live streaming on Clubhouse and on X. But the number of YouTube lives that we have set up facing me is unparalleled. I hope I'm not getting hit with like 26 red-eye laser beams right now, which I know that I am. I don't know if you know this, but your phone emits like a red laser beam from its front to do depth.
The IR, infrared.
Yeah, so it's like I may be like actually micro dissecting myself with like laser beams right now, but let's be optimistic and hope that this massive concentration of cellular radiation is only amplifying the message and not killing the organism broadcasting. Rabono Shalom.
Well, I heard if you have a laptop on your lap, it kills like any like your reproduction system.
Sure.
It has to be like the right temperature, you know.
Do you know how much sperm you create every second?
It's like 90 million little sperms.
I think it's 1,500 a second, and you kill 1 billion of your children every day. So every man commits 1 billion abortions a day. Isn't that a tragedy? So that's why I like to come on here and say I've suffered more than anyone, because technically right now at this very moment, even yesterday, I lost 1 billion children, potential children. It's like a miscarriage. See, miscarriage is a gendered word. And as we know, since there is no gender, words that are gendered are illegal and stupid. Therefore, no one has a miscarriage. That's just merely, anyways, you get it. Because men can have miscarriages too, in the same way that we need tampons and can have abortions. I am retarded. And no, I do not suffer from Down syndrome. Celeste, welcome. Thankfully, YouTube doesn't consider my comedy to be salacious or vulgar. But TikTok, on the other hand, is so sensitive.
YouTube has really opened up like their sort of restrictions on what they deem as hate speech recently, and a lot of people are really pissed off about that.
Interesting. Yeah. Joe Rogan, like if you were just to live stream Joe Rogan against the automated word filter, I mean, you would immediately lose access because it would be considered hate speech and abusive. It's so subjective. And plus, they claim that if you're a journalist or a comedian or an artist, they will make exception. But if they don't like your art, they won't make the exception. And so if you're a bald, white, conservative, Jewish, Christian, heterosexual, but to engage in intelligent communication and not the John Kitover Comedy Show, because the John Kitover Comedy Show is just being censored. And that's just like banging my head against a wall. So therefore, I've decided to set up a nonprofit called the Chicago Book and Poetry Society, where we read books for kids that can't read books so good. Co-founded by Derek Zoolander and the Mystic Sage Apprentice, Zen.
I just pinged Fatima into the room to see if she comes in.
Our Lady. Our Lady. That's when you're supposed to say Fatima. Oh, I also bought us
It's Fatima. My wife was saying you're supposed to say Fatima. It's not Fatima, it's Fatima, right?
I think it's fat. Ima.
Is it Fatima? I thought it was Fatima.
I think it's fat. Ima. Could be wrong. Not always right. Sometimes I mispronunciate my words, like the R word. Okay, take the show away, Zenimini. I'm going to go refill my goblet.
For a sign to start, like a map drawn out in the dark. Now the city's calling out my name to choose a brand new plan. Tired of watching from the side while the streets and dreams collide. So I take one step with my boat. Time to change this heavy load. Maybe we don't need to know it all. Maybe we just need to Chicago, stand up, have your say. Go to ChicagoMayElection.com. Vote John Kitover today. Just rewind. Every vote unlocks a key. We want tax reform right now. Oh, Chicago, rise up now. I said, damn. A lot of people could have been rich by now. Just hear me talk. Yeah. They sit around my stories, heads tilted, eyes wide, nobody writing. Good ass songs out, books on the shelf. Whole world's built off the words I spill. Fucking telegrams, hieroglyphs. Every alphabet I drift in. I hand them gold, they let it slip. I said I could be a trillionaire. Our conversation, every little thought I share. Another nation, but I don't chase that paper there. I chase vibration, I don't need the money. Yeah, I need relation, I need love, not money. Love, money. Still, I could be a trillionaire. Our conversation, yeah, I could be a trillionaire. Our conversation, I could make a horror movie out of one bad night. Turn your goosebumps into ticket line. I could write your childhood so it finally makes sense. Sell it back in a hardcover, call it hidden expense. They were thinking right about me when they whispered that's a gift. I need love, not money. Love, not money. Still, I could be a trillionaire. Our conversation, still, I could be a trillionaire. Our conversation.
Welcome to the Chicago mayoral campaign live stream for candidate John Kitover.
'Keys on the counter, heart in my hand. I ain't that sure, but I'm on my way again. Yeah. Tonight, we don't look back. Just shout till the matters back. Say my name like you mean it, like you never regret. Tonight, it's only us fighting through the wire. If tomorrow falls apart, at least we tried. You open the door, hair tied, same old teeth. Laugh like the years never touch you or me. Silence the greatest mistakes, uncovers and offers the cup as before.
lost in all this judgment, we're just lost. Lines are drawn in the sand so thin. We chase the ends, but they force to say what's yours, oh mine. What's the point of walls we build? Do they protect or get us killed? Chains of thought, they hold us down. In the murk we spin around. What's the gain? What's the cost in all this judgment? We just lost. Distinctions cracked like brittle glass. Separations of fleeting mass. Let the burdens fall. Let the echoes see. Only in freedom can we find peace. Can we find peace? Chasing shadows in the neon glow. Lost in mirrors where truth won't show. Empty streets, they hum inside. I see the surface, but I know that's why. Beyond the smoke, the light that flickered in the dark. Not the echo, not the scream, to find a road to be seen.
spins from the mind. You think it's here, you think it's you, but every shadow swallows truth. Things are things 'cause we think they are. The mind's a mirror, not a star. In emptiness, they're all the same. The dance of nothing takes no name. The tree falls silent when no one hears. Time slips sideways, it disappears. A bird in flight, a thought half formed. Each one a circle where the void is born. These are things 'cause we think they are. The mind's a mirror, not a star. In emptiness, they're all the same. The dance of nothing takes no name. Look at the edge of what you know. It's not an end, it's just a glow. Inside the silence, the echo rings. You are the subject, you are the thing. Between the here and there, a hollow breath fills the air. The clock forgets to take its time. This world unravels by line. When the mind vanishes, all the noise dissolves. When the mind vanishes, there's nothing left to solve. Just the echo of silence where we belong.